Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another day of some NA Div 2 action. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire joining you once again for the third last day of NA Division 2, assuming there's no tiebreakers. And it is well, we already went over the names, Jonathan. How the hell are you doing? How the hell are you doing, sir?
Doing great, Mike. Looking forward to what we have here today. We've got some pretty interesting series to kind of determine who starts the lineup down below, whether or not we have potentially tiebreakers for that last relegation slot. Gren kind of sitting comfy by themselves right now. And a lot in line, especially for, say, a team like Ravens right now. Outside of relegation, there is still a shot for a team like Ravens to get promoted. So if they win here, if we see one of the top two take a loss, we could also end up with tiebreakers up top. So a lot on the line here today.
Certainly is, Jono. We can have a look at the recap of the previous day before we do get into the games that we do have on today. Of course, I believe we started with Wildcard versus Seed Up, and this is where all the problems started, really, because a Wildcard, John, they should have been the favorites in this series, but they weren't. Seed Up proving to be the better team there, or rather the other day, not today. Though judging by the results, they could be the better team today, quite frankly, because Seed Up, they end up finding the 2-1 victory over Wildcard. And I don't know what's happening with Wildcard, but I'll tell you, I mean, Division 2 is proving to be a bit of a challenge for them.
Yeah, it's topsy-turvy, it's a little bit inconsistent. Some games, they look like a wild card you'd expect. Other games, it drags on. There are lots of mistakes. Some other games, even, they find a loss. And C-Dub is not a team to be underestimated. This is a team that stayed in Div 2 last tour. They stayed together with the same lineup, and that has helped them improve a lot. They just look really strong. Nice. All chat as well, of course, you'd expect from Sammy. I mean, we talked to Mark last time, right? Like, we talked to him, we asked him, what's the team they're more motivated about? It's like just beating Sammy, boy. Because of the pubs, because of this, whatever the hell Sammy does in his pubs. This is the one thing with Sammy. You can always expect him to get beef going out of nowhere. And, well, C-Dub, they come out on top, and we saw the cameras at the end of the series, Mike. They were... Well, Mark was kind of going crazy, so that was a nice thing to watch.
This is why Dota's so competitive. Like, it's these little pub moments that create all the drama, and it's really just wonderful. Like, there's no other sport where you could, go to training and just, and have beef with with somebody else. It's just beautiful in that sense. And like you said, Mark was very happy after that Game 3 victory here up against Wildcard. And Wildcard obviously not looking too happy themselves, John, because we're now first place is completely tied up 3 ways, which is going to cause some issues because Wildcard again do have to go up against DogChamp as their last series. So, excuse me, the cut is what I was meant to say, not DogChamp, but the cut is what they're going to have to go up against for their last series in the final day of NA. But nevertheless, C-Dub, props to them. These guys are fantastic, looking better every time we see them. And as you can see, game number 3 did not really pan out the way Wildcard would have expected because they just got run down the whole time. Complete domination from Game 3 here for C-Dub. Wildcard props for trying, but yeah, it just doesn't work out.
I'm not sure why they gave out AA twice in a row with a Morphling on hand. Like, that definitely doesn't simplify that game at all for Wildcard. Just makes the really hard game for Sammy to play. Not the comfiest. I think Game 3 was a little bit tighter, for sure, between both sides, but as long as Duster's alive, I mean, Sammy doesn't have a game. It's never comfy for you on the Morphling end of things. And again, Wildcard, we've seen this a couple of times. It's it's always something in drafts sometimes. The all chat's always there as well. Yeah.
Smiley faces make me very happy, John.
For sure. You're an enjoyer of that, and the no caps XD as well. We did have the Cut versus the Grin to tie off things here as well on that day. And this was an interesting series because it did feel like Grin were close to finding a win in 2 times. Game 1 and Game 2 felt like they should have been able to try to reel a win. They did find that win in game number 2. But unfortunately for Grin, it's like what B-God said. You can be competitive. It might not be enough to keep you in Div 2. It's certainly not enough to drag you up to Div 1 at all. And
yeah, this might be the... Go on, John. Sorry.
They look competitive, but it's just not enough to be competitive.
No, and now they are officially relegated here. Green Esports obviously now guaranteed basically the last place, or at least bottom 2, so they are gone from Division 2. And I feel like this is the team that I feel saddest about leaving Div 2 because we just didn't get to see them win one series. It felt like the team that should have at least pulled off a couple. It just never happened. Though I imagine if they do want to just stay grouped up as 5 and go through qualifiers again, they probably will make it. Again, based off how they did throughout Division 2, just in those series, rather the games that they did win. They felt fantastic every time they were winning. But every time they were losing, it was kind of like, well, what happened, boys? What happened? Again, John, sadly, Green Esports, they are now indefinitely relegated out of Division 2 back into the qualifiers for themselves. So, you know, I guess you could just work on it, get back through the qualifiers and go back into Division 2 next tour, but that's a while away, and that's not going to be a great feeling for them.
Yeah, it's not going to be a great feeling at all. Rather unfortunate. It's just that the division as a whole has been pretty tight. Division 2 this tour has been probably the most competitive we've seen it in a long while. And even a team like Grin, it feels like, should have been able to find some wins. But again, being competitive is enough. We did see them at least dominate here in game number 2. I think that was a pretty strong showing from them. The cut going forward is rather quirky draft with a lot of physical output up against the Sven Lich Timbersaw, which didn't work out their way. Of course, maybe it was down to execution, as Imperium mentioned in our interview. In game 3, much more smoother here for the cut. We saw Scourge McDuck really pop off and that Whistleback maybe popping off a little bit too hard in a couple of these fights where he kind of go by himself, thinking that he was invulnerable. And he did die a couple of times. It just wasn't enough for Grin to kind of reel things back in here.
Yeah. Kind of the thing, the one thing I learned from this game too is Bristleback doesn't feel very good right now. Even if they won the game. The hero itself just did not feel the greatest. I mean, this clip isn't going to do me much favors here at this point, John, because Scourge McDuck's having a great old time. But you get my point. I mean, against the team that they should have just destroyed, I feel like this Bristlepos one didn't feel like the strongest hero we've ever seen. Nevertheless, props to the side of the cut for finding the 2-0. We do look at the standings now, of course, and as you can see, as we previously mentioned, 3 teams tied up for top place right now. First place is all tied between 3. 5-1 is the scoreline for all those 3. And then, of course, you have Ravens essentially in second place, if you really think about it. But right now, they're in 4th, considering there is 3 teams tied. Tilted Boys right after that. Nexus Titans sitting in 6th. And, of course, American Goons and Green Esports sitting in those bottom 2 slots. Though unlike Green Esports, American Goons do still have an opportunity of getting out of that 7th place spot and trying to get out of the bottom 2. So final opportunities for them is basically no, never mind. It's not today. They have 2 more series left. There is 1 more after today. So they do have plenty of opportunity to get out of here. But well, as you can see, Jonathan, the standings are coming to an end pretty darn soon. Looks like we are arguably going to have some tiebreakers. Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah. I think there's a high likelihood of a tiebreaker for the last slot in Division 1, more than likely. Especially if Ravens manage to find that win today, I think chances are pretty damn high. And if they find their win over, say, C-Dub. And depending on how things work out with the cut and wild card as well, like there is a tiebreaker for first. There might be a tiebreaker for that last relegation slot as well, depending on how Titans and the Goons go. So we've got potentially quite the long day in terms of tiebreakers down the line, which should be interesting to see. And the region's been really competitive, so it's good to see this kind of scoreline where it's not just, a cascading 6-0, 5-1, 4-2 kind of scoreline where it's a lot more even across the board and a lot more competitive. I think the quality of the games here in Tour 3 for Div 2 has been pretty phenomenal. Not exactly what you'd expect from NA, I'll be frank, Mike, but it's looked a lot tighter, and that's a good sign for growth for the region, or just a good sign overall that the teams are starting to improve a lot more. Of course, we can take a look at our schedule here today. We do have Ravens up against Nexus Titans first, and then Tilted Boys versus the American Goons. I think the second one's going to be interesting because it feels like we've seen American Goons in a position where they should be winning a lot more. Again, just falling flat. I think a lot of us had expectations for the Goons coming in with Little Nick on hand, with Boris, Ask, Giant Pingus. You expect them to do a lot better. And this is their opportunity to kind of prove that point, at least against Tilted Boys. Try to climb out, maybe drag quite quite a fair bit of tiebreakers down if Nexus Titans manages to win as well. And we could be in for an interesting time off the back of that result.
It could be a very, very interesting time the next couple of days, and that second matchup's certainly going to be very interesting because American Goon's obviously pretty desperate here for the win, but Tilted Boys is one of those teams where I feel like they're good enough to take a game off practically anyone, right? In Division 2 right now, it feels like Tilted Boys are always on the verge of pulling off a big series win against practically any single team in Div 2, but as you can see by as you saw by the standings earlier, obviously it has not been the smoothest of times for Tilted Boys, but they have a pretty damn good opportunity of making times a little bit uncertain for American Goons if they so wish. Who knows, Jonathan? Maybe there's some beef between those players that we don't know about. Maybe Sammy once played for American Goons, for all we know, Jonathan. Sammy might have pissed off someone on Tilted Boys. Who the hell knows? Anything could have happened. But that second series certainly looks like it probably should be the closer matchup here for today. This first series, though, I want to, you know what, John, I probably should avoid saying this for Ravens' sake, but I want to say Ravens should be the favorites, right? I'm not wrong in saying that. They should be the favorites.
No, you're not wrong. It should be definitely Ravens favorite coming into this one. The Titans, they've managed to take a game off Tilted Boys, but I don't think that's really enough to kind of dictate how this one goes. I think Ravens is a higher tier team for sure. You can take a look at our team comparison stats here on hand. Much cleaner for Ravens, less stats, more kills, more assists, more activity that leads to success for the sides of Ravens. And for Nexus Titans, I mean, we've seen some games where Nexus Titans just looks like they get a little bit tilted. I think that's the one thing I've taken away from them as well. Like sometimes it looks like Kiritsugu has a really rough time, and you end up with a rough lane for Desperate, and then things just fall apart. So I'm hoping that's not what we see here from Nexus Titans today. I think they've got to have it all collected for their matchup against a team like Ravens. And you can see the XPM, GPM, and building damage as well. Not too far apart in terms of XPM and GPM, honestly. It's within striking distance. The building damage, though, that's a pretty substantial difference. Again, just down to the fact that Ravens have won more, it makes a lot of sense.
It certainly does, Jonathan. Ravens, clear favorites going into this matchup, but, well, you never know. If Nexus Titans can keep it together, maybe we might see a Game 3 coming out, and maybe we might see an upset here against the side of Ravens. You never know, because Nexus Titans, they're looking to get out of that bottom two position from Division 2 as well, so trying to keep their hopes alive of getting into 201 next year for Division 2 and having a good footing there. But they certainly have not looked the cleanest from the games we have seen. So we'll have to wait and see exactly how this one is going to pan out. Looks like the draft has not even started to begin, so we're going to have to just carry on and wait. But we do have some player comparisons we can have a look at. I believe we're looking at the mid laners of these two teams as well. Just have a gander and see what the comparisons look like between these two. And there you go, RRL and Desperate. RRL, John, he's been looking fantastic. Obviously, the standings for his team hasn't made it look like he's been looking fantastic, but he has been, John. And as you can see by the comparison, it's a clear kind of favored win here for RRL as Desperate. Yeah, it's pretty close in terms of the XPM and last hits, but in terms of the average kills, it's not looking the greatest. And I mean, overall, I'd say from the performances we've seen, RRL does tend to have, at the very least, a moderate amount of more impact than we've seen from Desperate.
Yeah, I think it's been more consistent for RL overall as well. I think he's had better time in a lot of his mid matchups. Very rarely you see him outright lose mid. I think we've seen Desperate in a couple of circumstances where his mid lane just gets absolutely shut down. I think, and that's not what you want to have here in this series up against Ravens. You can't afford to have any of your lanes losing out so much, so I want to see them maybe prioritize winning lanes, especially that mid matchup. Try to give Desperate a good matchup against RRL. There's some flex here that can really work against you. The Batrider mid for RRL can make certain matchups feel pretty hellish for Desperate, so they do have to watch out for that. The draft for mid will play a big part in this matchup, and you give RRL a little bit of a lead, he will widen it by a substantial amount. He is that kind of player that can capitalize on a weakness here.
Yeah, classic mid laner, Jonathan. I mean, we'll have a look at the cameras of the players soon, but he's got the the classic dangling earring going on. He's got the haircut covering one eye. It's the old school mid lane, John. You can't. I mean, if they give this guy SF, I almost guarantee there's a Silver Edge coming up in, or rather a Shadowblade coming up in 3 minutes. It's very, very scary here up against RRL, and we'll have to see when the game does get started exactly how the mid lane will pan out between the two teams. We can have a look at the most picked heroes, most contested heroes between these two teams and see exactly what the comparisons there are. And here you go. Apparently, the only hero in common between the two is the Pugna, which, to be fair, John, has been being picked up quite often these days.
Yeah, it's a pretty high priority for a lot of teams, especially if you do want to run one of the Spirit Brothers on mid. It's felt pretty good. I think it's been really nice as well that we haven't been getting some like Doom Pugna as a lane. I think that's probably one of the worst lanes. And beyond that, as a 4 or 5, as long as your lane partnership isn't too bad and it can work out. I do feel like, again, there's not too much crossover in terms of the top picks, but you still have hero crossovers for sure on both sides and some special pickups. I think every team that we've seen play up against Nexus Titans have had stuff like Broodmother banned out, so that tends to be one thing as well that I think Nexus Titans will try to lean into. If Broodmother's not banned out, you're going to be picking it up for Kiritsugu, right around its safe lane. The Wind Ranger is rather interesting as well. We know RRL likes to play that mid, so that could be an option for contestation for both teams. But I think it's rather open. I think these picks aren't too strange for the most pick on both sides. Certainly wouldn't meta. Maybe just the Mirana leaning up a little bit more for Ravens is a little bit less of a priority overall in the meta. Still a strong hero though. And Nexus Titans, no real surprises with stuff like Techie, Storm, Zeus even being up there. Just very common heroes right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's well, at least I suppose with the Pugna, we probably will expect a ban, if not just a first phase pick here from either side. And you know, I had a bit of an experience with Pos 5 Pugna, John. I played it myself. Obviously, I did not have the best time because I'm garbage with these range supports, so I did end up losing. But I must admit, even for a garbage range support player like me, Jonathan, the hero did feel quite broken. If you've got some nice positioning to just life drain your allies throughout a team fight, it is pretty damn stupid how much sustain you provide as the Pugna. I mean, I like it. I hope one of these teams does get to pick it up and we'll get to see some strong impact from this hero. Obviously, we've kind of mentioned it a few times, but you do tend to prioritize having one of the Spirit Brothers with the Pugna because they really enjoy the added mana pool, the added mana regen that they're getting with that life drain. But we'll see if that happens. I don't think the hero necessarily requires one. I just think it looks a lot better when you've got something like the Storm or the Void Spirit or the Ember coming out. Still, we do actually have a draft now live between these two teams, so we can have a look at that draft. And stop talking absolute garbage here, John, as we can actually just talk about the draft. Nexus Titans, I believe they actually chose to be on the Radiant side. Ravens going for the second pick. And we do see the bans immediately coming out. Of course, Morphling and Undying both being removed. Morphling, in particular, over the last couple of weeks, has looked rather ridiculous with the Aghanim Scepter upgrade. So I don't think any team wants to play against this hero right now.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of good counters though. Stuff like, say, AA tends to make that Morphling's game pretty impossible, as we saw in the CW versus Wildcard series. But overall, Morphling's still not a hero you want to deal with. The Ags stats deal pretty big, up against Universal type as well, 40%, not to be underestimated. Nexus Titans do start out with the Techies. Ravens banning out that Broodmother along with the Undying. As we mentioned, Kiritsugu never getting an opportunity to show off that safe lane Brood after he found at least one game with it. And for the Titans, taking care of the Spirit Breaker on top of that Morph. So nothing too strange. Ravens has a few openings that they tend to enjoy. Stuff like Timbersaw early on can be something they pick up now. If they wanted to, maybe a Bat Rider as well. This tends to be the heroes we see them flex on. They will start with a Pugna first into that Timbersaw. So you already grab in your specialty on the Timb. You could opt to run a Timbersaw Pugna lane if you are running that for Italiano on the Timb. But again, there's flex here. You can have RL play the mid Timbersaw if you allow stuff like, say, a Void Spirit. If you allow stuff like the Ember to be your mid matchup, then Timbersaw feels pretty amazing there once the levels are up. So I like that flex on Ravens a little bit more.
It does, and the thing is as well, with the Pugna to back him up, it feels like the Timber just becomes unkillable, right? Like, how do you kill a Timbersaw with this Pugna behind it? And then the mana, of course, on top is going to be amazing to have for Ravens. Just the extra mana coming in from the life drain. But how do you actually kill Timbersaw with the Pugna behind him? If you can't find the Pugna, it just feels like there's no chance the Timbersaw dies throughout the fights. And that's kind of the thing as well that we've been seeing in these fights, is the Pugna's not getting picked off. Like, nobody's able to catch these Pugnas in the backs, in the tree lines. And I don't know if I can confidently say that's because the map has changed and maybe these teams aren't quite used to the positions you can hide in as a ranged hero like the Pugna. But I've got to tell you, John, most of the fights that we've been seeing throughout multiple series, it never feels like this hero is getting caught.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of games where you just don't have high mobility anymore. You know, stuff like when you have the Pugna, you tend to ban out all the highly mobile cores. You have to take out the Storm as well on Nexus Titan's end, so you just lack jump for the backline, like a Quap being removed. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe one of the Spirit Brothers or a Puck is taken out just to ensure the Pugna in the back is pretty safe. And without anything to gap close, it just feels like you'll never catch the Pugna out. Like, technically Techies is there, that could be somewhat of a solution, but you don't necessarily want to blast off onto the back line for the Techies. You kind of want to follow through with your frontline initiation there. The Silencer, I suppose, can put a wrench in the works, at the very least. Global Silence to stop the drain, to stop Timbersaw from running around as well, is pretty nice. Pugna doesn't tend to get any self-dispel on hand, maybe a Lotus Orb at best. So it takes a while for the Pugna to have a solution to do something to save in that Global Silencer. It can be a little bit rough with that Silencer up and running for Nexus Titans, but I'm a little bit surprised Nexus Titans prioritized their two supports in the first phase, you know, like not even gunning for any flexibility here. It's just straight up a pause 4 Techies, pause 5 Silencer. And that should allow Ravens to just dictate what they want now. You know, with these two kinds of supports as well, and some of the weaknesses is a little bit of a lack of control. Global Silence is pretty big in team fights, but it's also an ultimate. You know, it takes a while for that to get off cooldown. And that does give Ravens a lot of openings to maybe look for something else for RL on mid, as it does look like Nexus Titans is expecting the Timbersaw for Italiano this time. So Void Spirit still in the pool, Puck, something like Zeus, Wind Ranger that we saw is a high priority for Ravens. There is stuff like Lena with her magic build-up as well, and that could be something RL goes into if they want.
Could be. Final ban to come, from Ravens at least. Bit of a mix in terms of the bans. They got rid of the Quap, they got rid of the Bloodseeker. Just those classic Timbersaw counters being removed. See, with the Quap and the Bloodseeker ban as well, John, assuming Italiano Gangster is going to be on the offlane Timber, then you're kind of, at least for me, I'm looking at the Pangolier here for RRL. Both those heroes do counter the Pango quite well here, if they do go ahead and pick it up in the mid lane for Ravens. And we know RRL does enjoy the Pango quite a lot in the mid lane. So final ban. Maybe just another mid laner to come out here, make his life as easy as possible. And they're going to get rid of the Bat Rider, which is another counter towards the Pango. So I'd imagine, unless you're right and they're thinking perhaps Void Spirit here, I think the Pango might just be a very suitable hero to just go for, because we know how comfortable the man is on it.
Yeah, I think your one issue for the Titans with a Pango on hand is that the sports didn't really deal with it. Ravens start off with a Monkey King first. Always makes me giggle a little bit when you see a Monkey King with something like Timbersaw. The chance for cutting your own tree is not zero. It's a non-zero chance that you cut your Monkey King's tree. So it's always an opportunity to grief here. And there is some flex for Ravens. Yeah, there's some flexibility for Ravens. You can opt for a Monkey King support. We have seen Wake Me Up play that, so it's not a hard lock-in on safe lane just yet for Ravens. I think depending on what comes out in the off lane for the Titans, you can still adjust. So I do like that for Ravens. Just the fact that they've run the support before means that your draft is really open. You still have the Timbersaw flex on mid, you still have the Monkey King flex between pause 1 and pause 4. So you have a lot that you can still get done. Whereas Nexus Titans, there's no flex here. It's Silencer, it's Techies. It's very clear what positions they're in. They're going to have to reveal 2 core pickups back to back as well. So that just gives Ravens the edge to kind of adjust on the fly here.
The third pick, Nexus Titan, still having a think about it. 27 seconds reserve time left for this one. Digging deep for this third pick up here.
Radiant team pick.
Wind Ranger at
They'll
your
go for the
service.
Wind Ranger pickup. I mean, this hero has been pretty hit or miss. We know it's still pretty damn potent, you know, universal hero things, but it has been very hit or miss. I guess we're going to have to wait and see if it's going to pay off this game around. But it is, in my opinion, a bit of a riskier core to go for because I just... It's not some guaranteed lockdown. It's not really guaranteed damage. It's quite easy to kill off. Speaking of easy to kill off, there's the Zeus coming out here for Nexus Titans. I'm not sure about this draft, John, because I'm seeing a lot of disable, but a lot of not guaranteed disable. It doesn't seem like the easiest draft to execute.
No, certainly not. You are very reliant on global silence in this game to kind of get control out. I like that Ravens go into the Lycan, one of the few universal cores that wasn't really touched down. So you can run this in a lot of positions, pause 1 or pause 3 here for the side of Ravens. I do prefer it in pause 1. I think the Harpoon and the Mantis sort of build is pretty scary to deal with. So you have some ways to adjust. Like Ravens could potentially run maybe something else, like say Monkey King 1, Lycan Tree, Timbersaw mid, although Timbersaw versus Zeus matchup isn't really the comfiest for a Timbersaw. And that's where the Nexus Titans can start to shine with that Zeus, just have a strong mid lane presence. But the shortcomings for Nexus Titans still stands, especially up against a Lycan who does go Echo Saber. You can just instantly run down the Zeus, find him in the middle of these fights, chase down the supports, take them out of the picture. You will need something to deal with the evasion of the Wind Ranger as a core Lycan, so that can be a little bit rough, but beyond that, you have a pretty good time here just trying to run down. You might need something like a pipe carrier. Perhaps that's where Italiano on the offlane Timbersaw can kind of shine through, but once you have something like that, then you almost have no issues. Like a pipe and 1 Lotus Orb should be enough to negate all of the control Nexus Titans has, and it just makes it a really awkward game for them.
Let's see how they finish the draft off. I think the Lycan pick is certainly going to put a spanner in the works here for Nexus Titans. There's no real good counter towards it this game. Final pick to come.
10 seconds remaining.
Practically no reserve time left to think about this for Nexus Titans. Well, not much anyway. It's either an offlane or a carry they're looking for here. I don't like Wind Ranger offlane, so it might just be a carry, and there you go. The Naga Siren's going to come out. Still don't know how to feel about this. I mean, the Naga's obviously got that great split push. It's got a nice ensnare to lock down the Lycan. I don't think the Naga struggles too much against the Timbersaw either. So I can see why they go down the Nexus, well, rather the Naga Siren route, but again, I just, this draft, it doesn't inspire confidence for me.
No, it can fall apart really fast. You need to buy a lot of space out for the Naga. You don't have a great frontliner for these fights outside of the Naga, though. So taking these fights just with, say, your Zeus and Wind Ranger running around with the supports, not going to feel amazing into what Ravens has. There's a lot of durability here for Ravens. Even just the Howl up against something like the Wind Ranger can feel atrocious for the Wind Ranger trying to get a successful focus fire kill off with that damage reduction. So I don't know. I think either way, Ravens closes out in this draft, whether or not we get the Timbersaw mid or off lane, whether or not we get the core support Monkey King. I'm pretty happy already. I think if you just want a little bit more damage on hand, they will go with the Alk. So a rather interesting way to close out, which should mean, yeah, Arceus is playing the Alchemist. We do get Italiano on the Lycan, and that should be RL on the mid Timb. And the one thing you can get out here for the Titans is that your mid matchup isn't the best for Timbersaw. At the same time, it probably isn't the worst. Like if you can gap close onto Zeus spam rolling that, it's still going to hurt that hero. And once you get your level 2 reactive armor, you can still kind of sustain, although the Zeus still has the burst play on hand. But he will have to burn a lot of his mana in trying to trade through there. And I think the side of Nexus Titans, again, you have to stall out for Kuritsuru. The Naga takes a lot of time to be online. talking about like Manta Diffusal Heart. And I just don't see Zor and Desperate being able to pick up that pace. Like Wind Ranger Zeus to rotate in, it's up against a Timbersaw, up against a Lycan, up against an Alchemist. It doesn't feel amazing. You don't have straightforward solutions for any of this. And I think Ravens just has a much more solid draft. I think it scales up pretty nicely as well. Even if, say, the Alchemist falls a little bit behind, you always have your Timbersaw to clear out the illusions. You've got your Lycan that can itemize more as a core, or a right-click core at the very least down the line as well. So I like what Ravens has a lot more here, Mike.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you on this, John. And I think the Alch pick, while it may not feel amazing, I think just being able to outpace what Nexus Titans have is going to be quite a strong tactic. And Alch Lycan, John, it's not going to be too fun to go against. I'll tell you that. It's going to be a bit of a rough time, I think, for Nexus Titans. But let's not assume things, Jonathan. Let's see how all this is going to pan out as we can head into game number 1 of this best of 3 series here for Division 2 NA between Nexus Titans and, of course, the side of Ravens, and see exactly how it is going to pan out. There's just no need for guessing. Though I think we've both guessed that the draft from Ravens is probably going to be a little bit more effective here in this game. But then again, it wouldn't be the first time we were wrong, to be absolutely fair. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think it's still challenging for Nexus Titans either way. Like when you do get these big team fights out, like you do have magical bursts with the Zeus to an extent. You can try to melt down, especially if you get, say, your Kaya timing, Phylactery Kaya online here for Desperate at a good point. But the potential to run down is still there, especially with something like the Monkey to scout the back line, the Lycan to just shapeshift and run down with no hard control. There's not going to be too many solutions from the side of Titans. Then when you start to connect your physical cores together with the Lycan and the Alch, like Acid Spray Plus, how it's a huge chunk of minus armor without even going for anything like the Desolator. You will just melt if you're caught in the middle of these team fights with the Acid Spray running. That you're not going to have a good time at all.
No, you certainly are not. Bit of a fight over the bounties, it seems. Jumping is there onto the Wind Ranger. Already finding himself in a bit of trouble here, Zor. Going to cop a blood grenade now as well. It's a lot of damage. In fact, they've got a stun coming up in 1. So Lu should have the damage, and he does. I say Lu, it is Argus, Jonathan. It's just problem is my game's bugged out, so I've got the pub names going on here, which is very nice.
Very nice. Always good to see a little bit of an extra challenge. Tana getting challenged here as well.
It certainly is, John. He might just be dead. And he is. Argus is going to find a secondary kill here on the Alchemist. That's a perfect start for Argus. And if there's one person you don't want to feed a double kill over to, it's the Alchemist that's already going to pop off.
Yeah, it's a solid start already coming out here for the top lane for Ravens. Just going to have a pretty strong timing on the Alchemist now. I'm not sure what kind of contention you really expect from a Wind Ranger and Techie's offlane as well. It's not the easiest time to just look for the rundown. Decrep here for Kara is going to feel really good as a value point if you do see the Wind Ranger starting to apply a little bit too much harass. You can kind of connect with the Acid Spray Unstable pretty nicely here. You've got the Nether Blast constantly harass out. It's not going to feel amazing for the Titans. I agree with you in the draft when it was going on. When you kind of mentioned the Wind Ranger potentially going offlane not being great. It's really not the best. Like we tend to see Wind Ranger shine from mid and safe lane. The offlane position for this hero is subpar. I think it just doesn't have enough presence in the dual lane to really feel great. So we'll have to see. Perhaps Zor proves us wrong and he starts to pop off. For now, what a start. Argus has all the space in the world he needs.
That he certainly does. Already a brilliant start here for the Arc, 2-0-0. Not the kind of start you wanted to hand over as Nexus Titans, but that's exactly where they've ended up. As you look at that mid lane as well already, Desperate solo on HP on the Zeus, which is another bad kind of situation for Nexus Titans, because RL, he's in position to keep chasing the Zeus. He's on the wrong side of the mid river right now, that Zeus. Whirling Death is up at the moment to boot. So if RL really wants to mess with Desperate, he could just kind of chase him down. I don't know where this guy's going. Like, where's Desperate meant to run now, John? He's got no heavenly jump. He's on the wrong side of the river. He needs to get to the other side to be safe. And there's a willing death up. So chances are you might just die here.
Yeah, you should probably just die. The Zeus can again do some decent damage onto the Tim, but your attack range is within striking distance of Whirling Death, so it's never comfy for you to CS through the wave, try to get some right-click harass. It's very costly for you to spam Arc Lightning or even Lightning Bolt down the line to try to zone out the Timbersaw. So RL does have a really good way of balancing this lane out. Already has a stick up as well, up against that spell spam, Desperate. I mean, you can get a stick against a Timb. It does fill up slower than it would when you're up against the Zeus. The spell spam for the Zeus a lot faster. So RL does have a lot more regen on hand to play with whenever Desperate does decide to go for these trades. And this is not a good tone, right? We talked about this mid. We looked at that player comparison. And Desperate, when he has a rough game, it feels like all of Nexus Titans has a rough game as a result. Because you won't have anyone that can get active. And I just don't see a Wind Ranger alone having enough damage by the mid game without a farmed up Zeus. You know, that Phylactery, that Kaya build up on this hero just really important to help you start finding these pickoffs across the map. So we'll have to see if Desperate can kind of try to repair this lane. Once you have Heavenly Jump, it does get a little bit better, but not by much. I mean, that cooldown is pretty massive. It saves you only once, but the moment you try to come back and then CS once more, a Timbersaw just runs you down.
Yeah, it's not going to be the easiest time here, I don't think, for our mid Zeus. And well, while we're at it, we still do have a pause. So that bottom lane, of course, you're going to have this Lycan and Monkey King against the Silencer and Naga Siren, which theoretically should be a pretty damn good game for this, a good laning stage for this Naga Siren. I would argue it should be a fairly free time, but that is purely based on the fact that he's got a position 5 Silencer who should be able to zone everyone out. See, double melee matchup against Silencer is not going to feel very, very nice. And Nature Lover, knowing that, he does go for the level 1 Glaives of Wisdom, so really wants to try and abuse the fact that he's a ranged support against 2 melees. Whether that's actually going to work out or not, I don't know. I think if you're Italian and a gangster, you're just looking to farm right now. You don't care for any kill attempts. You know, you might see Wake Me Up just leaving the lane pretty early on, maybe rotating mid to try and help secure a kill onto the Zeus. And I think as long as the Italian gangster can move into the home of the Dominator timing, you know, just go to the jungle, flash farm there. Map's 40% bigger after all. And then afterwards, you get the helm of the Overlord and off you go.
Yeah, you get your timings online. There's just nothing to deal with a creep army here from the side of Nexus Titans. Sure, you should have a pretty stable lane as well for Kiritsugu and Nature Lover. This shouldn't be too rough for the Nagasaran to just find that CS up. But it does take a while anyway for Naga to be online. So even if you have that strong laning phase.
Well, I mean, I guess he probably wanted to just die there. I thought maybe it was a bit of an accident going for that final right click on the creep, but obviously already knew he was already dead, so just go for the reset. It doesn't really help, John, that in my Dota client, we do have Desperate with the name Garbage, which is hopefully something I'm not going to call in this game, because again, that's what it says in my game client. You know? Yeah. That's what he chose as a pub name. It's not my choice.
Yeah, that is his pub name right now, so I can see it. This little spectator lobby slot bug feeling pretty rough, but well, we'll see if that maintains. 0-3 start for Ravens, already looking pretty damn sharp. And not the best of times for the side of Nexus Titans. I mean, just those 2 kills alone on Argus, going out onto Argus already makes it feel pretty bad. Just the fact that this Alk will flash farm into the Radiance a lot faster. The Radiance burn, the mischance up against the Naga and the Wind Ranger are going to feel awful. You have a lot that's just lined up here for a strong start for Ravens that you don't really have any way of counteracting on the side of Nexus Titans. Like, yeah, again, you're going to farm well in Kiritsugu, sure, great, nice. But Naga's just going to need way more time in comparison to the Alchemist to get online. And it's just not going to be comfy.
No, it won't. Nature Lover, bottom lane, a bit of a surround here. He went too far forward trying to harass out the Lycan. Luckily for Nature Lover, they do miss the Primal Spring, so quite a bit of damage lacking there from the Monkey King. You see the slow not really kicking in either. So Nature Lover able to walk out successfully. Though as the silencer, like, you've got Glaives of Wisdom, so sure you want to try and abuse them, but you've got to be careful about this Monkey King. Like, if he's just sitting in the tree line waiting for you to move up, it's not that hard for them to get through the HP pool of the silencer.
Yeah, it doesn't take too long to rip that squishy hero apart. You do have the Mangoes to sustain this spam, though, from Nature Lover, so it shouldn't be too rough for him. Can't still manages to get the Lotus as well from the pool, so you're feeling pretty good here. Italiano is starting to comp it, but, you know, he's got the Feral Impulse up. Once you get that to level 2, you're really not going to have any issues here as the Lycan. What we are seeing is a little bit more presence out from Desperate now. Starting to pull ahead in the CS and start to apply that harass that the Zeus does need to pull off. And with the bottle, it's a little bit more sustainable. Rune control is going to be a big one here as well. If Ravens can somehow commit, take away the Water Rune, then that's where things can really go southbound for Desperate mid.
Speaking of southbound, Kara ends up taking down Thana, so Thana not feeling too... Oh, Zor sticking around a bit too long. He just saw his Pugna die, or rather his techies die. Top lane, the dive is there. Zor gonna go for a wind run.
Structures are fortified.
He's gonna make it, and he's actually quite lucky Kara ran out of mana. Otherwise, there would have been another level 2 Nether Blast to finish off the kill. But again, Kara just no mana to speak of. Has to let the Wind Ranger go. Nexus Titans, luckily not losing a secondary hero, though. I hope I haven't jinxed the John, because top lane again, they're going to make the jump in. Thana, this time, will go down a second time, in fact. And he just TP'd back to the lane. So it's a bit of a walk of shame situation here for poor old Thana.
Has to work his way back. Solo lane for Zor's not going to feel amazing. At the very least, they are getting that aggression down. Bot. So they punish
Look at how
Waking Up
Zor's
for
dead.
jumping a little bit too forward.
Oh, nice juke from Zor. Nice juke through the tree line, forcing the stun into the arc. But sure, you find the Monkey King down a bot lane. At least the Lycan's still farming. In this top lane, Zor is finding really nothing at this stage, because it's just a constant chase from this Pugna. And this is another thing that annoys me about this hero, John. Why does it get 330 movement speed with that kind of range, that kind of damage, and Nether Blast is just so spammable on top of that?
Yeah, it's a lot. And a good Pugna can do a lot in that laning phase. And it's not smooth going for the side of the Titans. Like, if you had a way of just committing onto the Pugna and trading, like physically, then it actually isn't that bad. But you've got the core Wind Ranger, so it needs to farm up. Tane has been trying to right-click trade, but his Blightstone hasn't paid off. Just cops a little bit too much from Kara. And I don't know. I mean, a 1 to 5 start again, a little bit rough. When you can land the sticky bombs, it does feel good. Pugna is not the most durable hero in the world, so you can kind of try to zone out that way, although...
Yeah, there may not be too much running this time. Stun does land. Meanwhile, mid lane, RRL does find the Zeus to boot, so both the top and mid lane just being a little bit disastrous here for Nexus Titans. RRL also able to walk away, just looking for a power rune. The Invis is going to be up top. He does have level 2 chains if he wants to chase for this. In fact, his supports aren't going to be there. Last word committed here from Nature Lover, but he's going to be in danger. And the mid lane gets a little bit worse now for Nexus Titans, as they will lose a support here. At least it is Takara, but a bit more XP to the Timber Sword, just in case he needed it. It doesn't even seem like he wants the Invis rune. It doesn't have a bottle anyway, so it doesn't really need it.
No, just get it out in the supports, get another rotation up top. Pink's coming out there for Waking Up to make that move. You do have a Lycan at level 5, so you can leave Italiano alone to just play this farming game up against Kiritsugu. Again, you don't mind the Naga too much here, having a free lane, because it just takes time.
Oh, a nice body block from Wake Me Up. At least you won't get the follow-up stun you were looking for here from the Arc. The Shackle Shot will ensure that Argus does stun himself. But I do appreciate how active Wake Me Up started to become here on the Monkey King. And they are just fully focused on this offlane. They are giving no space to Zor on this Wind Ranger. But even Nature Lover now here on the Silencer to try and give a bit of a tougher time towards this Arc. But Wake Me Up shows himself again.
Not going anywhere.
It's almost a level 5 Monkey King, John. He's actually out-leveling the Wind Ranger right now. Though he does get jumped. Thana will secure the kill here. on the techies.
Radiant's bottom
But that is
tower
kind of going to show the state of the game. Like, he had more XP than Zor does.
Yeah, it's just been a rough time for Zor. Look, the lane's just not going great. They have to run tri-lane up against the aggression that Ravens was bringing out themselves. And Ravens now, that does, pull them back a bit, but now you can maybe just focus on farming up an Argus and try to apply some pressure down bot. We are seeing the TP out now from Wake Me Up down south as well. They could try to ensure the Naga doesn't have a free run. No point in the song, as you tend to see on the Nagas trying to farm up. So if Kiritsugu does step past his bounty here, could get punished.
Bottom lane, jump is there. Kara being caught. Jump in from Wake Me Up, though. He's going up against 3 targets here. Maybe a little bit too optimistic from Wake Me Up. But he has help incoming. Here comes the Lycan. Is it going to matter? Nature Lover, he's been left without a song, but he's still okay to TP out. Everyone gets out just fine. To be absolutely fair, John, that was 3v1. They had the song TP out. They didn't trust they could survive that.
Radiant structure.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call. I mean, with the Lycan coming in, would have been really dicey to force that issue there.
Radiant's bottom
He has enough damage as a universal type with just the Dominator and 2 circlets up. And the fact the Dominator gives you stats as well and is a pretty big thing for a hero like Lycan. They've got room to shove in mid, and that will not take too much time with Kara and the level 3 Nether Blast here as well. The defense is up at the very least.
And it is. They will try to hold on here. RRL copping a fair bit of damage. Might actually go down. The blast off does connect and RRL is gone. Overextending a bit too much. They have plenty of magical damage for this Timbersaw. It's a pretty big pick off here for the side of Nexus Titans. Meanwhile, Nature Lover, we'll get the last word off. He's going to be okay. No real follow-up here from Kara.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, top lane, Chase is on for Zor. Balance Strike is there after the Unstable Concoction, but they haven't got the damage output. So Zor is going to be just fine. 1k advantage still stands here for Ravens. Mind you, this whole time, this Naga Siren has been free farming, so she's doing quite well in terms of keeping up with the Alchemist so far, which is certainly a pretty damn good sign for Nexus Titans. But the bad thing is, she's really the only one having a decent time, and it is a Naga. So, all this farm that she's getting isn't going to amount to much up until you hit that mid to late game. Zor, top lane, going to go down. Of course, we saw Nature Lover in the mid lane drop. Now even Thane's being chased on the techies, just for good measure.
Ooh, and lots of bounties, though. That's a
Beautiful.
little steal for Tana. Taking that away from Alk always feels good, but now he's in the middle of nowhere.
Perfect Primal Spring in. He's going to try and at least make life a little bit more challenging for Ravens. Just give him a bit of a chase, maybe a deny attempt, but no. Kara's got the decrep. No real chance of getting the deny off. And we sit at 4-11 now. Ravens in the lead by 2k net worth. Again, the one saving grace. Oh boy, hold on a minute. Mid lane,
Radiant's
desperate.
tower is under attack.
Was jumped by RRL. Does get quite a bit of damage off onto the Timber, but well, you're seeing the Pugna just move in for a nice, easy life train to ensure RRL is looking healthy.
Yeah, just keeping him topped up. RRL switching out from the Kaya into the pipe, realizing that, the Zeus is going to be an issue if you don't get the pipe. Once that pipe is up, Timbersaw doesn't really have any concerns. And as the game scales on, that kind of just amplifies as well. You get a magic resist talent at level 20 for some reason on the Timbersaw, 20% magic res. Then you get neutrals with a lot of magic res now as well, so it's not going to be a standing issue for too long. Smoke out from Nexus Titans. Does look like they want to apply pressure down bot here.
Well, Talon the Gangster, like he's been having a pretty damn good game on the Lycan. Completely surrounded, still gets the wolf form off in time, but with the ensnare out, surely they secure the kill. It does cost them quite a bit in terms of the spell usage. And look at this shot. They've almost got the Zeus down. Kara, he's forced to decrepify a TP away, but the cancel is there. So he will drop. A nice couple of pickups here from Nexus Titans. Top lane though, guess what? Zor's being picked off again. A huge stun out, so the wind run not really going to do too much. I say it doesn't do too much, it does delay a lot of damage to come in. And it seems like Zor is actually maybe just going to survive. The Wake Me Up keeps up the vision. Another wind run. I didn't realize he actually ended up maxing out Wind Run. He's got a level 3 E available, and sadly, it may not matter. The chase is still going. Shackle out again. Wake Me Up, still chasing. However, now with the focus fire, the power shot, Wake Me Up should surely die, but he's still got the backup incoming here from Argus as they land another stun out. Zor's gonna die.
Oh, come on, you're dead already?
Oh, that's upsetting. And now Nature Lover. Run, sir. It's not safe. Big TP's incoming. That's a lot of damage coming in from the mines. RRL maybe getting a bit too excited. He is going to drop. I love that mine place from Thana. He had it really on point.
The triangular mine setup to entrap that Timbersaw. Lots of damage coming out there. Again, the magical output is still there to punish an overextension. The pipe does look to be finished here, so maybe not as much of an issue now for the Timb. But you do have to respect that. Still, you're not too upset for Nexus Titans. Even though you lose Zor again, yeah, you find RRL, you're getting some good punishment. You're having to drag your heroes all the way across the map to get that done. It is worthwhile. Wake Me Up looking for a steal opportunity up against 2. Could be a bit risky.
I mean, the likelihood is he probably will die for this. But we've seen multiple teams. Like, they're more than happy to sacrifice the support. And Thana's already prepped for it, just in case the jump is going to be there from Wake Me Up. And he actually decides not to go for it, but he maybe should have. Because now the jump is in. The life drain is out. Thana somehow is going to be the one to go down. They do lose Wake Me Up now. In the meantime, Nature Lover being controlled up will drop as well to Italiano Gangster. They've even got
Has been killed.
our Zeus to drop. Desperate
Top tower is
will go down. 3 for the price of 1. And sure, you don't get the Wisdom Rune as Ravens, but who the hell cares? You got 3 heroes for your trouble.
Radiant's top
Plenty of XP through that kind of avenue as well.
Yeah, just to kill, it's more than enough. No one stole the Raven's Rune as well. Takara still gets to pick that up for himself. And for the side of Nexus Titans, it's really looking all in on the Naga. Just wanting to get a good game for Kiritsugu. Manta up, Orchid next.
Wake Me Up. Oh, your bottom lane, Wukong's command committed. He has not got Boundless, he's already committed that. Wake Me Up still going very far forward, trying to set up a kill here, but they've got to save him.
Radiant's mid
They'll stun up the illusions just to ensure that they do not lose that support Monkey King. Of course, Kara is going to be there with the life train to keep the MK alive. Top lane, however, looks like they are going to find Italiano Gangster. Here comes RRL to try and find some trades for himself. There is a lot of magical damage here. He does have to be a little bit cautious. Does have to pipe up though, so feeling a little bit safer. We'll go back after Thana. That's 1 down. But now he's out of mana. That'll force him to back off. And still a decent win for Nexus Titans. Like, you got the liking for a techies. You'll be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, again, you're looking for any core pickoffs here for the side of Nexus Titans. Kill onto Lycan does allow them to bounce back just a little bit. Allow Zor to catch up. Try to get desperate on the road to build up. Has that Phylactery Kaya we were talking about, going straight for the E-Blade. Should still have to be a little bit careful here.
Yeah, desperate. They're going to try and save with the Global Silence. Desperate, though. He's already committed the Heavenly Jump, so he's not a very mobile Zeus at the moment. So he just tries to take Kara down before he goes down, but it is not going to pan out. Kara will survive. Meanwhile, RRL is just diving for even more now as Nature Lover gets caught and just gets destroyed by Italiano Gangster.
tower is under attack.
Oh, they've even found a double damage rune for themselves. They do want it.
Scanning.
And they've also scanned out the Naga. They know she's probably in the triangle somewhere, and the surround is incoming. There's the Chemical Rage being popped. She will run the right way, but Italiano Gangster is around the corner, but no, they miss out. Somehow, this Naga will survive for another day.
Kiritsugu gets to hold on. Orchid almost fully done, so the Naga's going to have a little bit of presence if she does decide to join in these fights. And that could be one way for the side of Titans to reel this one back in. Have that farm on Kiritsugu, have some impact, start to join in. It's still a little bit risky for the Naga in terms of trying to join these fights, though. I still think this Alchemist is a massive issue with a Radiance up, and the Mantis not too far off. Smoke play out from both sides now.
Oh, they're going to run into each other to boot. Kara, he might be the one to get caught, but Wake Me Up breaks the whole smoke. Oh, on the Radiant side as Kara still surely does drop, but he has the Glimmer Cape. It'll buy him some time. Blast off, Shackle Shot, everything committed to ensure the man dies. And now Wake Me Up. Getting caught with his pants down, he'll try to go for a kill attempt on someone, but it's not going to work. Two supports dropping as they continue for the fight. RRL making the jump in, barely misses out on the Wind Ranger. Thana will go down, however. That's one support down, but it seems like they are forced to back off. Still a bit of a win for Nexus Titans.
Yeah, 1 for 2. You get some activity out from Kiritsugu, again showing off that Orchid and a pretty good usage of it to reveal. That's one way for them to set the tone here on Nexus Titans. Your impact on Naga is actually pretty decent with that Orchid up, and the side of Ravens a little bit disconnected. You know, the supports chased the courser too far. You didn't have Shapeshift up on the Italiano, so you couldn't follow through with that chase. You don't have that mobility up yet on your Alk either. Manta flying out now, but you probably need a blink here to get up in front and follow that pacing that RL and Wake Me Up will provide you, along with Italiano's run-in. So, gonna need to tie in a few more items for the Alk to really feel comfy. Overall, though, I'm not sure if it's really a big concern to have the Naga get this big. Like, the Scotty's coming out next, that is detrimental to your cause, but again, if you manage to survive through these fights anyway, you have really good illusion clear coming off across the sides for the Ravens, and they might be able to rotate onto Kiritsugu.
They may. Calling the Gangster. It's going to be the first one to spot him. Problem is he doesn't really have the greatest of lockdown on the Lycan. He has no lockdown. Nice route, though, coming out from Wake Me Up.
Ooh.
Song will be popped to ensure they can try to retreat. There are 5 heroes here from Nexus Titans, so they could think about going for the fight, but instead they will retreat, buy themselves more time. But the Zeus has just casually run in, but he will heavily jump right back out. Ravens, they just take a couple of stacks. That'll be enough for them. They didn't see the opening for a good team fight. Not by the T2 top tower anyway.
A little bit rough committing the shapeshift there from Italiano, so there's a minute opening for the side of Nexus Titans if they do want to come in, but with no Song for a longer cooldown, not the safest bet to try to re-engage.
Desperate. Seeing RL is going to back off. Probably the Gangster going to run right into the Naga Siren. Kiritsugu now running into RRL. Baina on the run again. Wake Me Up will jump in. Global Silencer is going to be very, very nice here from Nexus Titans. They'll be able to turn this team fight by the looks of it. So they've got one down. RRL in trouble, is not going to drop yet, but the Spirit Vessel's still going, but he has the pipe. He'll make it out. Barely avoiding the power shot as well. Kara will glimmer. Kara will run. He does have some one charges to boot, so oh, a nice shackle. It's going to latch. No getting up for him, but here comes Italian a Gangster. With the wolf form, they jump in. That's one down. That's your Wind Ranger. Nature Lover now. Being caught out, he'll go down. So they do find 2. Still, Nexus Titans seem to be finding the better end of these trades. But at the same time, this has bought a lot of time for this Alchemist to farm up. And well, Argus now about 2k ahead of the Naga. It's finally starting to pull away. See if Ravens can kind of press the advantage.
Yeah, I think this is the scary point for the draft from Ravens. With a blink up on Argus, it does allow him to gap close, keep up the pacing, keep up that with the jumps in that we're seeing from RL and Italiano. You're also scaling up pretty nicely on Wake Me Up, Desperate.
Yeah, being caught. Stun is going to be the longest duration you could ask for. And he can try for the Heavenly Jump. He'll try for the Ethereal Blade. It's actually buying him a bit of time, but the Radiance is going to burn. This poor old Nature Lover showed up to try and help his core. He's going to die for this. Now, even Kara now chasing down Zor in case he could get it to Crepify. Not going to quite be the case, but they can move on to the bottom tier 2. There's not really much in the way of stopping Ravens at the moment. So that'll be your tier 2 bot tower gone. They are at least trying to trade the mid tier 1, but you've got a Timber in your way. Of all heroes, this is the one guy you probably can't get through for this tier 1 tower. So they will bring in the Naga illusions. Maybe try to slowly chip away that way. Problem is though, Roshan's now started. So you can take the tier 1 if you want. Ravens, they'll just take Roshan instead.
Yeah, it's not going to take too long for the side of Ravens to clear this out. Especially with the Howl and the Acid Spray coming in. Roshan softens up a fair bit. You are getting a really strong push from Kiritsugu up top though. Tier 2 is going to fall for this one. That's going to be a nice objective to take. Solidifies their position to farm around that area up top. And the Naga is starting to grow big. Scotty fully up for Kiritsugu. So up against the regen on hand from your Alchemist, from literally everyone here inside of Ravens. It's not going to feel amazing, but as long as you can clear out the illusions and clear out the main Naga with RRL, I don't think that's a concern still. You still have ways of handling the wave spam here from Kiritsugu. You will have to start to focus on the Naga a little bit more. It does feel like she is getting away with much more than you'd expect the Naga to. Like now chipping away on the high ground as well for free. No contestation.
No, absolutely not. The tier 3 tower copying a fair bit of damage here from Kiritsugu. And I guess this is why they go for the Naga. Like, it was kind of mentioned during the draft phase, but this hero is excellent at just constantly split pushing the lanes.
Dire's middle
She is certainly buying her team quite a bit of time in this game number 1. I mean, maybe you could kind of blame Ravens for not being as clean as we usually see them be. You know, they've kind of been maybe a little bit too overly confident here in this game 1, just kind of running at the side of Nexus Titans and getting taken down quite a few times. But now with the Aegis up, they are going to go for a big smoke. 3-man smoke with a rotation across the map towards the top side. They're going to see the Naga. RRL will realize it is the right one and keep the vision up. Thing is, there is a Song TP available. Meanwhile, mid lane, Zor has also been caught out on the Wind Ranger. He'll try to wind run away, but they've got the control. So Zor will drop. RRL, has he gone too far? It doesn't seem like it. Now the Alchemist is here. Song and Global Silence both committed. TP away should be successful, and it will be. As mid lane, apparently we've lost 3 targets. Well, what the hell happened?
They get run down a little bit. The damage coming out from Desperate is not something you can underestimate. BKB is there for Italiano, it just doesn't pop it. And you've got the E-Blade plus the nuking potential. You can just run them down. Very focused up top. Your big cores are kind of trying to chase down a Naga without follow true control. So she bails out. And the side of Titans, again, despite them being behind, they're finding enough trades to stay in the game. Managing to avoid a lot of issues for Kiritsugu. Once the heart is up with that Scotty, that's when things can start to get a little bit more dangerous for Ravens. I think you really want to force the issue onto the Naga. If you can somehow get the jump on top, with the Radiance, you still have no real big concern. Like the evasion, the missed chance is more than enough to make it uncomfy for the Naga in the core. Just that they're not finding that lump up here on the side of Ravens.
Mid lane, RRL still defending that mid tier 1 tower.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Nexus Titans, though, feeling very confident now. They'll take down the tier 1 mid. Big itemization on the Zeus. He's got the Octarine core, so those cooldowns substantially shorter. Moving in, the Naga. No Song available for 30, so they do have to be a little bit cautious about how they take this team fight. Wolf Form pop. They're going to try and chase down the Zeus first, but Desperate immediately out with the TP is going to be just fine. Instead, they'll try to go after Kiritsugu. Again, no Song available for another 15 seconds. They do ensnare him up. Rod of Atos out. There's your Boundless Strike as well. It seems like Kiritsugu may have gone a bit too far. The chase still ongoing. They need more damage though. Chakram's going to land. They've got the Naga.
Radiant's bottom
No buyback available. That's a problem. Luckily, they cannot go high ground yet. Like Thaina, still sticking around as they're diving the high ground anyway. Zor gets caught out by the stun of the Alchemist. And it seems like they'll have barely enough. Wake Me Up still going after the Zeus. Desperate might actually just die, but the Chakram's not enough. Oh, had he left it for a split second, It may have done it. And now Zor, a great shackle fighting two, but the life drain. Wake me up, we'll survive for another day, but now they're in the minefield sign. Techie's. How do you miss that power?
That's sick.
Hold on a minute. Here they go again. Stun out onto Zor. The Wind Ranger is gone. Onto more they go. Desperate. Trying to run. Boundless Strike is there. That'll be another. Desperate is down. No buybacks available on either core.
Tower is under attack.
And suddenly they are
Argus
just
still
diving.
diving.
They are still going. My goodness, Argus. He won't even look at Nature Lover when he dies.
Oh, God. The Bloodthorn weren't enough. Tana.
Bye-bye, Tana.
Radiant's middle tower.
All right.
Radiant's middle tower.
That was, well, quite the series of events there, Mike. I didn't realize Tana rushed the Ags on Techies, which I guess in this game it's not the most, it's not the worst thing in the world. You stop the Timbersaw from just chaining around, you stop the chase down. Can be nice, it's just, it feels like you have a lot more to worry about right now on the side of Nexus Titans. That kill onto Kiritsugu, pretty much opening that chain of events. No song to save. No counterplay. Too durable on the side of Ravens. You need the Scotty hits to come in from Kiritsugu to really prevent them from getting that rundown. Sure, Aegis expires, but man, they're still applying pressure. All outer towers taken out now for Nexus Titans. So the map is shrinking for everyone but Kiritsugu. So it's only really now your Naga that's left that can still work the map. Everyone else
Lane,
is just kind
wake
of
me
stuck
up.
in limbo.
Latos's gonna hold him down for a little bit. Oh, they've got Desperate though. The Zeus, he'll be okay. They couldn't quite get the arc there in time for the follow-up stun. However, speaking of that arc, they have found him with the Thunder God's Wrath. Chemical Rage up in 10 seconds. Zor, not gonna survive long enough, I don't think, to see that. Chases on from Italian Gangster. Windrun committed. They're actually gonna leave him for a bit to look after Nature Lover. And why not? RL still chasing them down past the tier 3 tower. And it seems like he's going to get out. RL now the one in danger. RRL, Lotus Orb going to save his life for now, but he's been global silenced up, and with the Spirit Vessel out, he's going to drop. The Ravens may be having a bit too much fun.
Yeah, definitely having a bit too much there. Biting off more than they can chew, getting punished for the high ground dives. And they do force the buyback from Nature Lover at the least, and they force the usage of the Global Silence, but for the side of Nexus Titans, I mean, this is the kind of stall out they want. Just want your Naga to hit full critical mass, get into that Bloodthorn, up against the Alk with the evasion. It can be massive to get that control off, although Argus does have the Manta, so it's not really a major concern here for Argus. Already has his BKB as well. Going into full Abyssal now. You've got Italiano working onto his Nullifier. He's got a way of dealing with the E-Blade that Desperate has been using defensively in the middle of these engagements. And for Wake Me Up, he's got the full Atos and Maelstrom, so you can go for the Gleipnir. Once you have that additional AoE control, these teamfights really open up for Ravens. That's the one thing they really lack, relying mainly on just...
They got a bit too far here. Argus, I mean, he's by himself, but he's just manning up. BKB TP away is going to prove to be enough, but now RL's moved in.
RL?
And something's going on here with Ravens. I mean, I'm not sure if they're talking or not here, John. Maybe they're trying to challenge themselves. RL's still going to survive, though. Wake Me Up was there to save. Maybe it's just a no talk challenge for Ravens here in this series. We go again. Nature Love. Shackle. It's going to land on 2. They just don't have the follow-up damage at the moment.
It's funny, if you did stay there on Argus, you could have won that fight. I mean, that could have been a fight to take for the damage coming out from Yalk, but and just a little bit back and forth with the decisions here on the side of Ravens. That does give the Titans room to breathe. They've got the Global Sounds ready, they've got Song, they'll smoke up now.
Mid lane. Kutsugu. Not going to get jumped. Looking to try and play the bait for the team. Ravens still just farming the jungle. It looks like Italiano Gangster may get caught. Does have the BKB though, so it's kind of hard to lock him down. He will eventually pop it, will form out as well, and now the turnaround onto Thana. He does at least get the Minefield sign off in time here, Thana, and in fact with the Ghost Scepter, he's going to survive a little bit longer. In fact, he'll make it out. Thana's just fine. Chase still on for RRL. In goes your Alchemist. Argus, though, with the BKB can go for the man fight against the Naga Siren, but there's your song being committed. But the Naga still being attacked by the BKB now, but eventually the BKB does wear off. Argus cannot stun him in time. The Naga is going to be able to TP freely, but the rest of his team, they can't quite do the same. At least for the Zeus. Desperate is gone.
They managed to bail out at the very least, but not being able to catch Naga once more, Kiritsugu with a song, is hard to manage. That's still the one saving play that you do have in Nexus Titans, just the retreat with a song. That does allow the stall out here. Still a full BKB now, up for Wake Me Up. So the Monkey King should be able to try to catch out now with the bound. Let's just hold on to that for the song and BKB out. Yeah. Roche being taken once more of the side of Ravens. No contestation here from the side of Nexus Titans. Aegis Cheese available for them to take. And that should allow them the high ground opening that they've been kind of looking for here. As long as they don't overcommit. Cheese been left alone. And they don't go back to pick it up. Okay. No.
Nope.
All right. No. Yeah. Italiano. Yes. Okay. Good.
But I have
Some
to.
good cheese. Goes
Don't
very
just
well
keep it
with
in the
some
back.
Bolognese sauce.
He's kept him in the backpack, John. He'd rather prefer the Wraith Bands.
attack.
Or the wand. Oh, come on now. Put the cheese in the bag.
No. It stays in the pack until you get home and the pasta sauce is ready, Mike.
What?
I need to eat the cheese now.
How is the wand better than the cheese? How are the
Because
Wraith Bands better than the
doesn't-
cheese?
Well, the Wraith Bands, I could argue, yes, as a universal type, you'd keep that in. The wand, I mean, you're up against the Zeus, right? You want to get one full wand charge off, and then swap in
What?
the cheese. I mean, you're not in pertinent danger. You know, once the fight starts, you can swap it in. You're not gonna die in 6 seconds for the most part for Italiano with a BKB up, so you don't need it standing in your active pack for the most part.
You really are reaching for reasons here, John.
I mean, why would you put the cheese in? You're not gonna eat it yet. You're not
What do
gonna
you mean?
randomly eat it in lane, Mike.
Hold on a minute, John. Mid lane, Zor. One of Atos out into the Wind Ranger. Another one of Atos out. Silencer being caught out here by the Boundless Strike. In comes Italiano Gangster. That's one being destroyed. That's a second being destroyed. Zor going down. There's your song being committed here by our Naga Siren. Now without the song up, things could get rather difficult as they do commit the Rod of Atos again onto the Naga. Rather than ensnare with the Lotus Orb was there. Slower siege. In goes Argus. He does have the BKB, so he's feeling confident.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower
Now tier 3 tower at least should drop, but Chemical Rage will wear out. Wukong's command down onto the Naga Siren. Looks like they have found at least Kiritsugu. That's the big target they really wanted. Kiritsugu is still running though. Thana jumps in to sacrifice his own life. Will go down. Gets the minefield down as well. And it seems like it's actually doing quite a bit of work here. The shackle shot onto 2 is out from Zor. Argus somehow still alive, still able to get out with the Chemical Rage as now the turnaround is there once again. Zor being Atos up. Jump in is there. Zor is down. Looks like Thana should go down as well. Though Argus will not dive any longer, so maybe not. In fact, Argus, when he's taken through all this damage, keep in mind he still has a secondary life. They have not dealt with the first one so far. So there it goes. He's finally down, but Zor has also died back. It's RRL now. Thana being stunned up. Nature Lover's gone. There's your Midrax. Finally going down here between these two. Do they want to keep going? They need a creep wave.
Yeah.
We go again. They'll get rid of Thana. No buyback on him either. Nullify now out. Onto the Zeus. So desperate. Trying to get out desperately, but is not going to be able to get it done. Onto the Naga Siren. Final target to take down Kiritsugu. At least we'll find Kara before he does go down. But that's about it. No buyback available. It may as well be a GG call to come out. And there you go. Thana's called it. Game 1 will go the way of Ravens. Nexus Titans sadly unable to find a victory here in Game 1. Though a nice attempt, at least. Like the game does last 38 minutes, just about, and it did feel like they were having some decent odds of being able to pull off a victory here in Game 1. But to be fair, I feel like those odds were based off the fact that maybe Ravens were playing a little bit too, too forward. Is one way to put it here, John. I think, and we'll see if Ravens want to clean it up and tighten up for game number 2. But at least for Game 1, they do pull off the victory.
Yeah, they had a little bit of fun on Ravens diving high ground, diving through tier 2s, tier 3s for the most part, but they pretty much had control. They had the draft to kind of deal with this Naga last pick coming out from the side of Nexus Titans. I mean, just the Pugna alone already kind of nullifies that. They have this really strong start for Argus, getting 2 kills in the first minute of the game, which is really not what you want, literally within the first actual minute of the game. So that kind of start for the Alchemist is really off game for Zor as well on the offlane Wind Ranger, not being able to do much. Like, they needed more presence coming out, and I think the offlane Wind Ranger just didn't do it. It just felt really greedy to try to have that hero up. You lack teamfight control. You're very reliant on your Naga Siren to just get things done here. And it was just a challenging game start to finish. Like, all of the lanes not going your way either. The only lane that arguably went well was maybe Desperate mid for a while, and RL still crushed that. That was probably your best lane coming out there. You could argue Kiritsugu's lane with the Naga, but again, it's a Naga. It's almost always going to have a good lane anyway, and even if it has a good lane, it takes a long time for that to be online.
Yeah, it seems like the game plan from Nexus Titans was to just drag out the game as long as possible, but it is when the other 4 heroes in the team are just not having a game. Even if you have a really strong POS 1 like an Naga Siren, it's not going to make the big difference you're looking for. As hard as they did try on Kiritsugu to just kind of carry the game through him, obviously you see Ravens, they just started diving tier 3 towers. They're like, well, screw it. All 5 Vow heroes are quite strong at the moment. You saw, I mean, props to Nexus Titans. Again, they do drag out the game a lot longer than I think I would have first expected after the laning stage. But I do believe that was mostly based off the fact that they did have a Naga to split pushing the game most of the time. Ravens, again, proving to be the better team here for Game 1. I'd like to at least see maybe a bit of a draft change up here from Nexus Titans. If I'm frank, John, I felt like this draft was a lot harder to execute than it could have been. Mind you, there were some great moments here for Nexus Titans, and we saw some great shackle shots, some great minefield sign usage. It just didn't prove to be enough in the end. I think maybe going for something a little bit more straightforward, maybe something a little bit easier to execute, it might be the play. Because against a team like Ravens, you do want to be the ones to set a pace. Nevertheless, MVP, John, is going to go the way of Argus. 11-0-14 on the Alchemist. Perfect game for him. Really no contest. I mean, he started off the game with a double kill during the top lane, and as you can see, he had a very clean kind of game here for Game 1.
Yeah, he had a really smooth time, no deaths at all onto the Alch. He had a really good build-up into the Radiance. I like the Bloodtorrent build-up as well, just allowing for some early aggression. The Overwhelming Blink allowing him to stand up front, clear out the illusions, coming in aggressively. And overall, just the perfect game coming out from Argus. Laning stage was perfection with Kara. He itemizes really well in the Alch. He works the map really well. He understands when he has to show up with his team to get aggressive. And again, Argus shows up for his team. I think the entirety of Ravens really shows up here. This is the result you'd expect, so it's not really too surprising, but they still look like a very solid team outside of a couple of times where they dive high ground. But you know, that's what happens when you dive high ground sometimes, Mike.
It certainly does, John. We are going to have to head off to a break, of course, and right after that break, we're going to be back with our Game 2 here between Ravens and, of course, the side of Nexus Titans. We'll see you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Apologies for the extended break, but we are going into Game 2's draft here between Ravens and, of course, Nexus Titans, and it is MLP Dota and Jonathan's Fire joining you once again. Jonathan, in case you forgot, after that slightly extended break, Nexus Titans did end up losing game number 1 against Ravens, though it seems like they're already off to a very strong start here with Game 2's draft because they've managed to swipe the Morphling away.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they take the Morphling and Nexus Titans ends. That's a much safer core to go with. Although first phase Morphling, not the most confidence inspiring, I'll admit, Mikey. I think Ravens can just go for an AA, do something else with this Undying. Sure, your supports are kind of scuffed going for AA and Dying, but you just counteract Morphling. You know, you just make that the non-hero and you're kind of fine. You have options like the Doom still left as well for Ravens. Titans will just get the Enchantress, so either Doom or AA here for Ravens, and you already have somewhat of a solution for that morph. I don't think it's a strong hero, but it still has its counters for sure. Wondering what the idea here from Ravens is. Nexus Titans,
10 seconds
for their
remaining.
part, I mean, having the Enchantress does mean you have strong lanes coming out, impetus trades, or just the enchant and heal can make it near impossible to lose out. Ravens will open up with the AM instead as their Morphling solution, so jump in, melt the mana, ensure that he can't morph around too much is one way to get that done. I'm wondering if Ravens will gun for this for Argus or if they'll flex it onto the alpha lane for Italiano.
10 seconds
I
remaining.
don't think that's the worst thing in the world. I think the AM laning into Morphling is
5
pretty
seconds
fine.
remaining.
Spell Shield Reflect can feel pretty nice as well. So, yeah, I don't mind that from Ravens, having this AM flex.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a flex, could just, yeah. It's kind of the thing, right? Because the mana does get used up with the attribute shift these days again. The AM does seem to be somewhat of a counter towards the Morphling. Not the most confidence-inspiring kind of counter, to be frank with you, John. You know how I feel about this anti-mage hero, but nevertheless, it is somewhat of a counter, and like you said, you do have a bit of flexibility here as the POS 3 anti-mage if you wanted to go down that route. Final bans to come from either side before we can see the drafts continue.
10 seconds remaining.
It seems like Nexus Titans don't quite believe
5
that there's a
seconds
high
remaining.
chance of a position 3 AM, which, I'd argue it's still like a 90-10 chance that it's going to be a POS 1. So they do ban out the Beastmaster just in case. Ravens, bit of a mix of things they're banning. They got rid of the Weaver, they got rid of the Pango. Any hero that can prove to be a bit of a pain in the butt here for the AM, just get rid of it while you can. Because AM is still one of those position ones. Like it's very temperamental, this anti-mage pick, and I feel like most of the time we watch it just loses, to be quite frank with you, John. And this is an AM that's slowly become better as the patches have gone on. It's not quite as bad as it was in 7.32, but it is still relatively bad, I would argue. It's just in the right matchups, it feels good. If it's Medusa, if it's Morphling, yeah, it feels great. I say feels great. Even then, sometimes it still just loses.
Yeah, it has its uses, but it is not a jack of all trades that fits into any lineup for sure. I'm wondering if the Nexus Titan still feels the need to ban out the AA. And they will leave it in. They ban out the Magnets instead, preventing any sort of combos with the AM. So we'll have to see how they do build up. I mean, just having the Ench on hand, you've got the Doom available for your end on Nexus Titans if you do want to play into that. Like Doom into AM's not the worst thing in the world. You can kind of lane into that nicely. The spell shield is going to be a bit annoying for
5
sure, but
seconds remaining.
shouldn't be that massive of an issue here for the Nexus Titans, as long as you're a little bit more patient with jumping that AM here, if that is the solution coming out. So we shall see. And for Ravens, again, AA is open, Doom's open for Ravens as well, but that is pending on what Nexus Titans will pick up here.
We shall see. I think it's just rough because I think the AA obviously a great pick, as you've already mentioned, but the support duo of AA Undying just feels so bad. Like, do you really want to force POS for Undying? It seems like the answer is going to be no here from Ravens. They're going to go into the support Clinks instead, right into the into the Storm as well. And you know what, John? I don't mind the Clink support because this is a hero that can rush something like an Orchid. Obviously going to have a lot of value against the Puck and the Morphling. And on top of that, like, you catch this Morphling in the jungle by himself with an Orchid up as the Clinks, you are just going to be able to solo him. That's kind of what the support Clinks does.
Yeah, you can just hunt down, prevent that more from being a massive issue. I do like that the Titans go into the Puck here. Like, Puck into AM and the Storm can feel pretty good. That Dream Coil is going to be pretty impactful in a lot of these fights, preventing any of these mobility plays coming out from these slippery heroes. So it can feel nice. I think the one thing with Raven's draft is going for an Undying and Clink support duo doesn't mean you severely lack control outside of, say, Orchids, but no hard stuns coming out. Your best stun is what? Mana Void and Vortex. And I don't see a straightforward pick for Italiano in the off lane to kind of give you even more control there. So Nexus has a lot of ways of slipping out, especially on this Puck. And that's the main concern. If you don't Orchid the Puck, then it just slides right through. If you don't Orchid the Morphling, it gets to Strength Shift. You don't have a direct counter until maybe a Scotty on AM, if that's even what you want to go for. And it feels difficult as the game scales on. I think that's my concern here for Ravens. They have to play a really fast game. They go to TA pick, so that should actually be our safe, and we will go with the Italiano offlane AM. So they will shift things around. At the least now, you've got a TA with Clinks, a lot of minus armor that can play together. Roshan's a very quick objective for Ravens to take. So the tempo is there for Ravens. They just have to bring it online somehow. Their lanes can be pretty decent. Undying and Clinks can just kind of set up for these two cores in TA and AM. The Titans will go for the Axe, which is a nice way of burning through that TA and just giving more team fight. So as the game scales on, the Titans draft does look a lot better. But for, say, maybe the first 20 minutes, arguably, Ravens can kind of get a foothold. If they get a foothold in the first 15 to 20 minutes on Ravens' end, take first Roshan and start taking objectives, that's where the game can kind of just be shut out for the Titans if they're playing from behind here.
I do love the fact that they actually ended up kind of committing to the Pulse 3 AM. That excites me. I like the Pulse 3 AM. You know, this is a role where I feel like Anti-Mage can actually pop off quite a lot, and where you're looking at the win rate of AM actually at 100%. So there you go. Still yet to be defeated here in an A Div 2 apparently, and Italiano Gangster, I'm sure, is going to have a very good time on the AM offlane because it's something very, very different. That's for sure. Is it going to pay off? Well, that's a different question entirely, but we'll find out rather soon, I'm sure. The inbuilt mana drain going to be very annoying for this Morphling to play against, especially once you hit the mid game. And what do you even build on offlane AM? Like Vanguard into what is the question? Do you even build Vanguard on offlane AM these days? I'm not even sure.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple of times in some other tournaments, of course. I think we've seen it a lot when, say, Dream League 20. Teams like Talon kind of picking it up offlane. It's like jabs kind of thing to do. And I think a utility AM's not too bad. Vanguard's still a pretty decent pickup just to be durable. I'm not sure what else. I didn't really get a chance to watch too many of those games, unfortunately. But yeah, the utility is there. I would say down the line, an Ags buildup would be nice. On something like the offlane AM, it can feel pretty good to just have those illusions jump around. Italiano is a Grandmaster, or whatever the top is for AM.
Disgusting.
So, I mean, he knows his AM. At the very least, you know, going into this one, he knows what to do with that hero. So we'll see if that does pay off here.
He needs to go have a shower after this game, I think. You get cleaned up, Italiano Gangster. What are you doing? How do you have a level 30 AM? How do you have the mental capacity to play this hero that many times? How do you have the patience, John? I mean, it makes me sick playing one game of AM.
Yeah, I know. There are ways to make AM fun. This is a bit memey, but
really?
AM Blink is pretty fun. AM Blink build is pretty fun. This was before E-Blade was changed, but old E-Blade AM Blink was also really memey.
Yeah.
It's a long time back though, like 4 or 5 years ago, maybe.
Maybe longer than that, John. We're getting old now. Yeah, time's flying past. Don't flatter yourself with that 4 or 5 years. Nexus Titans. They're just grouping up to this bottom bounty room. So they should be able to get away with it. I don't think there'll be a fight to come out here from Ravens for the bottom. They're going to go for the top instead. Nexus Titans. It'll be a 2-for-2. A nice easy start here between these two teams. Wake Me Up is actually going to find Kiritsugu already on the morph. He does not have waveform. So he's going to take a fair bit of damage, but does have the attribute shift. So going to be just fine. Tips coming out between Italiano Gangster and Kiritsugu. I think they understand how funny this kind of matchup is between the two. And while we're here, we may as well start with the top lane. You are going to have Italiano Gangster and Wake Me Up on the AM and Clinks. And of course, Kiritsugu and Nature Lover playing the Morphling Enchantress respectively. Yeah, maybe Kiritsugu doesn't die here, John, but it may not be the easiest lane either.
Yeah, it's not going to be too fun for Kiritsugu to play into this one. Nature Lover will have to prioritize impetus here for sure. And the healing, maybe the enchant if he wants to get a slowdown, but kind of want to just help sustain Kiritsugu and apply that harass in the lane. Because the Ench up against the Clinks and the AM does feel pretty damn good. You will win out every single right-click trade. Even the Tar Bomb threat from the Clinks isn't going to be enough. So you can get control that way for Kiritsugu right through the first 3 levels, which is roughly a pretty Morphling. And from that point onward, should be pretty safe into Italiano. So we'll see already. Nature Lover getting good use out of these first few shots, getting some spacing out. So Kiritsugu is still allowed to farm up for the most part. And taking a look elsewhere though. Mid lane, of course, you've got the Storm versus the Puck matchup, which is fairly straightforward. This one doesn't really shift around too much. The Storm does have a little bit of a better time, as we just generally see Puck doesn't the Puck doesn't crush lanes. It should be able to farm up steadily, but it shouldn't be able to shut down RRL. If it does hit level 6 faster, that's where the kill threat comes out, but beyond that, it's just a steady farm lane.
It certainly is. That bottom lane, there's a bit of a dive going on. Zor's going to go down. Argus able to pick up the kill. Argus, though, dropping quite low, but does de-aggro the tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, Thana cops a blood grenade, has 3 leap charges, and eventually will just pop them to get out. So he's going to be okay on at least the Mirana. Though Zor, of course, ending up feeding up first blood here to the TA. Not going to be the greatest feeling in the world for him as the Axe. He's got a nice cheeky call on Kara, but it's not going to amount to much. So already a very nice start here for Argus. And you know what? He did find first blood in the last game as well. So this man's just finding all the first bloods here in this series.
Yeah, and this is not the easiest lane for Zor to kind of work out. Melee up against TA, pretty easy to line up the side blades whenever you try to walk up the CS. You can't really walk up and try to get a call. You can't really use your spin too well here. So he is actually forced to go for Berserker's Call and Battle Hunger build. Not even a single point in spin. It's not the best thing in the world for an Axe. That's going to impact his early farming and laning presence for sure.
Argus being so aggressive on this TA. Gonna get the Lotus for himself. It's not very often you see a TA chasing down a support Mirana during the laning stage at 3 minutes, but that's exactly what we've been seeing here from Argus. Kara's just making sure Zor stays zoned out, and this is a very annoying lane for this Axe. Like, this Undying just makes his life impossible. Especially because Thana has not been able to really have much impact on the support Mirana so far. So Kara's essentially having completely free reign over Zor. And it's not set to get any easier. He's still got 3 mangoes and another blood grenade left. So the decay spam is still up and running. He does have a level 1 tombstone to boot, so Zor, if he takes a few too many, you could just go for the tombstone dive past the tier 1 tower with a blood grenade. There's not really much in the way of stopping that from happening if Zor isn't too careful.
Yeah, just a lot of aggression that can come out. It's kind of the same story for both the off lanes here. It's been a rough time for Zor, it's a rough time for Italiano. So the Axe and the AM, not having the best times in the world. This is a little bit more concerning for Italiano, as the AM off lane, it doesn't really want to spend too much time clearing out jungle. And, you know, as an off laner, you're not going to clear that jungle fast anyway, in comparison to the Axe.
Oh. Kara, how did Thana die? He died at the neutral camp, but how?
I think a blood grenade tick must have killed him right next to the camp, perhaps.
Right. Okay. Bit unfortunate, John. I bring this up because he was pulling the creep wave for Zor, but now that wave is kind of a little bit messed up. As mid lane, RRL, he's going to be fine. Here we go. Here's a replay. Maybe we'll get to see it. And it was a blood grenade into the decay, and he just denies himself. Fair enough. There you go. Makes enough sense. Sad part is, though, again, he did lose that pool that he had going. So now the tombstone's going to be dropped bottom lane. Chase on to wake me up top lane, but he's going to be just fine.
Easy shot.
I guess the tombstone is going to do a decent job of zoning them out of this tier 1 tower, so Argus can get a lot of damage onto this tier 1 bottom tower. But not quite enough to even threaten its life, to be fair. Thana again is going for the pool. Where's this Mirage going to take this creep wave? Like, is he just going to stack them? Is that the idea? Just to stack the creep wave? Argus will just chase him down. That's a lot of damage with the meld. And neutral creeps do deny him off at least. And Argus, he'll get out of there. He's back to the lane.
He does miss out in some form, so it's a lot of space being made there by Mirana just to give Zor a scale up on Yax. Has a ring of health, so he feels a little bit more secure. Once you have the Vanguard, you're going to feel a lot better in that lane. Same thing kind of goes up top. Italiano just wants to hit that same timing, but slower going for the AM for sure. As you're just not, well, you can't really clear out these creep waves too much. And this is why AM still goes Battle Fury, no matter what patch it is. But as an offlaner, you're not going to be able to do that. So that's really the concern here for Ravens. Like Italiano, if he doesn't get his itemization and levels up, in comparison to Zor, who can clear out camps, AM has no real catch-up outside of kills. So whether or not Italiano can even find that is another question. And I'm not sure if we're going to see the solutions for that AM, for his rough game anytime soon here.
Well, bottom lane, a bit of a fight over the wisdom room between Kara and Thana. Thana, trying to be as annoying as possible. He's going to be able to pick up the wisdom rune at least, so he gets away with that. Does commit all his leap charges to try and get out of this situation and does make it. Meanwhile, Argus, he's going for a pretty deep dive in. Arrow is not going to land. That is unfortunate. Blood Grenade is going to hit Argus, and now the rotation from Desperate. Oh, but he misses the coil. Whoopsie daisies. Misses out on the extra kill in Kara. Because at least he ends up getting the kill onto the TA as top lane. The Morphling going to go down. Kiritsugu. They try to go past the tier 1 to get Wake Me Up. Eventually, RRL just makes the exact same rotation as the puck. And, well, for him, he does get a double. So he's a much happier mid lane.
It's a little bit better coming out here for Ravens. And sacrificing your TA is pretty big, but you find a Morphling, you're getting 2 kills in your Storm. And that tempo for RL should kick in. Yeah, he already has the Falcon Blade. Some early region on hand. Should feel pretty good. Invis Rune down bot as well, so Desperate can kind of pick that up with a top-up from Nature Lover to cap it all off. And RL's left with 0 charges, which doesn't feel great. They're clumping around mid. No coil to play with. No easy setup for the arrow, but could look to play aggressive here regardless.
RRL, see if he can try to juke out any kind of incoming arrow. Very hard angle to notice the arrow coming in behind the tier 1 tower. They are being very, very patient. Dream Call is now up, so that should help them try to go for this kill. Can just dive the tier 1 tower. There's your Dream Coil. RRL making it very hard though, just sticking around that creep wave. Arrow's going to hit a creep. Silence is there, but they don't have the damage. Wake Me Up. Now going to TP in to help out, so RRL does secure a kill. Desperate is still trying, but he needs to be very cautious, though RRL has dived in without mana. But the Fairy Fire, still Blood Grenade, and the Silence going to ensure he does go down. So in the end, the Storm does overextend and does end up giving his life away. Pretty rough kill attempt though on the Storm, to be fair.
It takes a lot, and you find a pick off in the end. But it does, again, open up the map more. Argus has a free time because you're focused on mid. Up top, even, some aggression coming out from Wake Me Up is starting to drop him a little bit low. It is still an important kill to find. Like the RL is the hero you want to slow down, for sure. As the Storm, when it can get off uncontrolled, it's
top
pretty
lane.
scary. It's Sulu.
Yeah, he gets the Strength Morph off in time, but RRL can still chase. He'll go after Thana. Go for the easier pick off. Get something for your time. Meanwhile, bottom, Zor again just not having a game.
Is under attack. You'll never know them.
As an axe spammer myself, John, this is one of those games where you've just got to hit the jungle and get some stacks going. There's no other way to play this. Like, he can't keep going back to the lane. There's just no way. Thing is as well, like, he's going to be so late with his timings. I just don't know what impact this axe is going to have with this raid.
Yeah, it's rough. That's where the draft of Ravens shines up against Nexus Titans. If they can control the map early, prevent that jungle play from hitting in, then you've got an axe, a morphling, potentially a puck that will need to play catch up somehow. At least the puck with its slipperiness can still work the lanes. The morphling as well, to an extent, can work the lanes, but without stats, this here feels pretty rough, especially into the AM matchup. So there's certain things that can slow down for the side of Titans if they're not too careful. You get the bottle top up mid for RRL. He is lagging a little bit behind on that Storm, but not too far behind the puck, although it's a decent enough lead from Desperate. He is shoving in mid just freely, no contestation. Again, no control from the side of Ravens, so a pretty free time for Desperate to just do what he wants here.
Bottom lane, Argus. He's just going at it. Zor is down. How much can Argus get out of this? It was a 1v3, now a 1v2. Desperate, dropping low himself. They actually can't deal with the TA. Now Thana comes in to ensure they can get the kill. All right, they'll get him eventually, but my God. That was tough.
A
Kiritsugu,
lot longer.
top lane, running out of mana. Is going to wait form out in time, but now he's completely out. Chase is on from Italian a gangster. He's got just enough with the stick charges to keep going with the strength morph.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, Kara
Dire's structures are fortified.
getting caught by the call of Zor. Still very, very tanky. Kiritsugu going to be safe for now, by the way, on the Morphling. He will make it out. Is Kara going to die? It's taken that long to kill off his Undying. He finally goes down.
Yeah, they don't get the chop, unfortunately, through Zor, but they find a kill. They find a punishment for that pretty deep commitment inside of Ravens, not finding that core kill they really wanted there. DD is picked up by RL from all of that, though. No one contesting mid-rune. So you will find yourself with a pretty big boon for the Storm to start to play aggressive on if they see that opportunity. Argus just constantly playing on the side of Ancient Camp, keeping waves shoved out down bot, knowing that he's got the room from his teammates moving around. Already has a pretty quick blink coming out here on the TA. So you're hitting that initial timing. You can start to connect here on the TA.
Dire's middle tower is under
You will
attack.
want your Desolator to be up first to really feel great, but we'll see what Argus feels like. RRL, Kara smoking out here.
Yeah, they are. Having a gander. There's going to be a smoke on smoke situation. Wrap around here from Ravens.
Dire
Nobody going to find... They're not going to find each other.
Dire's top tower is under
Zor,
attack.
top lane. This guy might get caught again. He's in that farm, that safe farming spot to boot, which is the real upsetting part here for Zor, is he just can't catch a break. Call is there onto RRL, but he's got plenty of mana plus a DD rune. So there's really no escape from the storm.
Top tower is under
He will go down. Rotations are now here. We'll try to start with Italiano Gangster. A lot of damage has been dealt. In fact, Nature Lover will get the job done. But they cannot continue the fight underneath the tombstone as RRL. He'll just keep going. He's found the edge. Maybe not so much the puck. So again, he is quite low on mana.
Dire's
But it's still a successful exchange of lives here between Ravens and Nexus Titans, at least for Ravens. And Zor, I mean, I don't think it's his fault this game's gone so badly for him on the Axe. You know, the landing stage was just horrific to have to try and play for him. And it's only getting... Oh, John, look at this. They're stalking him. Kiritsugu goes down in the meantime, but who cares about that? Somebody help Zor. And this is upsetting me now, John.
He got dunked. He got dunked.
He dunked himself.
He got the counter spell dunk.
Look at that, John. He's got +1 armor. He's got the calm armor on the AM. How great size.
It's not
He's
a good
literally
feeling
unkillable
for
now.
Zor. Now +1, just can't die. This AM, too tanky. And somebody stop that madness with counterspell. 1 armor, 1 too much, Mike. Step too far. We've got
It
here.
is. Wake me up. There's a lot of wards in that courier if you wanted to just snipe it, but instead they're going to try and go after the actual hero. Nature Lover will get caught. No real chance of survival for him as RRL will claim his 7th kill of the game. Top lane, they have at least found Italiano Gangster. Not quite enough yet to take him out. Desperate still trying, but the tombstone is here from Kara. So Desperate is forced to back his way out of there. Kara is actually still chasing a little bit longer. Italiano Gangster has Mana Void up in 4 seconds, so the puck is playing with fire now. Jump is there. Italiano Gangster just needs the R. Can't get in range for it. Ward's down. They're playing with fire again, and Desperate's gone. Oh, he dies on the AM, but it won't matter. Very nice from Kara to put the ward down. Meanwhile, Zor will barely survive in the mid lane. Dana almost looked like he was trying to line up the side blades against the axe there, John, for a moment. With his own team against him. Poor old Zor just can't get a break. Kara's going to survive the onslaught here from Nature Lover. Wake Me Up's going to scout out the Ench again. And RRL is going to enjoy himself a free kill.
It's always funny when an enchantress right before dying gets the enchant off, asks where are you going, then dies. It's, quite poetic from Nature Lover there. Does get burned down
Zor?
by Wake Me Up.
This guy's going to be careful. I mean, yeah, there was a dive on Kara, but mid lane, Zor's going to be careful. He can't keep showing in the lanes like this.
He doesn't have too much to play with. I mean, you're trying to give all the jungle out to Kuritsugu. So someone's got to cop the short end of the stick, and Zor is that player right now, unfortunately. He's having a rough start, and he's eventually going to get this blink up at the very least, so he'll have the blink call ready at some point.
Bye-bye, Zor. At some point, John, is the key words there, I think. Argus, though, has gone very far forward. He sets up a nice kill for his team. So yeah, he dies on the axe, but who gives a crap about that? He just basically secured Argus's life. Happy days.
Yeah, a little bit reckless to jump that far forward, and just wanting that fast kill on the axe. Does get punished for it, and Kiritsugu's around to soak up that kill as well. Picks it up himself. Set on Morphling with a defensive Linken's up, with a Manta coming through. Starts to become a bit of an issue here.
Mid lane, Coil committed. Kara going to be targeted. Kara gets the tombstone in time, so now they can try to get the fight going here as Ravens. Jaunt away from Desperate towards the south, but RRL is just continuing to chase on the puck. Barely misses out for now. The blink away was there. Desperate has another orb to jaunt away with. Will go down towards the south once again, but Italiano Gangster is going to be there with his own blink now. It's Desperate. Has his blink up in 2, but Wake Me Up's going to find him, but oh, not quite. He doesn't get a hit off. The puck is still running. Desperate should be just fine. It's just so hard to catch this damn hero. Wake Me Up. He's still stalking the puck. He's going to find him, but he needs help. He can't do it on his own. Meanwhile, top lane Argus just casually taking down Nature Lover. This Wake Me Up is still chasing Desperate. Gonna try, but the puck obviously just not really gonna die. He's fine. Top lane, Zor. He's gonna get a call TP. He's okay.
He bails out. He's got room. He's going for the blade mail first, so that could put a little bit of a dent into Argus, looking for his burst place. The call starts to be much more impactful. They find the angle. Wake Me Up still tracking here. It's not leaving this puck alone.
To be fair, it is a support clinks, right? So he may as well zip in RRL. He finds the target he wants, but the coil is committed. Italiano Gangster.
Dire's top tower
Not going to chase either, just leaves the puck be. It almost feels like Ravens are just having fun at this point in this game one.
Yeah, it does feel that way. I do feel like this game having fun here up against a Morph can be pretty scary. Although,
The top side Zor does get a call off onto 2. This could be a great setup here for his team. Argus proving to be a little bit too tanky though, so Zor might just be going down. Mech will save for now, but not for long, I don't think. Though Zor has been left alone, but never mind. Wake Me Up will take it. Mid lane, the dive into the tier 2 tower. They'll find a third and Thana. The Nexus Titans, I mean, yeah, you still have a Morphling you can try to rely on, but that's against the position 3 AM who's building a Diffusal Blade to make matters even worse for him. Italian and Gangsta gonna be fine to just blink away
I don't know, man. I don't know.
from Kiritsugu and Desperate. As time goes on, this Ravens lineup, it's only getting stronger. And I feel like Nexus Titans, they aren't really developing too much here with this draft.
No, they haven't. They've not been able to find these item timings you need on Zor. Desperate has been doing a good job of being slippery on the puck, but there's no follow-through for the puck to be that slippery. Your Morphling's not doing enough damage just yet, and your sports aren't really at the point where they're dealing that much magical output themselves. Whereas in comparison for Ravens, you know, Wake Me Up is saving up for his full Orchid. You've got a lot of impact out from Carry in the middle of these fights with really good tombstone placement as well. He just needs to hang around the cliff areas, and if the fight breaks out, well, tombstone on high ground. You don't want your Morphling hitting that. You don't want your puck hitting that. Your axe can't hit that. They just have no solution for this area denial right now from Ravens. At least until the items start flowing in where you get more attack speed, it can start feel comfy. Now, Italiano, full diffusal up, as you mentioned there, going for the Yasha into the Manta. The M's going to be a really big issue in melting mana here.
Nature Lover. Jump is there onto the edge. Zip forward. Is out. RRL not able to pick off Nature Lover. In fact, Zor with a very nice call into the Blade Mail. They might have RRL here, and they will. The Storm is down. Kara also getting caught on the Undying, trying to buy as much time for himself as he possibly can, but not going to be anywhere near enough. So a successful fight now for Nexus Titans. So a big dive was there from Ravens. I think we saw a similar thing in game 1. Just sometimes these overly confident dives end up working against Ravens, and that's what it felt like that time around as well.
Yeah, just getting a little bit too cocky, not respecting the counter fight from Nexus Titans. It's really unfortunate that RL got caught in the edge of that Berserker's call. That cut off the Storm. He popped his DD trying to regen through, and the leash was out with the coil.
Kiritsugu.
So you can see some of that, huh?
Yeah, he was silenced there for a moment, John. I thought they might have had a chance to snipe him. It was on 900 HP full, but no lucky crit for Argus, so not quite enough damage. It's like Ravens, they might just group up and go through bottom lane now. I mean, why the hell not?
I think you actually do have to play pretty clean here on Ravens. Again, there's a timing where the side of Nexus Titans can win this game. Roshan is in their control though. With the Detsu up, this shouldn't take too long onto that objective. We will get the double meld stacking up here from Argus. Side of Titans not going to contest. They can easily contest though if they group up, but not getting a good read onto that. RL just poking on the lanes to ensure that the puck can't scout out. So good spacing coming out there from the Ravens to get the stun. And with the Aegis up, this should lead them into the high ground. If they don't actually manage to poke through these tier 2s into high ground, I get concerned with the space coming out here for Kiritsugu. Like, once he hits that Ags, this Morphling becomes a bit of an issue. You're also eventually just going to hit this blink on Zor. So once he has that blink up, like, the Axe can make some plays. And despite not having much to play with, I mean, just one good call has been enough to kind of set things up here for Nexus Titans ways.
That big comeback is going to happen. Bottom tier 2 tower going to go down pretty easily here. Wake Me Up and Argus take care of it, though top lane. Coil has been snapped, but Italiano Gangsta is going to die. Let's pick up here for Nexus Titans. Tormentor will be taken on the dire end of things by the Radiant. You won't really see a similar thing happening at the Radiant Tormentor quite yet. Seems like they aren't quite confident going after the Tormentor. Instead, they'll take over the Radiant Triangle. Well, maybe a bit of a quiet period, but there's your Daedalus now up on the TA. So, Daedalus and Aegis up. It probably is your best chance to group up and go for a big fight now as Ravens. Try to go high ground off the back of a good fight, I'd say. Plenty of burst damage now available.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Should be able to start to melt through these heroes a lot faster. And Age is still up for 3 minutes. Not much for Argus to be scared of. Going for the mid-tier 2, last outer tower now for the side of Nexus Titans. And that should establish the control they need. I like that you're also rushing the Ags here for RRL, understanding they need a lot more control. So just AoE Vortex to help set up these team fights. Maybe a Hex coming out right after can simplify the game for the side of Ravens to get that hold. And not quite giving too many openings. I mean, yeah, you lose Italiano. It's an offlane AM. You don't care too much. As long as Argus doesn't die 2 times in a row, you're pretty happy here.
Yeah. It seems like Argus is not going to commit with his team to go high ground. They're just going to take the T2 tower. That'll be pretty much it for now. If Nexus Titans more time to be able to find a way back into this game, as they are going to go for a 4-man smoke now, running right towards Kiritsugu, but no, mid lane. They have found the TA. This could be the first life to go down. RRL in the backside going to jump the supports immediately onto the Mirana. Moonlight Shadow was popped preemptively though, so they do have the Imbius to play with. Meanwhile, Wake Me Up does go down, but they still are yet to lose anyone on Nexus Titans, as RRL is going to get Dream Called up on the Storm. Another call from Zor, going to hold down RRL, and he's gone. A great fight from Nexus Titans off the back of the blink of Zor. And, well, for Ravens, they've got to find another time to fight, it seems, because they've lost the Aegis.
They lost the Aegis. They don't group up for that fight. And Italiano's just off farming. Doesn't really manage to contribute. At least they find Mirana to make up, but it doesn't quite compensate for that entire chain of events yet. Inside of Ravens, and have to clean it up. Giving these openings out to Nexus Titans means they could play a game 3 here. And who knows what happens in a game 3 in any DPC. It can go either way. I don't know, like Italiano's got to step it up. He is coming in now.
It certainly is. The puck will get caught. That's a great kill. Desperate down. They can move on to the Ench now. Nature Lover. I mean, he's a tanky boy with the untouchable. Has the Nature's attendance as well. Is it going to make the difference? Well, certainly not. It's very clear the stronger team still seems to be Ravens, even just based off the draft. RRL now top lane going to zip in onto Kiritsugu. It's really trying to drag this out as long as possible here on the Morph. Lincoln's is now broken. RRL still slowing him up. And with the silence out from Wake Me Up, that's going to be another kill. Another huge kill. In fact, Argus will take the Morphling. And it seems like they're about ready to get serious here. The Ags is up now on RRL, the Orchid up on the Clinks. Things are starting to heat up.
That they are. And the one thing that the Ags does mean, though, is that you don't have a Lincoln's break for that Morphling, so it can be a little bit rough trying to get that Orchid off. But just instant control might be more than enough with the burst damage coming out here on Argus. Look for more.
Nature Lover copying the brunt of this damage here from Argus. Their call is nice, but the Vortex from RL's even better. He found 2 targets. They've got the puck as well. Zor to go down as a 4th. Thana trying to run, but the Mana Void stun is out from Italiano Gangster. Full team wipe for Ravens. And off we go onto the high ground. Why not? Nobody's there to defend. Nothing that can be done.
They fortify their own creep wave as well. Morphling does respawn, but without the rest of his team, he's not going to achieve too much here. At least has the Axe to take away some agi and attack speed from Argus. So this push isn't as fast as it could be, but still not going to be able to stop that onslaught. Mid down, bot to go next from Argus, moving down here. And again, just no real response can come out from the side of Nexus Titans. They respawn close enough that the Ravens will back off and respect that, which is fair. Full MKB up and running for Argus. There's even more ways to pierce through from the eventual butterfly that Kiritsugu wants to build up. And more attack speed. Now the stat steal doesn't feel as scary. The Morphling does shift into you. Butterfly kind of compensates for your lost agi and attack speed to an extent. Wake Me Up. He's trying to go hunting. Scanned out. Ooh, nice
breaks the smoke. Oh, no dust popped. So they Didn't realize the Clinks was around until it was too late.
Stupendous.
And they're gonna try to still make their way down south, but it pretty obvious the fight was incoming, so of course Ravens, they back their way out immediately. Very, very hard to smoke against the Clinks. So the jump is not going to be there, but it will be out from RRL. Onto the edge again. Nature Lover will survive the initial damage here from RRL, who's quite low on mana now as a Storm. So they will try to move it onto the TA, but Argus is fine to blink out of there. Ravens, do they want to keep the fight up? Like, they're quite low on mana here on the Storm, but he may still make the call to just go. Mana Regen not looking too bad, and they see Kiritsugu in the mid lane. Mind you, there is a smoke here from Nexus Titans. Nexus Titans still hanging around the right side of this mid lane. It seems like they're just going to play it safe. Just hold this position for now. The Ravens not looking to make a big jump in without vision anyway.
Play it safe. They can just wait out next Roshan. A little bit of a longer timer here. Close to the 3-minute mark on a respawn. So lots of time to stall out for Nexus Titans to try and get some more items up. Might be able to get into the butterfly before the next Rosh. Desperate chasing.
Kara? Yeah, they got the Undying, but there's still a tier 1 tower to TP to. So Kara's not going to be alone here. Argus is already waiting in the wake. Wake Me Up shows up. So does Italiano Gangster, blinking right in onto Desperate, who's been silenced up. Zora is there, but a huge vortex in from RRL. Oh, they are just melting. Nature Lover, run. Oh, it's not safe. This Ags on the Storm making life so hard. There's only one left. It is Kiritsugu. The chase is on. He'll at least have the AM morph to go into. But Italian Gangster's keeping up the vision, draining all the mana of the morph. Wake Me Up now showing up with an Orchid. Argus even jumping in with the Ogre Seal Totem. Maybe thinking about diving Fountain at this point, but Kiritsugu is going to be alright. He'll blink into the Fountain. He'll be fine.
Does bail out, but the solutions are coming in from Ravens. They're taking these fights really well. The positioning of RRL to get these zips, to get these big vortexes off. It's the opening they need. It's their one team fight tool, and they've been utilizing it well on the side of Nexus Titans. Bot racks to fall, no contestation from the Titans. For the Titans part, at least they are respawning, so they can try to force something out here.
Absolutely. Nexus Titans. Find Kara. Zor actually misses the call onto the Undying. Meanwhile, the puck was caught out. Desperate to get out of this one because he's one hit away from dying. He'll barely make it out with the blink. Meanwhile, the crap allies on his own tombstone, Kara, trying to survive himself. Zararel again in with the Vortex, already fighting one. Now the double Vortex, fighting the Morphling. Kiritsugu, get out of there. He'll barely make it. Zor, in the meantime, also needs to escape.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Jump in from Argus. Shreds one. Shreds another. Some very nice crits here from Argus.
I'll give them a drubbing they'll not
2 down without buyback, and I think Nexus Titans are starting to realize this game is probably over. They'll try a couple more times, maybe.
Yeah, it's a rough one to bounce back to now. 2 racks is down, 27k lead for Ravens. Roshan open for the side of Ravens if they want to fall back for that as well. His Argus isn't quite the healthiest here, but probably doesn't even care. And RL's ready to go. Just needs to kind of make it towards there. Only 2 heroes left here. So they will back off, pay their respects. And there is still the Rosh option to take if they want. Rosh number 2 this game with the cheese ready to go. And that could just make it impossible for the Titans to come back in. And they have one Rax to fall back to at the least, but with how these fights are breaking out, with how great RL's zip vortexes are, it doesn't feel like you have that much room. There's a lot of pressure on Zor to get a blink call off, but it's easier said than done. You know, like the angles RL can find are a lot safer, a lot further away, whereas the Axe, it's just kind of exposed. You've got Wake Me Up who can scout you out, who can figure out that positioning of the Axe, of the puck. Just ensure that the counterfight's not there at all for Nexus Titans.
Here we go again. Wake Me Up.
Are scanning.
Not gonna find anyone quite yet. Meanwhile, Roshan just being done casually here by Argus. Roshan will go their way. No problems here for Ravens.
The Raider forever.
We're gonna go through the top lane now, just trying to secure the Megas and put an end to this game too. It's gonna be up to Nexus Titans to try and find a way to defend this. Not gonna be the easiest task in the world.
Double
Radiant's
damage.
bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom
Yeah, Nexus
tower
Titans not even in position to really defend yet. They'll have to start TPing very, very soon.
attack.
So T3 tower now is under siege thanks to Argus. And it's just gone. It is literally down
Top tower has fallen.
that quickly.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Doesn't take too long to find a range Rax Cider. They managed to hold on to the melee. One Rax left. I don't think the side of Ravens are backing off anytime soon. Refresh ready on RRL. Double Vortex on hand once more.
We go again. Kuritsugu jumped, silenced immediately. Just everything being thrown, and now the Vortex out from RRL into the double Vortex. Oh boy. It is as good as over, I think, here, Jonathan.
Oh, RL.
Megas are up. RRL, he might die, but they've got the Megas. They're happy. Nexus Titans have not called it yet. They might just keep going. But Ravens, they are not backing off. There goes Zor. The axe is down. Desperate trying to jump in. Kiritsugu just trying to deal with the tombstone. Does get rid of it. Jump in again from Italiano Gangster on the offlane AM. Kiritsugu with the chase. Italiano should be just fine. Meanwhile, the T4 towers have been focused here by the TA. Argus just manning up, takes down Zor, should drop surely, but has the Aegis. In fact, he will go down, but look at the damage he's dealt.
I'll give them a drubbing
That's it.
they'll
GG
not
well played his call.
forget.
Desperate has seen enough. And they're just diving fountain now. Kiritsugu can't even survive this, I don't think. It seems like they'll give up on the chase. He will make it in the end, but GG is there. Ravens, a 2-0 victory here over Nexus Titans. Happy faces on their side of things, and that keeps them in the running as well for a chance at the top 2 spot for Div 1. So props to them. They are still in the running.
Yeah, this was an important win for them to find, because chances are, as long as the Ravens don't lose and they beat C-Dub, that's the one deciding matchup for them if they're in the running. If they beat C-Dub, they will have a tie no matter what for that second slot. Like, there's potentially even a situation where we have multiple ties coming out. So Ravens get to stay in the running for Division 1. For the side of Nexus Titans, this loss sets them back, makes it a lot harder for them to look for a way to climb out. It is reliant on the next series. If Goons loses that, then Titans will have a much brighter time in trying to pull themselves out. If the Goons wins, there's a lot of pressure for the Titans to win their next series up against Goons here as well. So this makes their last few days in the NADPC a little bit more stressful. Ravens, again, in this match, in this game 2, there were times where they gave openings out to Titans. You know, they kind of give out some kills. It felt like Titans, if they capitalized on that, could run off with it. But considering how bad the start was, like this off lane coming out here for Zor was just, it was a pretty atrocious time on the Axe. It's not that he played bad as well. It's like they picked him an Axe up against the TA. They expected the AM to head in that lane. up against the TA, that matchup just doesn't feel great, especially with the Undying on top of that. You get softened up, you get Meld and Psybladed down, it's not fun. Goes to jungle, is hunted down. Waking Up did really good work in Kara to just prevent any sort of catch-up coming out from Nexus Titans here.
Yeah, absolutely. A very, very strong performance here from Ravens, as kind of expected. And quite frankly, I do feel like they were having a bit of fun throughout both these games. Just by the way they were playing, it just didn't seem quite as well coordinated as what we're used to here from Ravens. But I think they were having just a good time here on their side of things, and a very clean 2-0 victory in the end. As we do have to hand over an MVP. It's going to go to Argus, John. I mean, this TA went 19-3-12. He had a fantastic game on the TA. Argus just being brilliant throughout the whole series. And why not just give the man the MVP? That bot lane was such a disaster for poor old Zora as well. You just saw how aggressive this man was being. Obviously, it was either between him and RRL, but this time Argus will kind of sneak one out.
Yeah, he gets a fantastic time. He just ensured that Zora didn't have a game. His positioning was pretty damn aggressive on TA, but he understood when he was strong. He understood when he can push that envelope, force a lot of movement out. The side of the Ravens would still find something in exchange for that TA life anyway, and the few deaths that Argus did have. And he had a spectacular time here. He had a spectacular time this series, back-to-back MVPs for us. And overall, again, Ravens looking pretty sharp up against Nexus Titans. A few mistakes, but as you mentioned, Mike, it did look like they were more than likely just having a little bit of fun. I suppose we'll find out when we do have someone to talk to. You can ask them what exactly went on. Why didn't it look as clean, and how fun was that match really for them?
Yeah, I mean, it might actually work in their favor to not show too much of how strong they might be, because C-Dub is theoretically the top team in NA, a top team between three of them. Let's be fair. Wildcard and, of course, the Cut are also there. But C-Dub in particular have been surprising me. Like, ever since that one loss they had. In fact, who was it even against that they lost? The Tilted Boys was the one they lost against. Which is kind of crazy to think about, isn't it? Of all teams, Tilted Boys end up beating C-Dub in week 2 of 2 or 3. They ended up 2-0ing them, by the way, which is even crazier when you think about how good C-Dub have been looking. And had they won that series against Tilted Boys, they basically would have had guaranteed first place, as C-Dub. So that one series loss against Tilted Boys kind of forces this weird tiebreaker situation going on right now. And who knows what could have happened had they won that series against Tilted Boys. Obviously, it didn't happen, so it doesn't matter anyway. But now they're up against Ravens for their final series. If Ravens win that one, then we've got another tiebreaker going on, and Ravens will still be in the running for that top 2 placement. It's a crazy finish here to Div 2, John.
Yeah, again, it's a really competitive time here for Tour 3 of Division 2 of NA, and it's a close race up top. There are a few teams that you would say are clear front runners. I don't know if it's safe to say that for any one of them. I think all of us had higher expectations for Wildcard. C-Dub surprising everyone after staying consistent from Tour 2. And the Cut, well, it's the Cut. They've got veterans there that have been in the Tier 2, Tier 1 scene for a long time. So it's bouncing all over the place. I'm keen to see how we do close out. And I'm keen to see whether or not Ravens will be able to find that win up against C-Dub down the line. Like, if they do, well, we could be in for another relentless cycle of tiebreakers. The one Lyrical and Trent had to sit through. That was quite the time for them. Yeah,
I imagine it was. I imagine they had a lot of fun with that one. Who knows, Jonathan? Who knows? I love some close data, though. I love some tiebreakers, so why the hell not? Let's see what does happen here in this the next couple of days. Like, after today, there's only 2 more days of NA Div 2, excluding any tiebreakers that could pop up, which I believe would happen on the day after the last day of NA Div 2. So who the hell knows what's going to happen, how many more days we have left of NA Div 2 available to us, which teams are going to make it. It's a very close finish by the looks of it here between these the teams. That it looks like we have not got an interview. It looks like we have not got an interview here for today. But let's have a look at the schedule and see exactly what our next series is going to look like here on our NA Div 2 matchup, shall we? Never mind. Doesn't matter. I'll just kind of go ahead and say it. Of course, Tilted Boys versus Goons is going to be coming up next, Jonathan. We'll have a look at it in just a moment. But what do you think about that one? And there you go.
Tilted Boys against Goons is going to be interesting to watch. I think it's fairly close. It's hard to say that either one's a favorite. Theoretically, Tilted Boys should be favored with more wins, but you can't really count out the Goons. And this is a big one for Goons to kind of try to drag their way out of that relegation spot, try to drag down Tilted Boys into that point. So I'd say this is actually a pretty close matchup, depending on what draft Tilted Boys gets to get away with, like what kind of hero Skyward gets. I feel like that's pretty much an impactful factor there. Whether or not Skyward gets his Bat Rider or Spirit Breaker. And I think if he gets something like the Spirit Breaker or the Bat Rider here for the side of Tilted Boys, that's where things can get a little bit dicey. That's where we see Tilted Boys kind of shine. You know, the duo as well, the dynamic duo of their cores on Tilted Boys with Fert and Volodka, they've been pretty on point. And, you know, that's something we've seen in the last tour as well. Those two players play a really mean game. So I want to see how they measure up against the American Goons.
Okay, well, we are going to head off to a break. It is going to be a bit of an extended break because, you know, this series did end up ending a little bit quicker. So I think it's going to be somewhere between 30-35 minutes. Till then, though, it is MLP.on.next Fire, and we'll be back for our final series of NA Div 2 for today. Hopefully soon. We'll see you then. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our second series of the night for NA Div 2. It is going to be Tilted Boys up against the side of American Goons, and it is MLP Dota and John X Fire joining you once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Second series of the night. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great. Looking forward to this one. Tilted Boys up against the American Goons. Should be a fairly interesting match, arguably a closer matchup than our first series. So this one could go either way. We've seen Tilted Boys take some surprising wins, and we've seen the American Goons kind of underperform compared to what we expected for them coming out of the close qualifiers. So I'm keen to see what kind of teams we get here today. Just as a bit of a note, I do believe we have a stand-in once more for Goons. We've seen Jubei play with him, and I believe he's playing with him again today. So that could be a factor come in here, and should be interesting to see just whether or not that affects the draft. We've seen Jubei play like two heroes, really. His most notable wins really his Mirana, so I'm wondering if, again, you know, this stuff changes how your team dynamic works. Of course, we do have our team comparison ready to look at here as well between the Goons and the Tilted Boys, and those stats are looking pretty juicy there as well. Not too far apart in terms of the numbers. Maybe needing a little bit of a update as we do swing back our way. I don't have the stats on hand, Mike, so nice to see you, Mike.
Nice to see you too, Jonathan. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see the dynamic that the changes with Jubei back in for American Goons, as we do get to see the team comparisons now. You know, obviously, surprisingly enough, I suppose Tilted Boys are favored here. Now, I keep saying surprisingly when it comes to these boys, they have been ahead of American Goons who have been struggling. So I suppose if you were to pick a favorite in this matchup, you'd have to say Tilted Boys based off the standings. And I don't think having a stand-in for American Goons helps their cause either. Not to say Jubei's not a great player, he is, but you know, it's still a stand-in at the end of the day. The chemistry is probably going to be lacking compared to your usual pos 5, and you know, we'll see if they can make it work. This is a very important series for American Goons to try and avoid the bottom two placing. As you can see, the stats are still favoring Tilted Boys. At the end of the day, they are still proving to at least be the better team based on the statistics we do have here. So very curious to see how this matchup is going to play out. Would not be surprised at all to see a 3-game series here between these two teams. But again, I dare say Tilted Boys should be favored.
Yeah, I think they should be looking good into this one. I think the American Goons, again, just falling short of the expectations you'd have with a veteran team like this. We'll look at our comparison core to core here. Ush up against Lil Nick in the offlane. And, you know, you love pointing out Lil Nick and his Doom. Well, we'll get to do that once more here. It's fairly even from the offlane at least. And I feel like both of these players do have the same impact on their team, right? Like it does feel like if Ush or Lil Nick has a slower start, then your tempo is kind of thrown off. Maybe a little bit more forgiving on Tilted Boys, because I feel like Skyward does a good job of picking up that pace from pause 4. Lil Nick, and he's had a little bit of a struggle. We've seen him play basically just Doom, sometimes the Mars, you know, but it's the Doom that he's really been popping off on. So I'm keen to see if that's something we see here again. But yeah, not too far off the mark, even in a direct player head-to-head.
No, certainly not. And I think, well, I think it's more about the 5-man squad, right? Because it just has felt like as a unit, the Goons have been struggling quite a bit to kind of get the coordination down pat and make the wins work. And we do see some very awkward moments a lot of the time in the games of American Goons where they just always seem split up. They don't seem like they're coordinating quite as well as you'd expect from these players. And well, again, with the stand-in on top of that, that's going to make life even harder for them. Whereas I'd say Tilted Boys in particular, I'd say their coordinations look really nice. You know, even if the standing doesn't look amazing for them, I think they've been doing fantastic when it comes to the coordination side of things. And we can have a look at the most picked heroes between these two teams and see exactly what is going to be contested. Surprise, surprise, Morphling is the most contested hero between these two teams. Apart from that, there's no real similarities. But the Morph being the big one, I suppose, is what we have to look at here between these two.
Yeah, and that is a hero that's been popping off. I think there's some decent crossover as well between Volodka and Ask. Ember Spirit's something they both play. Pretty much all the Spirit Brothers down mid. The Bat Rider's the one that I'm keen on seeing if Goons will give it up. We've seen some teams allow that Bat Rider come true, and Skyward has performed spectacularly well on that. His Spirit Breaker as well, which we see in their top picks here for Tilted Boys, is something that I think the Goons has to take care of. So we'll see what the priority is in the bans. when we do get into the draft. It shouldn't take too long for us to get in there, but should be a fun matchup. I think the one thing that we can get out from Tilted Boys is pretty exciting games. They do play really aggressive and do have the draft on hand. Spirit Breaker being banned out by the Goons, preventing Skyward from having that high tempo coming out already. Tilted Boys taking care of the Bloodseeker. I'm wondering if the Bat Rider is going to be allowed by Goons. They should just ban it out. I don't think you want to deal with it. It feels really hard. But how Skyward plays, like even if he has a rough lane, as he farms up this Tranquils and the boots, the drums up, the boots of Bearing after the Blink, this Bat Rider support can still have a lot of impact. Just from the threat of Lasso alone, it's more than enough to open up the game.
5 seconds remaining.
That it certainly is. We'll see if it does get banned. The ban of the Spirit Breaker, so the respect ban against Skyward is there. We've seen how great the man does play this hero, and instead they're going to get rid of the Edge. So Tilted Boys more than likely just going to first pick Bat Rider. Or Morphling. You know, I'd say Morphling might be the more contested, but no, never mind. They go down the Undying route instead. So, well, there you go, Jonathan. Another hero that has been popping up a lot as of late. And if I may have a chance to say this, John, I don't know how they're going to nerf Undying at this rate. Because I feel like in this new patch 7.33, Undying started off, you know, pretty average. But then with the addition of this Blood Grenade being added to the game, Undying just feels like the strongest position 5 you can take right now.
It's just really stable, has a lot of aggression, great laning presence still. I'm not sure how you kind of nerf the Undying.
It didn't help that they added the shards, the grab ally to the tombstone, made it even more broken.
Yeah, just having that stall mechanic in the middle is pretty big. I'm wondering what you do. Like, thinking about nerfs. I don't like thinking about nerfs. I prefer thinking about what you can do to make other supports better. And I think that's the direction I want to go. You know, buff up some supports instead of nerfing CM for 100th time. You know, maybe make other supports better. Don't just weaken down these heroes. Because I think that's where Dota shines, Mike. I don't want the patch of nerfs. I want buffs across the board. That's it.
Yeah,
that's how Dota should be.
Buff
in my
Earth
mind,
Spirit.
at least. Yeah, you know,
Tilted Boys.
to prove my point, I will say yes. I will say yes to that.
That's the spirit, Jonathan. Now you've got it. That's what we love to hear. There's the Bat Rider we talked about earlier, by the way. Now it comes out, should be the position 4 Bat Rider, but obviously is still a flexible pick to take. Could be a core role bat as well, you never really know. But there's the opening. Techie's Morphling, Bat Rider Undying. Both very strong openings. Obviously, all these heroes that you're seeing right now have been extremely potent in 7.33D. So, yeah, already off to a good start is either side. My question always is, right, when there's a Morphling in the game, the hard part becomes for the other team. Like, what the hell do you pick against it? Because you know he's going to go down the Axe route. Right? The Morph's guaranteed to go down Aghanim Scepter route eventually. It's going to cause some problems.
10 seconds.
At least the fact that you've got a Bat Rider does mean chances are he's going to be forced to go Lincoln Sphere and Manta first before he does go for the Axe. But that's still pretty standard for Morphling anyway. It's like, what do you do? Like, what do you actually take against this hero right now? I think the obvious answer usually is the TB, which... I say obvious. TB used to be countered by Morphling, but it doesn't feel that way anymore. So I think TB is probably one of the better options to go for as Tilted Boys. But American Goons will have plenty of time to just ban it out. And they ban out the really big counter in the AA, which, to be fair, could have still been picked up if Tilted Boys really wanted it.
I think the AA is the one that's a little bit scarier, so I like that American Goons take it out. Again, with the flexibility of the Bat Rider, it's not a pick that you can completely discount here. I'm wondering if Tilted Boys show some respect for some little next heroes, like something like his Doom. They do ban out the Jubei Marana, which again is probably his favorite hero, considering how many times we've seen this guy play Marana in all of his times as a sub. So it's been taken out now. Disruptor as well, which is one of the few heroes he's played, is taken out. And the Undying is on the opposing team, so Jubei is playing something new again. Maybe you play something like the Pugna. I think we saw him play that on a different team before. Perhaps.
Well, he doesn't look very happy right now, Jonathan, so... you know, what can you do? It happens. Sometimes you have a hero puddle that gets banned out and you've got to venture out of the puddle. Make yourself a bit of a pond, if you will. American Goons. Fourth ban for themselves now. They've got rid of the AA, which again, the Ice Blast makes the Morphling's life a living hell. Probably about time you start focusing on those carry pickups now.
Radiant team ban.
There's the Drow Ranger, so the hypothermia is one of the more annoying things for the Morphling as well, so they'll get rid of that. Can I just say, by the way, Jonathan, a bit of a segue here, but I had a game the other day with a Drow Ranger position 1, and I kid you not, this Drow, who was up against the Morphling, decided to rush Aghanim Scepter, and then blamed me for the loss. They rushed Aghanim Scepter on Drow Ranger as a first item, and then apparently the loss was my fault. Can you believe that?
First
5
item, huh?
seconds
Like
remaining.
not
First
even a
item.
Yasha, Dragonlance, nothing.
If I remember correctly, they died like 16 times.
Okay, God bless.
Yeah, and it's like,
Nice
well,
game.
you know, you might have wanted to buy a defensive item first, Mr. Drow. You know, Aghanim, you don't need to counter the Morphling with the first item. We don't want you in the fights anyway, sir. Anyway, there's my little rant. Go on, John.
You'd almost want Tilted Boys to pick up the Drought and up against the Goons there instead of banning it out. Rather curious,
guess. Yeah.
playing it
Well,
safe.
if
I
they're
suppose.
dumb enough to rush Aghanim Scepter, John, sure. I highly doubt they are, though, to be fair.
Dire team pick.
You know? Maybe buy a Hurricane Pike or BKB first.
You never know, Mikey. You never know in NA. The Goons do
No.
ban out the Terrorblade that you mentioned as well, so taking out, again, just a core to cores that can make it awkward for the Morphling. Rather surprising,
10
American
seconds
Goons can fall
remaining.
back to the Lil Nick Doom. It is available. Why not?
5
I
seconds
mean, maybe laning
remaining.
into Undying is not going to be the most fun, but there's no real hero that enjoys laning into Undying anyway. So you're going to have to cop a tough time here for Lil Nick. They go with Pugna, as we mentioned. Jubei going to be playing that. We did see him play it, I believe, when he subbed on other teams, maybe in Div 1. So the Pugna does come out. Plays pretty nice with Morphling. You've got a saving support now. You can kind of gun for something like the Storm Spirit pickup here as well for your mid, as
10
Tilted Boys have
seconds
left that in the
remaining.
pool. They could grab it themselves. There's no hard lockdown on the
5
Goons to
seconds
stop something
remaining.
like the Storm. So it could be a decent time for Volodka to kind of seek that out for himself here.
It could be. See if they do want it, Tilted Boys. The thing is for Tilted Boys as well in this series, like, they're not exactly safe from bottom 2 at this point. Like, one more win would practically just ensure they're going to remain in Div 2. But they're not necessarily safe if they lose this series. So it is still an important series nonetheless for them to try and pull off the win here. Same thing goes for American Goons. Like, they're currently in 6th place, but they're tied in 6th place right now with Nexus Titans. So,
Radiant team.
well, in fact, they're not anymore, to be fair, because Nexus Titans did lose the last series, but you get my point. If they lose this one, then they're tied again in 6th place. There's a Storm Spirit coming out for Tilted Boys now. Saw a great Storm performance from RRL in the last game, so happy to see it coming out here for Tilted Boys.
10
Does well
seconds
against the
remaining.
support duo of what American Goons have as well. Like, the Storm will practically have
5
free reign
seconds remaining.
against the Pugna Techies. There's not much in the way of slowing the Storm down. It's a very free game so far for the mid-Storm Spirit.
Yeah, they get to run down. There's nothing that Techies and Pugna can really do to stop that. No setup for them to really play with here as well. So I like that coming out from Tilted Boys, just taking away the combination from the Goons. For the Goons part, I guess there's a couple of picks here that can come out for
Dire
Esk
team
Wind Ranger mid. Tends to be what we see up against Storm. They'll steal away that Doom as well. So now you've got
My
the Doom
goodness.
Batrider lane set up. So they take that away from Lil Nick. What does Lil Nick have
like
to
it.
play with?
Well, I
Sure.
like the. Go on, John.
It's pretty solid, right? Like you've got Doom now to deal with Morphling. You've got a good way of silencing out. I'm wondering what Lil Nick will pick up. I guess they can save it. They'll see the core fully fleshed out before committing. But your options are a little bit more limited. Like you've got the Techies lane. Doom would have been ideal. Maybe now you go for Underlord. Maybe something like, I don't know if a Mars is really a good pickup here. You want Teamfight. Not many options for the Goons. They pick up the Puck, so you've got a way of stopping that Storm from zipping around at least. Mid lane matchup is so-so for Puck. We've seen it before. You just kind of hold steady. If you hit 6 and collapse onto the Storm, it can feel good. If you don't, then, well, Storm gets control, farms a lot faster, can go into
10
jungle
seconds
stacks as well,
remaining.
and he clears it out really damn fast.
Radiant team ban.
I particularly like the Doom against the Morph, because now you've got so many things to worry about. Like, obviously, this is going to be a Lincoln Sphere game for sure, for this Morphling, but there's just so many things that this Lincoln's has to do. You're blocking Lasso, you're blocking Doom.
Remaining.
Vortex even can be quite detrimental here for the Morphling. It's already looking like a pretty challenging game for the Morph, to say the least. You know, even the Puck, right? Like, you chose Puck into Doom. You chose Puck into Batrider. It's not going to be the easiest time. Like, sure, the Puck counters the Storm, and you did need an answer towards the Storm because it was a completely free Storm game up until the Puck came out. But then again, we did see Puck versus Storm last game around, and that, well, in the last series that is, and that did not work in the favor of the Puck player. You know, Dreamcore is really nice against the Storm, but I don't know, the hero itself, like this Puck hero just hasn't felt amazing.
Radiant team pick.
No, certainly hasn't. It still scales up, but takes some time to hit those level spikes. On the side of Tilted Boys, it looks like they might be setting up for maybe an Illusion hero with the Beastmaster and Visage ban. Something like a PL can really shine here. Again, nothing to stop that from the side of the
10
American
seconds
Goons.
remaining.
PL into Morphling doesn't feel good for the Morphling, so
5
I wouldn't mind that
seconds
too
remaining.
much. Maybe a Naga could fit that same bill for the side of
Naga's
Tilted
bad.
Boys. Alright, so the PL then still fits in. What else is there? Core to core against Morphling.
Dire team pick.
Anti-mage.
They go with the
Oh.
AM instead, so they want the straightforward solution to the Morphling. Just melt the mana. You have enough scaling from Doom and Storm that I don't think it's a massive issue to have the AM in the game. And we have seen this AM ruin Morphling. Like, just
10
the
seconds
counterspell alone
remaining.
kind of makes it awkward for the Morph. So, again, like,
5 seconds.
you might not be
remaining.
able to morph into AM as well if he plays his
You may
cards
now
right. It's not
select
going to be
your
easy to
heroes.
hold. They go with the axe, so you will actually lane the axe into the AM this time around, which should be a lot better for Lil Nick in comparison to what we saw last time from Zor. But I still feel like the lanes of Tilted Boys are strong. Like, this is still axe into Undying, which makes that lane hellish. Sure, this is axe plus techies, so there's a blast off you can take out here. And the side of Goons do look happy overall with their draft. I do feel like Tilted Boys have come out on top, though. Like, this kind of combination they have, the single target control, is pretty scary. Even if Ferreta goes off to a slower time in his lane, I think you've got enough momentum from Volodka and a lot of impact from Skyward and Door that doesn't matter too much. You can still stall for that hero.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think the only question mark I have is literally the POS 1 AM, because, I mean, you've heard me say it 1,000 times now, John. I don't believe in this hero as a position 1. Yeah, sure, it's against the Morphling, you know. Obviously, the countering with the mana drain works very well against the Morph. The counter spell's very annoying, but we'll see how it pans out. I think Tilted Boys are certainly looking like they're the better team going into this matchup, so I fully expect them to be the favorites here in this game 1 against American Goons. I like the ending of Lil Nick's axe against the AM. I think it's a nice matchup for the axe. Not as bad with the techies as well, because you can kind of deal with the Undying, but yeah, I mean, look, you know what, John? I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to say Tilted Boys came out with the better draft. It's that damn anti-mage, John. It gets me every time. It's, you know, you ask me, if I had to delete a hero between AM and Bloodseeker, I'd get rid of AM instantaneously. I mean, this hero is complete garbage in my opinion. But we are going to get into game number 1 and find out how wrong I am, Jonathan, because Tilted Boys, again, they believe in this hero against the Morph. And that's all that matters. It doesn't matter what the hell I think. I'm not playing the game.
No. Thank God for that, Mikey. I don't know if we'd have a good quality game to cast in that case, but you know, that's out of the question here. The one thing I will say is that it's always kind of funny to have AM into Axe because of counterspell into the Dunk.
Right.
We saw it last time.
That was funny last game.
You got one Culling Blade stack, one armor, and made that offlane AM unkillable. So it's something to watch out for here. Still, I want to see if Lil Nick has a better time. Like, theoretically, he should with Axe Techies, but if you play your cards right in Door, it's still not straightforward. Like, once you take 2 strength away, 2 stacks of decay onto Lil Nick, it feels awkward for the Axe to try to
30
trade.
seconds to
With
ban.
AM, you can get run down still on the Axe if you're not careful.
I think it's a lot of the pressure is on the POS 4 to make sure that these things don't happen. So Giant's going to have to work overtime to ensure the Undying can't just have free reign. And you always complain about this Techies hero as well. Like, the range is huge. There's no excuse to get double decayed in this lane against the Undying. You should be able to have free reign in terms of harassment here as the Techies. But let's see if that's how it's going to pan out. Bounty Rune's going to be 2 for 2. No, 3 for 1. So it is going to be in favor of Tilted Boys. Happy days for them. A very nice little start with the gold boost. Of course, we can't start with the mid lane. I mean, it's a pretty even matchup. You've got the Puck versus the Storm, Volodka versus Esk. Not too much to talk about here, John. Generally, this lane does end up evening out quite nicely. Any points to add here?
Yeah, I think the Storm pulls ahead in general. Like, from what we've seen, the Storm does have an easier time clearing out the waves, so Esk will have to watch himself, especially as level 3 approaches. But overall, yeah, pretty passive. Maybe you can get a rotation out from your techies to relieve pressure. If not, then, well, expect an even farming lane. Rune control important. And whoever gets advantage into 6 does feel better as that lane scales on.
They do. Have a look at that top lane. Of course, you are going to have our Pug being played by Jubei and Boris against Ush and Skyward. And Boris should still be able to find a lot of farm on this Morphling. Don't think Tilted Boys will care too much for it, though, because they just want the farm on Ush. Look at those quick timings up on the Doom, start that scaling. Eventually just be able to just shut down the Morphling's net worth anyway, because you pop Doom and he's basically a 0 net worth hero once you've committed that spell. So they won't mind Boris getting that early start on the Morph with the nice CS, as long as the Doom is also finding the same.
And you shouldn't be able to zone out the Doom too hard. Skyward's doing a great job of just running down Jubei, getting some good flame breaks off, trying to stall that out. We'll see as that lane develops down bot. A little bit more aggression coming out. Door already out of mana, still has the 2 mangoes to play with it. Double decay is on Lil Nick, so that puts him at 500 HP, makes it uncomfy for him to try to trade. Gives Ferta a lot of room to farm up on that AM. So that is all you really want. You're not looking for double decay, you're just looking for 2 decays on Axe.
I'm actually surprised he didn't jump on Axe either. Door will secure first blood here with the Tombstone, but with the double decay he had double mangoes plus a blood grenade, and he had another decay ready. So I think he actually could have killed Lil Nick there. But I suppose it would have been risky, so he plays it safe and goes for the easier kill in the techies.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Again, this lane can get aggressive from the side of the American Goons, so all you want in Tilted Boys is a stable start. Just give Ferta as much as he can. Already has the Ring of Health, so shouldn't feel too bad. Should just be able to regen through the harassment that does come out. Door will need a reset at some point down to 1 mango. Not the best position to be in for the Undying, but you've already done your job in finding that first blood, so you're more than happy to maybe look for a reset down line. That should lead to perhaps a bottle top-up opportunity for Volodka there as well. Already off to a nice, decent start here for Tilted Boys. With that first blood, Ferta's having just as good of a time as Boris right now in terms of lane. And Lil Nick is falling a little bit behind, but this is to be expected with the Axe. It does take levels to get harassment up.
Every time you say Lil Nick and then you follow up with the word little, it just makes me laugh. I don't know why. I feel like you're missing the opportunity to say Lil after Lil Nick. So we are saying he's falling a little bit behind, but yeah, he's having a good enough time. You just want the Vanguard. Once the Vanguard's up, you can rotate to the jungle, just take stacks. Not too big of a deal. As long as he doesn't get completely shut down, I think he's more than happy. So they are trying to get some damage out here, but the Axe is having a very good time. And this goes back to the techies, right? Like, Giant just being able to keep them back like this, it just makes the Axe's life so easy. You have one good support, the Axe is a free lane, he's going to have a very good game.
Yeah, it's not the freest lane, but it is a lane that he's not being shoved away from. So I think that's more than you'd want. And the Axe can just flash farm from there, has access to the camps. And with level 2 spin, doesn't take too long to start to find that build-up. And it's Ferta who has to watch himself. He's very low on HP, always constantly low, thanks to Giant just constantly applying that harassment on the double melee lane. And that's where things are a little bit rougher. Finding that first kill has helped him set up for an even laning start, but starting to find those openings now is a lot tougher with how Giant's playing. Just put the techies forward. Don't care in the world.
Giant. He's going to be all right for now. Ferte's going to move in. Tombstone dropped a little bit far away from the techies, so the chase is not going to be there. Lil Nick, though, does need to be careful. Does have 3 zombies on top of him, but we'll just take them out. Not too much damage being dealt. It's a bit of a shame as well. When you miss the kill attempts with Tombstone in the laning phase, it's pretty detrimental. Because it's a 90-second cooldown at level 1. So for a minute and a half, they know that you're not going to be able to kill them with this AM Undying combo. So you really don't want to miss it. Is Ferte? Well, they're going to miss a blast off down a bot lane. So Ferte is going to be fine.
Does manage to just sit back and farm. A little bit of an aggressive play down mid there for more Storm, looking for the opportunity in Esk, but hard to pin down that puck so far. Top though, trading quite a bit.
Dropping low, 1 charges, Fairy Fire was there, so Boris now needing to retreat as Skyward pops the blood grenade, going after Jabay. Jabay still alive for now, but the flame break does connect.
Ooh.
And eventually they will secure us. Now Boris, he's going to be all right. The strength morph will be enough, but he was very low on strength. He had no more to morph. They could have kept going, but I think because the Firefly was running out, Skyward just said, screw it. John, look at Skyward's inventory for a moment. He had 4 blood grenades. My God.
He knows what he's doing. He just wants to run down. They secured a regen rune here as well. So Volodka should be able to pick himself up. A little bit of a tool to get aggressive if they want to. Not going to fully commit onto the puck. Esk did get a bottle top up from the support TP's mid. That's a lot of supports mid now, with both of the Giants, both of the American Goon supports heading down that area. They do have the Dream Coil ready, but was read out very nicely here. Volodka just plays in jungle instead. They might be able to collapse onto Skyward still, though.
I mean, they might try. Jabay's been spotted here by Skyward. Ush is going to move in. Jabay's the one in trouble. Blastoff does at least land onto the Doom, so Boris is going to try and finish off the kill. Ush still surviving. Gets a Devour off, but finally goes down. And, Ush actually ends up, rather Skyward ends up dropping down as well. I thought he'd at least have Jabay, but apparently it goes the other way.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, a little bit of a good angle coming out there for the side of the American Goons. Just, it looked a little bit awkward running into the Bat Rider, but at the same time, Skyward threw out his spells in a less ideal manner. He left his Doom isolated as well. They might be able to go for Lil Nick, though. But it's a little bit too close to the tower as well.
They went for that, but they didn't have Tombstone. So you can't dive the T1 tower without it. Make matters even worse if it's Tilted Boys, John, because they did end up dying top lane earlier, just a moment ago. They lost both their Wisdom runes on Tilted Boys, which is obviously huge, as we've seen through multiple series. Mid lane, Volodka, aggressive jump in onto Giant. Disarm is there, though, with the reactive taser. He's got Blast Off available if he wants to commit it, but he will just back off, and Volodka will do the same. So the 8-minute power rune is going to spawn up, so it's going to be a very important rune for both the Puck and the Storm. See who gets luckier. Because both sides have secured one side each, and Esk is going to be the lucky one. He'll get the haste rune.
Yeah, it's big. Should allow him a rotation up top. Bully out Ush once more. The Doom, I mean, it has the Vanguard, so it's a little bit tougher, but you've got the numbers here.
Ush. No, they've certainly got the numbers. He's trying his best to find a way out of this scenario. Another blast there. Maybe a deny to come, but it doesn't seem like it. Giant will pick up the kill. With a nice pick here for the techies. Ush. Well, we do see him get focused quite a lot in most of the games from Tilted Boys that we do get to see. And this series seems to be no different thus far.
Yeah, they're slowing down that Doom's pacing. Trying to go for the Midas build-up, has the Vanguard up. It's a very free lane coming out here for Boris, which is of concern. That does mean the Linkage is going to be out faster.
Oh, he's barely survived. Store was there with the Tombstone Soul Rip to ensure Volodka will make it out. Volodka, he's had a couple of scenarios now where he's almost dropped, but his team's always there to just save his ass, and well, this time around's no different. Volodka will survive another day, and he's still ahead in terms of net worth compared to the Puck, so happy days for him.
Yeah, he's having to play a little bit more on edge, but does manage to bail out. You also drag in Ush to get that safe mid EXP. So you should be able to scale into the Doom now quite nicely, have that threat for these team fights. The one thing these support rotations are doing is giving a lot of free space out for Ferte. Like, he is still free farming on that AM down bot. He's not being contested. Should have that time into Battle Fury, no problem here. And once that's up and running, you can certainly kick up the farming pace. You can probably outfarm the Morph by a good margin until the Morphling starts to get his stat items up down middle.
Esk, yeah, Doom's out. Ush. 9 the spike, moves into the mid lane. Volodka had no hesitation to zip in for that kill. Great pick up here from Tilted Boys. That'll secure Volodka a shield rune as well, which is, not exactly the most favored rune for a Storm, but that might actually be the first rune he's actually been able to pick up this game. So I'm sure he's happy.
He got the region a while ago, so it's his second rune. Not the worst thing in the world. Not the most aggressive runes, though. Little Nick.
Bottom lane, bit of a chase up. He's happy to fight back, though. He has a Lotus inside the bag right now, and Door's the one to drop. You really can't underestimate how hard the Axe is going to be to kill off after a laning stage like this. He has had a very good time. 10 armor at the moment on the Axe is not going to make it easy. Not with the Vanguard on top.
And the AM just doesn't do much once you're out of mana. Like, you can't really rip an Axe apart with the casual chainmail up. So Ferte doesn't have that many options. Can't even go for the Mana Void, not the highest pool on the Axe to try to burn down. They will be able to go for a nice push onto that tier 1. They spot out Skyward as well, hanging back line. Does have the lasso ready, just no easy way of jumping in.
They want Esk. The puck's the important one to catch with the lasso. Zip forward, Volodka trying to go after the Pugna first, so Jabay is going to get caught. The Crepify not going to help his cause. They will just pop the Mana Void. It is a 4-hero rotation for a position 5 kill, so it's not the greatest kill, but it does at least protect the tier 1 bottom tower and allows more time for Ferte to keep that farm going. Because these tier 1s, they are quite important for the AM in the early stages.
Yeah, you need some room to farm. You're not going to be comfy jungling early on without the Battle Fury up. So just need a little bit more time to get that going here for the side of Tilted Boys. 4-4 start. American Goons working this early aggression really well. They've bought a lot of space for Boris up top, man. This Morphling eclipsing the AM farm now should be able to find that Linken's timing on point. And there's no easy solution for Boris at this point. And yeah, the Linkens will have to block out a lot of single target spells. At the same time, it does make the jump in for Tilted Boys a lot tougher. And just more stats means that the Morphling starts to feel really happy when he does dig into that jungle. So you don't mind this at all for the Goons. Like, sure, yeah, the AM's farming, but Morphling's farming just as much. You're able to get a lot of good aggression out with your puck. You're able to start working your way towards the blink for Little Nick. Already has the Blade Mail up. And they're able to handle the Doom better than Tilted Boys is able to handle the Axe. So all things considered, your power spikes coming out here for the Goons is starting to feel a lot better in comparison to Tilted Boys right now.
Absolutely. Very, very strong start for the American Goons. The thing is, with the draft of Tilted Boys, you've got to have faith that you can drag out this game long enough where this AM is just going to be a constant issue. So the split push potential of the draft of Tilted Boys is just massive with the Storm AM. Even the Batrider, of course, we've seen Skyward pushing lanes a lot in these in the tougher games he's had for Tilted Boys, and these kind of games where just constant split push is happening. It's those can be the ones that are kind of infuriating because those are the ones where you tend to make those small mistakes and open up the kind of game for the other team. We are going to see the Wisdom Rune spawning in 25. Looks like the side of American Goons are going to be trying to secure both of them once again. They should be able to get away with this too. This will be the second time that they get both runes. Giant, immediate jump in on Door. Door, not going to make it out. He's down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yep, they find a nice simple kill. This will lead into a nice simple Wisdom Rune pickup as well. Nothing being found by the side of Tilted Boys. They did smoke out with Ush and Skyward, but no one really showing as they are clumped up top. Maybe they can get this flank now onto Esk, but trying to gun for the puck is tougher. You do have Doom ready with no mobility on Ush though, and not the easiest thing to get done.
Coil snap mid lane. They do get the silence off though, so Volodka in huge trouble will drop. Door could not actually get in range for the Soul Rip, but instead they'll lasso up the puck, so a bit of a direct trade looking to happen here as the puck has no way out, but a nice deny from Boris. And how does he even time that one? 3 heroes hitting a puck with Doom, and even from the low ground, he still manages to deny.
Yeah. And he even had more strength up there as well. Not the smoothest right-click time for the Morphling, but patience pays off, and the Tilted Boys find nothing. That's a lot of spells being committed, Lasso and Doom out to try to find that puck kill. Although,
I mean, they'll try for Boris, but without the Doom, I don't think there's much of a chance.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
yeah, he had a full wand as well, so the flash healing was there. Flash mana regen was on hand. Now you've got this big time lined up for Little Nick. Has the blink up. Should be able to start setting these team fights now for the side of the American Goons. And for Tilted Boys, I mean, they've got to fall back into their AM, right? Just believe that Ferta can make this work. Although I have to say, playing from a position in behind here doesn't feel great for Tilted Boys, because Ush will need space as well on the Midas Doom. You need some scaling up on your Storm. Like, all these heroes need some farm. And as long as the Goons keep applying that pressure, there might not be enough map space to sustain all of them.
Big smoke rotation. American Goons looking to go through the rear. Go through the Radiant Triangle. In fact, they'll go towards the top lane where they might find the AM. Giant's going to have a gander? No. He decides better of it. Little Nick looking towards the northern side of the map. Now we'll head down south. Southeast, or rather southwest. Ferte going to be spotted. Call is there. Blade Mail out. Can they secure? It seems like they should. Ferte is gone. Big team fight to break out though, perhaps. Tilted Boys looking for the retreat. Esk does have a Dream Core, just looking for the vision. We'll get it. Lunik does get the call as well. Meanwhile, Lasso has caught out Jabay, so they should at least find a pugner for their trouble, but they have lost their pos 3 Doom. It is not a good team fight thus far for Tilted Boys. 2 calls down. 1 support has been lost for American Goons. And they're off. I mean, their timing's a hit. They can continue this aggression. With this Doom AM side lane, you really can't fight back at the moment. It's very tough.
I mean, when you have Doom up, maybe, but without the blink here, it feels really tough for Ush to find a way into these fights. Like, it's hard for him to find that angle.
He wasn't expecting to stick around. Silence is out. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Lil Nick. Beautiful call. They'll try to secure at least an axe kill, but the life drain is there from Jabay. Call out again. They'll finally take him down, but what's it gonna cost? Skyward's gone. Ush is gone. Oh, it's painful to watch. And now a deny to come out of Jabay. Giant will take care of it. They only find an axe. These are terrible sides here for Tilted Boys. John, this is not good at all.
No, it's certainly not. You're losing your 2 cores that need farm, in the Axe and the AM. Only Valobka having something to play with right now.
Is under attack.
I mean, they're going to find Giant. Disarm is out, buys a bit of time, another disarm out. Valobka eventually gets the kill. Won't be so lucky with the courier, though. It does survive on 3 HP. But they need everything they can get. I mean, they've got to buy so much time for Ferte. He's fallen so far behind this Morphling now. He's meant to be the flash farming hero. And as you can see by Dota, plus 85% win chance right now for American Goons. I tend to agree with those statistics.
Yeah, it's... Again, if Tilted Boys needed to have stronger lanes coming out, it feels like... Well, it certainly looks like that they haven't found that. At least Skyward has a blink, so maybe you can try to get a good blink lasso off. The drums aren't too far off either, so your support Batrider can start to have that big impact it needs to have in this game. It just doesn't feel like it's going to be big enough. Roche beginning here for the American Goons. Not the quickest Roche in the world, but also doesn't take too long. Should be able to just melt through this objective, have the secondary life ready, start to look for the angles into these fights. Mantle almost done now as well for good old Boris here. Smoke out from Tilted Boys. They might be able to find a follow-up fight, but even that's a little bit of a risk.
It certainly is. Queen Gates to... Oh, do they know Ferte's there? between gate usage. They're around the bottom lane. They seem to know the AM's around here somewhere. 30. Spidey senses might be tingling. And yeah, he'll make the retreat. He knows. Too many heroes are missing off the map. Top lane. Jabay will be spotted. He'll go for a run. He has been slowed up though, and Skyward should have no problems dealing with him. So he'll try to hand the kill over to the AM. Nice easy mana void there for Furte to secure the kill. And they might be able to stick around for a tier 1 top tower. Only issue is American Goons are securing the bottom tier 2. So they are still finding the positive end to these trades.
Structures are fortified.
Yeah. More than happy to trade this way. For the Goons, taking complete control of the bot jungle, it's going to be big. There are some good wards coming out from Tilted Boys though to keep cover of their top triangle, so they can leverage that tier 1 take very nicely with the additional camps.
Mid lane.
Ooh, Esk.
Esk is
Runs.
fine. 3-man coil. He just needs a bit of backup. Giant has the blast off, but won't bother. It's like it's just going to be Jabay and Giant. So Esk just going to get the life drain to reset. And they don't really need to rush the game either. Like Boris is, he's going to be huge on this Morphling.
Doesn't feel like you have, again, the cleanest answers. Like, you have to break Linken's with Lasso or Doom and kind of get the next spell going on top of that. You're not ready to go on Ferta just yet. The Manta could be his timing to start contributing more in these fights, but even then, that's also just a little bit uncomfy. Still have 3 minutes left on the Aegis here for Boris. He's just shoving in bot. They could go for a mid push now as well. Lil Nick just farming up for the BKB. Although, down mid.
They go for a bit of a chase, but American Goons may have gone a little bit deep. Wodka will break the Lincolns of Boris, but there's no initiation here for Ash. Can't really break the gap as the Doom to get the Doom off, and even then, Boris still looked pretty safe. They'll stick around for the mid-tier 2 tower. They aren't looking to back off anytime soon, it seems.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
With that, no creep wave. They'll go into the Radiant Triangle instead. Furte is doing his absolute best to catch up in the net worth department. Never feels good to be behind as an anti-mage. That's for sure. And oh, even the Doom's net worth. Like, I didn't even pick up on this, but his net worth is so low. That's a Midas Devour Doom. Sitting at not even 9k yet.
Is under attack.
Yeah, lagging behind severely on that here. He hasn't had too much room to just AFK farm as well, to be fair here to Ush. Has all been going to Ferta. All the space they have, the little space they have, has gone to the AM. They find Little Nick.
They do, Little Nick. For a bit of a run. Skyward should be able to control it. Lasso is available. Furte is going to go ahead and take a Watcher. I guess there was no point chasing. They'd never got the Lasso off, so... Well, never mind. Just too much time being taken. Little Nick now looking at Furte. Might find an AM. Call is there. Blade Mail not quite available, but there it is. Silence out, and that is the AM gone. That's my thing. Like, if you're backing off because you're afraid they've TP'd, how can you farm them?
Look at the space as well. Boris. It's clearing out the tier 3.
Well, there goes the tier 3 tower. American Goons really showing up today here for game 1 at least. Fantastic performance from them. Onto the top racks. They're just not stopping. There's no AM, there's no Storm. Which means there's no reason to back off.
Yeah. They've got Lasso Doom ready, but they couldn't get Lasso off to pop Lincolns, and then Boris gets to run away. You need to stack those spells perfectly after the Lincolns break just to find that opening. 30 seconds more than enough for Boris to feel secure. They take the melee racks, they back off. They respect the respawns on side of Tilted Boys, but just like that, off a fight on a different part of the map, freeing up the space for the Morphling, suddenly you have yourself an 11k advantage. You have one lane that's always going to be shoved in. The side of Tilted Boys losing even more map space. That doesn't feel comfy for the AM. At the very least for Ferta, the Manta is coming up soon. So you can start to play split push a little bit, counteract that top movement. But it still doesn't feel comfy for the AM here. It doesn't feel like he's durable enough to stand up to Boris. See a smoke out from Tilted Boys though.
Yeah, we do.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's not really amounting to much though. Like they'll go through the Radiant jungle. Not finding anything for their time so far.
Dire's courier has been killed.
They might run into Jabay. Jabay's pretty far forward, but he'll get some wards down. Gets a D ward, well, trying to get a D ward off, but Skyward's going to get the lasso. They do find a Pugna.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Bit of committal for that, but they'll get it done. They don't end up denying off their Observer Ward mid lane, so a bit of free gold sitting there for somebody, mostly Jabay, who places the sentry. And, I mean, Americans, I don't think they're too concerned about Jabay dying. It's the pos 5 Pugna, not too big of a deal.
No, it's doing its job, trying to copying the attention away and just buying more space, buying a lot of room for them to keep this farm up. Well, Nick has his BKB ready, so the axe should be just set to go and blink out and start to get these plays opening up for the team. Side of Tilted Boys, well,
Radiant's top barracks are
again, if you're finding some farm, but it's only fair to. Tormentor being taken away now by the goons as well. You'll be able to find that nice and free, going the way of Jubei. Jubei.
Stupendous.
Mid lane, they're having a look for the storm. Volodka's able to get out. You've gotten to the point where now a full butterfly is up on Boris.
Dire's bottom tower is
So,
under attack.
If you're having trouble dealing with him earlier, you're having a lot of trouble dealing with him now, I'll tell you. It's not going to be any easier with that butterfly up. Mid-tier 2 tower looking to go down as well. American Goons taking it very simply with the Pugna and the Blast. They've even mined up this whole high ground just to ensure that if they want to go for a fight here until the boys, they'll be forced into a very awkward position. I suppose as Tilted Boys, all you can do now is split push and buy more and more and more time. By more and more time, I mean a lot of time. Bottom lane, door's gone. So that was top lane.
Yeah.
Ash. Can't blink in for a Doom because he doesn't have blink.
Nope. Still none of that farm ready. Still trying to work onto the Octarine. Should at least have that up. It's a lower cooldown Devour, lower cooldown Midas does feel good. Lower cooldown Doom, of course. But again, yeah, you need that blink BKB on the Doom. Maybe once that's up,
Top barracks has
you can play. I've been saying a lot of maybes here, Mike. It's a little bit of a reach at this point, but it's not
is.
unplayable. It's a 10k lead for Goons. Not the worst thing in the world, I suppose.
It's looking pretty bad though.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You know, like maybe there comes a point where Ferte starts to fight back. Like he's got the Eye of Skadi on the way, and by on the way I do mean he's farming it up. It's getting pretty close now. That obviously can help. I still just don't believe he's gonna have the chance to just blink in and hit the Morphling freely. That's kind of my issue.
Dire's
Like Leonic's just done such a fantastic job on the axe to always find the call on the AM. That I don't think it's going to be as simple as, hey guys, we've got Skadi, let's go kill Morph. And by the way, John, I'd hate to keep bringing this up, but I don't believe Tilted Boys have gotten away with one Wisdom Rune this game, which it has been really detrimental for them, because there's just been no gameplay for their support.
Yeah, I mean, you have a level 13 Bat Rider, a level 13 Undying. Even Jubei on the Pugna, who's died multiple times, is level 14. And the Giant as well has been doing a great job. The runes are big. That really does hurt, because both Bat Rider and Undying do want levels. They kind of want all their spells maxed out. It's not the best feeling in the world. Look at the positioning of Tilted Boys, of the Goons. They're just ready to go high ground. There's nothing to push here.
They want Ash. They're going to leave him though. So either Ash or they were hoping for an AM pick-off.
Dire
Skyward, in the meantime, top left corner of the map has been scanned. They know exactly where he is. And Skyward, he's going to find out they're coming. Not much he could have done about that. Boris was invis. Shadowblade is up on the Morphling. And now Roshan is just completely open here for American Goons. There's no real contest for it.
going to take too long to clear out. Second rush of the game with the cheese. You have a lot of utility in that next fight. Inside of Tilted Boys and Ferte, again, he's got the Scotty up, so it is finished. You can try to dish some damage out onto the Morph. Whether that's enough to deal with 2 lives in Boris, though, is a different question. You've got the BKB being complete by Osh first over the Blink. So again, the Doom's not going to be able to reach out once the Lasso break, once the Lincoln's break is there. Although, to be fair, Skyward can get that done solo with a Force Staff up.
Is under attack.
Again, some solutions presenting themselves, but it's all down to playing it out. If Tilted Boys can play that high ground defense, which they can shine in, then this game as it stalls can get a little bit awkward for the Goons, although I will say we're reaching the point where puck scaling starts to kick in as well. You know, getting level 20, level 25 talents up, start the gun for your Shard, start the gun for your Ags. There's going to be a lot more that the puck can't offer. It's also another hero that you have to worry about and trying to hold down.
Is under attack.
High ground opens up and Boris just gets started.
That he does.
Are fortified.
No hesitation from Boris. BKB now up on Ash, so he's got a bit more survivability for this next fight. Jump in from Esk. Has found the Storm, but it's just going to be a bit of a warning shot here against the Storm Spirit. Boris showing no fear, just going to waveform away for a moment. Goes back for the racks, a very short range waveform. Ferte does deny the mid-range barracks, so there's that. Lasso out, they've caught the Morphling. There's no Strength Morph yet. Boris trying to get the Tombstone down, won't. Instead, he'll go into the Strength Morph just to be able to survive the onslaught. Keep in mind, he does have the Aegis up. Jabay, he'll be the first one to go down, but the immediate buyback is there on the Pugna. Just trying to escape. The zombies are chasing. It's a bit of an awkward escape here for Giant and Boris, but they'll turn around now, but a big mana void. It's going to find at least Giant, but they've lost Skyward. Ferte, money to run. Fight's over. You got a couple supports. It was decent, but I actually can't tell if American Goons need to back off now. It seems like they can go high ground again for the final lane of barracks. They're going to try. Boris, he won't even get doomed. Lunik is in. A great call out again. He found 2 targets, but he's getting taken down. The backup wasn't there. They didn't have the damage. Skyward's going to die back on the Batrider. But I believe they've done enough to hold on to the final lane of barracks. They were okay. In fact, they're going for more. S being targeted by Ferte. He'll orb away. Ferte instead will move on to Jabay, so that's a nice die back on the Pugner. And now the big one, Volodka, caught out, is probably just in fact it's Boris who goes down. Volodka the one to claim the kill. That's pretty huge.
Radiant's middle tower.
That's really awkward from Boris. He turned into AM. I believe he had a blink ready. Was about to blink out, but decides to go for the Tombstone instead. And dies trying to kill a Tombstone off. Big win for the side of Tilted Boys. They stay in this game with 1 Rax left standing. 4K lead still stands for the Goons, but it's not the biggest lead in the world now. It's much more manageable for the side of Tilted Boys. Osh managing to get second position, or third position, in terms of overall farm here. And you've equalized across all your cores. Like, look at the bars here, Mike. 16k to 15k difference with Osh and Vlogka, and that sandwich in between. Not much to speak of. It's really down to Boris and his farm. And he can't afford to die like that. He is the guy in the lead. He's the guy in control, even if it's just a marginal lead now over your Aeon. But if you start giving these openings out to Tilted Boys, you know, with a Blink Doom ready, with his potential build-up down the line for Volodka, with, say, an Ags that could be available for him, the game does not simplify, and you will have to outplay them, which the Goons have done for the most part, but it does get harder and harder when these tools are available for the side of Tilted Boys.
Tilted Boys is still in it. Still kicking. American Goons 1 Rax away from almost having a GG call. Double damage rune has been spotted here from Giant. He'll protect that for his call. So Boros will run over and pick that one up. And I wonder if he wants to rush for the high ground again with this double damage. He won't wait around for a bottle to be provided from Esk. So it seems like they do want to make the call to just go down towards that bottom lane and go high ground. In fact, they may go through the mid lane. Something that you probably won't expect here as Tilted Boys. But American Goons, they got very lucky with that rune, so they want to try and abuse it. Ush moving back in for the creep wave. Blastoff is there, though, looking to burst him down. He'll get the BKB off, but the damage is pretty damn high. And Ush is down. Call is out. They've got the AM. Force Staff away will protect for now, but he's still stunned up. He needs time to get out of there. Boris moving back in again onto the anti-mage. But they will protect. Verte is fine. It's the American Goons. The double damage is gone now. But they are in a 4v5 scenario, in their favor, that is. Being very patient. They'll move into the T3. Esk is out, right onto door, but will jaunt away. Just chipping away at door. Boris feels extremely safe, because Jabay is right behind him with the life drain. They'll get the T3 tower, and it seems like that's going to be enough, though there is a jump in from Verte onto Jabay, but he will be able to decrepify and just leave the area. On the brighter side for Tilted Boys, they will have an opportunity to take their Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, they've got room for that if they can kind of slip out of that area. Ryan.
Oh, that's a lot of mines, but not enough. The Techies is down. Nice pick off here for Volodka.
Yeah, and it's something. You know, they're worth a lot of gold right now. Every single kill does count here for the side of Tilted Boys. That is quite the swing. 428 plus 525 going way of the Tilted Boys. And they will find her Wisdom Rune if they eventually take a peek there. So they'll find her first of the game, which is... It's unfortunate it's their first, but at the least you find it this time. I do like the build-up coming out from Tilted Boys. Mike Ags being worked on for Volodka. So again, going for that teamfight control now on the Storm. And that can easily open up these engagements. It's going to make it a lot tougher for Boris to try to weave his way in and out. Although he does have a full BKB ready. So as long as the Morphling's quick on the response, with a BKB, you should be able to buy enough space for, say, a commitment onto a kill, a commitment onto the objectives as well. I'm wondering when we see Boris's Ags. Just having this additional utility and turning to... Even the Undying is not too bad. Like, we have seen him turn into Undying for the most part. 20% stats plus 40% status resist overall. Could be the way to go for Boris. Maybe just Ag's Blessing straight up. Kind of get you set up for that item there.
Bottom lane, another setup here. The American Goons, but they seem to be retreating, so not interested in trying to go for the fight. Tilted Boys, on the other hand, seem like they wouldn't mind a quick scrap. Skyward
Radiant are scared.
has his smoke broken on Jabay. Verte is going to rush forward. Jabay looks like he's going to be just fine to try and hide in the Roshan pit and go for a TP attempt. Verte going to guess wrong. We're not going to the Roshan, so it does miss out on the free Pugna kill. At least Verte is top of the net worth board now, so, you know, he's scary now as the AM. How scary is the question, but he is certainly scary.
Yeah, full Abyssal Blade up and running for Verte. Even more control on that jump in. Fall through after the Lincoln's break. And it can get a little bit dicey for the side of the Goons. Again, it's down to execution for the Goons. They still have a slight lead up. They've got momentum their way. They have to secure this Roche. And they've still got Boris around the area. But it is a quick spawn. You should be able to head up top. Wonder if they actually do want to take it now. It does feel like you'd be better off waiting for daytime, getting the Ags down south. But they prioritize that secondary life. This should be able to give them the opening for high ground as well. Although, Tilted Boys aren't too far out.
They certainly are not. They're going to move in. The Doom, Ash already being spotted, will be able to walk away. Verte looking to move in as well. Esk, he does have the coil to expend. They run right into each other. They have found the targets. Volodka, he'll get a Vortex off, but no, he's down. Lil Nick will dunk right on him. Verte too low, has to blink out. Ash in the meantime, he's trying to run, but there's no escape from Boris. Lil Nix, I'm telling you, John, this actually, he's been a huge problem this game.
tower is under attack.
Yeah. His call to save, like that was really awkward. For Esk standing in that pit, not getting the Dream Coil off early, gets abyssaled up. But the follow through wasn't there. They get the burst onto the Storm. The Doom had to go out onto Lil Nick as well, which is just not ideal. So now they're going to find themselves a Roshan. A little bit of a split coming out top, but not enough to really apply enough pressure. And Aegis, Cheese, and a Refresh going the way of American Goons. A lot more you have to deal with on the Morphling. Setting up for that high ground. Full Hex up and running now as well for Giant to help you keep that control onto the Storm. Keep that control onto the AM if you do manage to catch him out. The tools are lining up for the Goons. And for the side of Tilted Boys, that was probably their best shot. If they found better follow through to fair to just running up like that, could have ended up being better. If you got the Doom off onto the Morphling, that fight probably doesn't even happen for the side of the Goons, but they angled themselves well and Tilted Boys aren't able to capitalize.
They certainly are not. Into the bottom lane they go. Boris, oh, Lincoln's broken. Lasso, drag back skyward, trying to get him to the fountain. They've got one life. Can we drag him into the fountain? Lil Nick, he's in. He's going to try and save the day. The call is there. Ush, no. Yes, he's down. Boris, in the meantime, trying to get out. Does refresh. Volodka trying to deal with him. They've got Giant. The tech is just gone. On the run they are. Jabay should drop. And will. Esk will jump back in. And now Lil Nick, he's got another call out. The AM's been caught. Ferte is down. He could not blink away. They do at least kill off the axe. But they've still got to try and deal with Boris. He's the big problem. All the buybacks incoming. The one buyback that matters is not available right now. The AM, he is lacking 2k gold for it, John. That is not very good news for Tilted Boys.
Radiant structures.
That's just high ground now. Great positioning out from Goons. Lil Nick again saving that last fight. What a call. Oh.
Wodka trying Lil Nick. He's in with the call. He's just patiently waiting every single time. And GG's called. They have seen enough. Our boy Lil Nick has done it here in game one, Jonathan. A fantastic performance here from our Axe. And, you know, I was saying before the draft started, American Goons, they should have been the underdogs in this game one. Turns out, though, they came to play today, understanding how important this series is for them to remain at least in Division 2. And so far, they're off to a great start.
Yeah, they look amazing in game one. Just seeing the AM not being flexed, picking up the axe here for Lil Nick. Sure, it's a little bit slower to start off with. You did see the first blood coming out the way of Tilted Boys with a great tombstone coming through. But eventually, axe is an AM counter. You just blink on top, you get the call, and it's more than enough with your durability on hand, with the blade mail on hand. For Tilted Boys, a lot of things had to go right there, right? You had to get a good Doom, a good lasso off onto Morphling. And you did say there was a lot of pressure for that one Lincoln to do a lot of work, but they never even found the opportunities to get those openings onto Morphling. Every now and again, we'd see either the Doom or the lasso, but never both of them back to back with how Boris was playing. Just so confident. And this is a Morphling game without the Ags Morphling as well. Like he just went full on right click morph. No problems here.
Yeah. Who cares? I mean, you're up against AM, John. You don't need it. This POS 1 AM, it's not good. I keep saying it. He had the highest net worth at the end of the game. It just didn't matter. It's not like, all right, he got countered by Axe, but you know what? AM gets countered by basically any hero in this meta. It's been like that for years now. You saw the last kind of Roshan fight here. It's this Lil Nick saving the day. Sadly, Tilted Boys, I don't think Tilted Boys played bad. I just think American Goons played how they should have been playing this whole tour. Right? Like just very clean gameplay, very well coordinated, a clear game plan from them. And it's something I've been calling out for since 2 or 3 started. Finally, we're getting to see it at the end. See if they can keep it up for game number 2, but I mean, this game 1, it felt pretty stompy.
It did. You had some openings coming out for Tilted Boys, but not enough. I think the impact you were expecting on Skyward just didn't come out here as well. So I'm wondering if they go back to that Bat Rider. I feel like they probably will on the side of Tilted Boys. whether or not they allow some like the Morphling this time is the question I have in my mind, because it felt like you did lack core-to-core matchups. I was surprised the AM came out over something like, say, the PL. Just caused a lot of issues. Like, Freyta couldn't do as much. His lane was, again, okay for the first 3 levels, then Little Nick stopped caring afterwards. Of course, American Goons take that win, and we do have to hand our MVP over to Little Nick. So he gets a little prize for himself, Mike.
That's right.
Very, very happy man. Of course, every single time Little Nick gets to not play Doom and pop off, I'm sure he feels amazing about that.
Yeah, it is a fantastic game from the Axe. Props to him. Definitely, I think if they didn't actually have this Axe, this would have been a much more challenging game for American Goons. But Lil Nick made it look pretty damn easy, just very patient with the calls. But every time he saw the AM, it was just an immediate blink in. So props to him, understanding the matchup and what the assignment was for the Axe this game one. Still, that does mean, John, we do go into game 2 rather soon after a break, and I do wonder exactly what Tilted Boys are intending to change up going into their game 2, because I mean, I want to say it's draft. This AM pick, look, I know it counters Morphling, but it didn't. So I'm going to go ahead and answer the question for you. Just don't draft AM. The hero's garbage. We've established that. We're going to head to a short break to really think about how trash AM is, and right after that break, we're going to be back with game 2 between Tilted Boys and, of course, the side of American Goons. We'll see you all again very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our second game of this best of 3 series between Tilted Boys and, of course, the side of American Goons, and it is MLP Dota and John X Fire. Jonathan, welcome back. Game 1, not going quite the way the Tilted Boys would have hoped. They do end up dropping Game 1 here to American Goons. Game 2, is there any changes you would like to talk about before we do begin the draft?
Yeah, the AM is probably not the solution to the Morphling, at least not in safe lane. Maybe if you had something like the PL instead, I think that was left in the pool at the end. Could have worked out probably. We've seen a few teams kind of try PL up against Morph to mixed results as well, but it can pay off. We'll see. I think it's rather telling when you can first phase a Morph, and the solution from Tilted Boys was not to pick AA, which was surprising to me because it was left in the pool in that first phase. So I think when you see a Morphling, just instant AA and you have a pretty good time. Perhaps just not feeling the AA Undying support duo, which would have come out, which, to be fair, is also kind of awkward. But I think those were the angles that you could have taken there for sure on Tilted Boys. Like, it was a very early Morphling pick. You couldn't really punish it. Your supports didn't do much to it. So I'd like to see a shift out there. We will see if they correct in the draft, as we do have that ready for us here in game number 2, as we are soon to that kickoff. American Goons going to be picking first, so they ban out the Morphling themselves, probably not wanting Tilted Boys to have access to that one, which should open up the game a little bit more. I guess it's interesting because they have first pick, they could easily get Morphling, but I'm sure Tilted Boys now are like, all right, if they pick Morphling, we'll just take the AA. So ensuring that Tilted Boys won't have that in their hands, just take it off.
Oh, absolutely. It's a pretty broken carry right now. No need to waste your time trying to find a way to deal with it. Let's get it out of the game. There's a Spirit Breaker ban again here from American Goons. Just paying the respect over to the Skyward Spirit Breaker. Don't blame them quite for that. Tilted Boys.
10 seconds
One ban to go.
remaining.
Of course, they do get rid of the Timber Saw.
5 seconds remaining.
Bit of a heavier think about the second ban. You do still have the Undying, you still have the Techies.
Yeah. Pugna, Marana there as well.
So many options,
Maybe
that's
a
kind of
couple
the
eBay
issue.
heroes.
Radiant
What is it, first pick for Tilted Boys? No, it is for American Goons, so they'll get rid of the Undying, not wanting to give that away. American Goons, what are you going to prioritize here? I mean, do you just take the Jabay hero? Like, do you secure one of the heroes that he likes to play in the Marana? Maybe even just go back to the Pugna because he had a pretty good time on the Pugna, I'd say.
Dire team pick.
Yeah, they did.
Huh?
They go with the Techies first. They picked up for themselves, which I can't fault them for, but now Tilted Boys could gun for the Pugna themselves, which I wouldn't mind either. We'll see what the options are. Batrider is still available as well for Tilted Boys if they want to go back into that for Skyward.
10 seconds
Had a
remaining.
pretty decent performance here. But again, just not enough to close out the game to
5
give them an
seconds
advantage,
remaining.
but I don't think the Batrider was too bad. It was maybe a little bit too greedy with that
Dire
draft.
team pick.
So you can just kind of get more activity out here. Instead, they will go for the Rubik. So that should be your pause for the Skyward still. He has had some pretty solid Rubik games. I won't say maybe not as impressive as his Batrider or Spirit Breaker games, but still solid enough.
10 seconds.
It's very nice against the Techies. I think the spells that you can take from Techies, they're just kind of
5 seconds
ridiculous.
remaining.
Even the proximity mines are pretty damn nice to just take away. Did I say proximity?
Yes.
Remote? Is that what I was meant to say? Remote mines? No, it is proximity mines.
No,
I
they're not
can't
remote
remember,
anymore.
Jonathan.
Oh, Mikey, you play Techies, don't you? You
I
like
do play
saying this.
Techies.
I'm a Techies player. What are your spells, Mike?
Jonathan, I don't read the spells. I just know they do a lot of damage. That's all I know.
I forget the Michael Phoenix lore of not being able to read. I apologize. For not being on top of my lore, Mike. It's my bad.
I'll accept your apology. Doom is there, Tilted Boys. They'll take that away, so Lord Nick won't have that option, which you kind of said it in game 1. Yeah, it might be better he doesn't have that option, quite frankly, because the axe looked fantastic last game. So, see what else they want to pick up for the offlane here.
10 seconds remaining.
American Goons.
Radiant team back.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Well, this is a hero that we haven't talked about at all today. Medusa comes out. Awkward part about this hero is it could very likely be the off-lane Medusa or the safe lane Medusa. Hard to know which one they're going to go for. You don't have the Morphling counter. You now don't have the AM counter. And this is the one hero where I think AM is certainly the pick to go for if you are up against a Medusa, but you don't have that option anymore. So two of the strongest counters towards Medusa are gone. And quite frankly, Jonathan, if you do somehow find a counter anyway later on during this draft, it can still be just switched to position 3. Little Nick could just go for the phylactery build on Medusa, and you might have just wasted the draft trying to counterpick this hero. But quite frankly, with the way things are going, all the counters are just getting banned.
Yeah, looks like it's setting up for a really strong Dusa game. The lane itself as well is pretty damn good for Dusa. Like Doom and Rubik doesn't do much up against Dusa. She can just stand back, play with a snake, crush that lane pretty safely. So I like that pick. They just identify this off lane of Tilted Boys, knowing that it doesn't deal with a safe laner, and just go from there. Ban out the Terrorblade now, so there's no real solid core-to-core matchup that feels great for Tilted Boys. Tilted Boys focusing on supports that kind of combine with that Dusa well, leaving a lot of core options on the mid here for Esk. There's a lot of room for the goons to go with this one too. I was gonna raise something like the Lion with his shard and level 15 talent, but not even necessary. It feels like it's not even necessary. The Tilted Boys will go for the Wind Ranger. Fair enough. It should be flex safe laner mid.
I don't want to hear that.
I mean,
that name.
Trust me though, Lion with shard and his level 15 talent, Dusa has infinite mana because you're draining down 2 enemies as well while supplying mana to the Dusa. She actually doesn't run out of the mana. It's so dumb. It is the dumbest combination.
My only issue with that is, how does the Lion survive? That's my problem.
Yes, debuff immunity. You just stand back, get yourself on Aether Lens, and get lucky with RNG on the neutrals, and stand a million miles away. That's it.
Thank you for that, John. Maybe we'll see the tech come out sometime when Lion's actually viable. There's the Pangolier coming out here for American Goons. Very nice pickup. This hero just seemingly never gets old in the meta ever since it first came out. I mean, I'm just, if anyone from Valve wants to know how to nerf it, I mean, Rolling Thunder's pretty broken. We might want to nerf that a little bit. Like, do we really need the duration to be that long on Rolling Thunder? Is that necessary?
That is true. But why not buff everything else? Just buff other heroes to make Pangolier look weaker. That's what I'm saying, Mike. It's maybe harder, but it's more fun.
I'm just salty, Jonathan. I'm just salty because he gets a 10-second duration on Rolling Thunder, just perma-stuns people. Level 15 talent gets a plus 3-second duration. There's a certain other hero that doesn't stun anymore with his Q. Makes me very upset.
It's been years, Mikey.
10 seconds.
I
It has
don't know if
been,
they'll ever
John.
roll that one back. I don't know if
Well, they
ever
said
will.
they wouldn't.
5 seconds.
There you go.
remaining.
The silencer
But I'm not
comes
gonna
out
stop.
just like the silence occupying your mind, thinking about Earth Spirit, Mike.
There's no
Does come
silence,
in.
John. It's complete chaos in my mind. I need silence. I want silence, but it's not
Well,
here.
maybe you should play some silencer, Mikey. It could end up good for you in the pubs. This year has felt really good. Nice way to break up the team fights now from Tilted Boys with a global silence. You have some good saves here, at least good ways to counter initiate. With a Stone Gaze with a global silence, pretty secure Medusa game. The lane as well, Silencer Medusa is not too bad. 2 ranged heroes up against Doom Rubik. You can stand fairly back on these heroes, spam out spells, feel perfectly fine. Tilted Boys for their part, what's the solution here? I mean, they could still try to shift the Wind Ranger towards towards safe lane if they don't want the mid matchup, although Pango versus Wind Ranger is not the worst, it's also not the best for Wind Rangers. Your Wind Run doesn't do too much up against Pangolier. So, kind of open for the side of Tilted Boys. The one thing I dislike about seeing Wind Ranger as well into Dusa is that you always pick this with the thought in mind that you'll go Diffusal and counteract Dusa. It honestly, in a lot of games, it doesn't feel like a counter. At least in the games I've watched, in Southeast Asia in particular. But there's a lot of ways to still kind of deal with a Wind Ranger core that wants to try to focus far down. Tilted Boys will go for the TA. So it could be mid, it could be safe. Like, you have flex here for both sides. I think a TA mid sounds a little bit better. your first 3 levels feel pretty bad, or your first 2 levels can feel really, really bad, but once you get level 3 refraction, lane's pretty manageable, especially if you're, again, into the Pango. You've got the side blades to play with up against melee hero. You can kind of line that up pretty nicely while going for the last hits. So I don't mind this too much for Tilted Boys. I think this is a stronger win condition on the mid, with more tempo on perhaps the Wind Ranger. But it's open enough that the flex is there, and heck, maybe you even do something weird like pause 5 Rubik, pause 4 Wind Ranger, or something like that with that sort of support duo.
I mean, we have seen the Boris TAs. Ah, never mind. Mixed up the teams for a moment.
10 seconds remaining.
I was gonna say we saw the Boris TA look fantastic, but never mind.
Dire team back.
Not a Boris TA. Anyway, support banouts coming. Enchantress, Oracle both being removed. Tilted Boys, one more ban to come. They'll get rid of the Beastmaster, so just focusing the offlane of Lil Nick. It does seem like it's just going to be a Medusa pos 1 at this point. I think we can both agree on that. So an offlane surely to come here from American Goons.
Dire team.
What does Lil Nick want to play? Batrider apparently is going to be the pick.
Yeah, it melts through the TA if that is a safe lane TA. You could even just lane swap, road swap, depending on what Tilted Boys close out with here. So you wouldn't mind just going into the TA lane every single time. Not for refraction, you're going to crush the lane in the first 3, 4 levels even, maybe even the 5 levels. Feel really good for the Batrider there. No saves up against the Batrider here. Nothing to dispel, nothing to hold him down. Bloodseeker is the pickup by Tilted Boys, so it is a support Wind Ranger now. Mid TA with safe lane Bloodseeker for Ferte. I wonder if you swap lanes. Nah, they'll keep it with Esk. Esk will still keep playing the Pango. You've got the Pango counter in Rupture, I suppose, but your core to core is not the smoothest. I can see the Dusa kind of stepping away with this one. And Skyward's playing the Doom, so it's an offlane Ush Wind Ranger. I'm not sold in this. I'm not sold. I think the Wind Ranger can at least CS against Sedusa, but I don't know if you can really pressure her, which is really the big concern in that lane.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure about this. The way they've switched these roles here, like this pos 3 Wind Ranger, does look a bit concerning. I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see. I suppose it's one of those things where you reserve judgment. You see exactly what's going to happen here between these two teams here for game 2. Tilted Boys, their backs are up against the wall here. John, they need this victory to at least force to a game 3. American Goons, on the other hand, a 2-0 victory would be very nice for themselves because they are looking to try and avoid relegation out of Division 2. And this win would probably give them a very solid chance of making that happen, just not getting relegated. Let's see if they can make it happen, though. I think they do come out with a better draft. I think we can both be quite agreeable on that. I don't want to say another hero is trash in this game, Jonathan, but there is a particular hero that I don't like to see very, very much, and I know you know which one I'm talking about. Sadly, it's on the same team as well, but I think this time it makes sense. Like there's a Pango, there's a Batrider. It makes sense to have the Bloodseeker in this game.
Yeah, it can work out, but I'm not sure. Feta has to get a lot done in his lane. He's got to control that lane pretty well, find that initial CS. You do at least have a Bloodseeker Rubik lane, so you've got the lift back into the Blood Right, which is some decent aggression that can come out there. So there's some way of playing aggressive early on. The one thing I'm actually gunning for more than the Bloodseeker is really the Wind Ranger off, right? Like, I don't know. Like, again, Wind Ranger as a counter to Dusa is theoretically sound. In practice, it doesn't feel amazing. It's just not instantaneous mana burst. You know, it's like, yeah, Diffusal's nice with Focus Fire, but Stone Gaze can still fly on, then what you're going to do, you're not going to kill her until after you freeze up. Someone could build a Halberd, and then the Wind Ranger just doesn't do right-click, so that's a very funny counter to you. Heck, even just the Swashbuckle with a Lucky Shot can kind of get that done for you as well. Like, just the fact that the Lucky Shot will take you out 4 seconds out of your Focus Fire is more than enough time to buy space out for Dedusa to run off. So, I don't know, like, Wind Ranger core, I get why, but I don't think it's a Dedusa counter.
Here we go. Looks like it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounties. Tilted Boys unable to swipe a third one away, so not too big of a deal. I think this game in particular as well, like we saw last game, just the wisdom runes being constantly taken by American goons. I think the first 3 or 4 instances of wisdom runes, they were both taken by American goons. You'd definitely like to see it the other way around this time, right? Like Tilted Boys, I'm sure they've had a conversation about it. It's like, guys, we really need to make sure we at least get our own one. We can't afford to let them just get 2 of them every time.
Especially not when you're running a Doom support. Like this hero needs the wisdom runes to kind of have some scaling, some levels up. So Skyward's gonna have to be on point with controlling that. We'll see as the lanes break out. Taking a look at that mid first, it is our Pango versus TA lane. This should be fairly straightforward. Both sides can farm up pretty well. Volodka's gonna feel a little bit rough until maybe level 3, level 4, swings start to stabilize. So it should be a little bit easier for Esk early on, as long as he doesn't cop too many meld side blades. If you can avoid that in the Pango, then you feel pretty good. If not, well, it's free right-click harass for Volodka, and there's not too much Pangolier can do in that case.
No, certainly not. Because that top lane, a lot of aggression already being dealt towards Ferte, Lil Nick, and Giant against Door and Ferte. It's a pretty devastating kind of lane, as Ferte is going to get jumped immediately here by the techies, but he jumped into a blood right. Whoopsie daisies. He had time to cancel that. He chose not to. And it does cost him.
Not enough output onto Ferte, heals up with the Thirst. So feeling good after a lot of harassment coming out onto him. And the Bloodseeker can just kind of sustain true in this lane. Of course, as the levels go up, it's not the comfiest time for a Bloodseeker anyway. Like level 3 with level 2 Flamebreaker Firefly does become pretty nasty for a Bloodseeker. You've always got the Blood Right lift back play, but I don't see you using that offensively for the most part. It's going to have to be a very defensive use to stop that follow-through from Blast Off, stop that follow-through from Batrider. Let's see how much more Ferte can get out, but the first blood certainly not something he'll sleep on. Down bot again. We've got Boris on the Ducel, Jubei on the Silencer, up against Skyward on that support Doom, and Osh on the offlane Windranger. Already a rough time for Skyward.
Yeah, last word's going to ensure that they secure the kill. Jubei going to be very happy with that.
Is under attack.
Us trying to find a bit of a trade. Doesn't have enough damage dealt to even try for a power shot. Wouldn't have been a kill. So, nice pick up there for the bottom lane. 1-1 so far. Not going to be the easiest lane for Skyward as the Doom. I mean, at least us should be able to find some farm, but as the Doom, like against the Medusa Silencer lane, it's going to be a pretty rough time. There's not too much you can ask him to do here as a pulse 4.
Yeah, it's a pretty do-nothing lane. They've done a great job of blocking out top as well. And just using their bodies to ensure that Skyward's not going to have any decent creep to find. He's going to have to walk all the way around to look for something to play with. Does take the healing creep. So there's some sustain, but no offensiveness at all. Up top, Lil Nick's dropping low.
He is. Lil Nick so far is okay, but Ferte is on the chase. The first bonus movement speed he was getting. Got pretty close to getting the kill. The Fade Ball from Door. Oh, it's not enough. I thought he had it. Now Ferte being chased down here by the techies, but no, it's not enough either. Door will zone out Giant. Flame break now from Lil Nick, but they're both afraid about the Fade Ball incoming.
Dire's courier.
Ferte's sticking around. He needs one creep to regen up a little bit, but he's going to play it so safe.
Are fortified.
They even glyph up the wave. They still have an opportunity to kill him, but they don't have any real spells to throw out, sadly. So it looks like the Bloodseeker is going to be just fine.
Dire's structures are fortified.
It's going to be able to sustain true, but Firefly's back up and Flame Break as well.
Door's going to get jumped. Lil Nick going for an easy kill onto the Rubik. Stick charges are there. In fact, I say easy. It's not proving to be that easy. Door is out. Uses the stick charges to be able to survive that. Props to him for actually making it out of this.
Yeah, you've got Giant still very low as well. Still sitting in that lane, so a lot of Thirst movement speed for Ferte, which means an aggression onto the Bloodseeker is not going to be feasible anytime soon. Rather even start. Glad to see this kind of laning presence coming out from Tilted Boys, that they are able to hold on to their top. My concern still lies with that bot lane. I mean, Ush is finding farm, as you mentioned, but it just doesn't feel good when your Doom is kind of slowing down like this, although Skyward is starting to get aggressive here.
That he is.
Denied.
Skyward actually just ticking out to the curse damage. He's going to make it. fine to back his way out. Does have still has the healing healing creep spell, so he can just, you know, heal himself if he really wanted to, but he'll make the walk back to the fountain instead.
Yeah.
Now Ash is copying quite a bit of damage though.
Yeah, it is a Dusa up against a ranged hero. It's pretty easy to line up the Mystic Sneaks to bounce, as long as she's hanging pretty far back defensively, and Ush is having to hang back pretty far.
38, top lane, nice stiff back from Door. They are applying so much pressure. Ferte's going back for the courier now. He's going to be able to get it, and he just outruns the Bat Rider. Just the techie's too low, giving that thirst movement speed again for Ferte. And Door, like, he's consistently saved the day here with just one lift. Bottom lane, or rather mid lane, Lisa ends up, Jabay ends up going down. Skyward ends up getting the kill. Courier goes down for Esk. Esk is trying to get towards the Invis rune and will eventually get there. Does have to pop the Rolling Thunder to make that happen. While that's happening, top lane, Ferte again in danger, but this time he will drop. They finally take down the Bloodseeker.
You're trading blows here and there, trading a couple of supports or a support on the side of Goons, but slowing down the Bloodseeker, a much bigger deal. Like, you've already got a stronger start for Boris in comparison to Ferte with all the pressure coming out on his lane. Now with that death, Medusa just gonna feel harder to handle. Power Thread's up, rushing into the Manta, and something like the Manta Ags here just makes it unplayable for the side of Tilted Boys. Skyward should be able to get away with one rune, it looks like, although the blast off is there, maybe not. They lose both Wisdom runes again.
Again, and Skyward's gonna die for this.
Yeah.
First time's pretty bad, right? Because the first one's probably the most detrimental one. So now you're going to hit level 6 faster on the Radiant supports. Like, you look at this tech, he's level 5 already, Skyward's level 3. You know? He's halfway through the level 5 as well for Giant, so he's going to have level 6 pretty early on. Your Rubik's stuck at level 4. You know, it's not fun to lose those first Wisdom runes, and it's kind of the thing. Like, the second, third one, maybe they're not quite as bad, but the first one for those level 6 timings, it feels pretty harsh.
Yeah, it's not going to be nice, especially again for Skyward and the Doom. Level 3 on the Doom, long way away from getting that 6 up with the Doom. So he has very minimal impact. At the very least, he does have the Mud Golem creep, so he has a boulder to throw out here.
Esk, Rolling Thunder does get him away again. In fact, he's going to turn. Don't think he can really stick around, but he'll try onto Skyward. They're getting some damage out. Skyward, he'll pop a blood grenade before he does go down. They've got the Thirst Vision. But never mind, Esk, he will heal up with the bottle. He'll be okay. Jabay, oh, the power shot. Allowing enough damage so Velocity can get the job done. They do at least get something for all of this trouble. Pretty even trade at the end, I suppose. Just a 1-for-1 of the supports. So Esk definitely doesn't want to make it a bit more valuable for Tilted Boys, but he does manage to back off.
Just to bail out after poking onto that creep wave, we'll need a full reset, as you are giving a little bit out to Ferte to kind of run around with just a little bit more of that first bonus up. Still starting to collapse up top here as well on the side of Tilted Boys, looking for a rotation in. Skyward with that Mud Golem creep can do some work in setting up here.
Rupture. He's out, Lil Nick. He'll still go for a bit of a run. Has the TP, but realizes he can't really use it. Will instead go for a lasso into the blast off. They're still trying for Ferte. The mine's out. They've got him. Oh my goodness. That's going to be such a tough feeling for Tilted Boys to see their Bloodseeker die with all that committal. That's rough.
Yeah, it's again down to the level 6 timings we were talking about earlier, Mike. Just procs mines up with a combination of blast off. Skyward now just he's a sitting dog.
Yeah. +4 Doom. It's a tough situation to be in for Skyward. Still stuck at level 3. There's not exactly many lanes he can go to soak XP. It's not like Volodka's left the mid lane to give him a chance. So, you know, everyone's kind of playing a little bit greedy here on Tilted Boys. Because it doesn't seem like the lanes will win out that hard. Jabay, gonna be in trouble. He has help though. Blast off is there. Hand was up from our TA, but I think Jabei's very, very happy with that kind of trade.
For sure. Like, support for the mid TA who has to pick up that momentum considering the slow start from Ferte. That means your mid and your safe lane's going to be farming up. Heck, even your Wind Ranger is probably going to sit back and farm. There's no one that can really connect here unless you see an opportunity to rupture. And that just means a ton of space out for the Dusa. Like, Boris is having the freest time of his life right now. Number one in that word. No contestation from a Wind Ranger as you'd expect here until the diffusal's up for Ush. So no threat on Boris. And once he gets Butterfly, I don't know if you even have a threat. Like, after that Manta, it is a very feasible Butterfly game. It's mainly physical damage you have to worry about on the Dusa. So the evasion's going to be big. Like, your counter in Wind Ranger is going to feel a little bit lousier because you can just survive through the initial shackle focus fire, get the gaze off, get the snake off, and you can pretty much retreat fully. Like, this answer in Wind Ranger just, it's not secure. Even with the diffusal, you're going to need control, and that is the Gleipnir being queued up here for Ush after the diffusal blade, but who knows what timing is on that, because again, it's just a slower game overall.
That it is. Top lane is going to be focused now by American Goons. Boros will be around bottom lane to defend that tier 1 tower. Ush is going to TP in. Try and defend the top tier 1 the best he possibly can. Little Nick does get shackled. A nice start here for Ush. Bay right around the corner to help out. Blast off. No, the lift up from door. Not going to allow the blast off to come in and land the stun. Giant still trying to move in, get those mines down here against Ush, but can't find a nice angle. So they will lose Little Nick. And it seems as though they aren't going to get as much damage as they would have hoped from this tier 1 top. As now they are just sitting ducks. Jabei gets caught. They know Giant's in the tree line somewhere. And they're going to find him with the sticky bomb of door. It's now 3 heroes going down top lane. It's a fantastic team fight for Tilted Boys.
A little bit too staggered coming out from the Goons. Coming in one by one, giving that lasso opportunity to Ush after seeing the power shot. Just lining up with a creep does give them a lot to play with. Eskis well down mid just gets run down a little bit by Volodka. He's got the early blink up on the TA, so he can play a little bit aggressively if he wants. DD is popped though onto Esk, and he does have the bottle top up. Or he was supposed to get the bottle top up, and Jubei doesn't quite give him one. Right. Giant should be able to. It's in the backpack again. What? No bottle top up for Esk. Twice over.
Oh, no.
Huh?
I'll tell you, John, from my experience, if I did that to one of my pub mids, they would not be very happy. I'm sure Esk is not satisfied with what he's seen either. So they are going to move down towards the bottom lane, see if they can pick off Skyward. Skyward has hit at least the level 6 mark now, so does have the utility with this Doom and seems to realize that they are coming for him. 2 D-wards out, but he won't even get away with that. He'll have to leave the D-ward behind.
Sorry, what?
And here we will go down. Boris will take the kill on the Medusa. First kill of the game for him. Again, the brighter side is Skyward got level 6. So Doom is available. Top lane, Lil Nick's going to be in trouble. And it seems like they'll have plenty of damage to take him out. So once again, Tilted Boys, they're finding the better end of these trades. Or even more bot lane. Boris. Usual was there. He'll mantra it off though. Again, Wisdom Rune's being caught here by the side of American Goons. They find both of them again. Jabei, who just get both.
That is, I don't know how they keep getting away with it on the side of the Goons. They position aggressively, maybe using Boris's bait to drag all that attention bot tier 1. Knowing that he can bail out with Global Silence and the Stone Gaze still available. You just get the runes going their way. Giant, TP cancelled. But don't follow through again. Like, if you could get the angle for Skyward to come in with a Doom, it can work out, but again, with no blink up, it's a little bit hard to get that done. We just take the gate through. They could look for a play onto Ferte if he's not too careful, but only the Dusa techies. You need more than just that. Probably want Little Nick around, not able to really show up there.
Conceal yourselves. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ferte's top lane by himself at the moment.
Tower is under attack.
They won't bother. They'll just show themselves and go after the top tier 1 tower. Mid lane in the meantime, Esk, he's going to be fine instead. Skyward. He's been spotted. Not really a great way out for him. They'll just drag him back with the lasso. They'll try to buy a bit of time for himself, but it's going to be nowhere near enough. He is down. And that should mean the tier 1 top tower is set to fall quite freely.
Yeah. Shouldn't have any contestation out from the side of Tilted Boys. I think the one thing with this draft as well is that normally what we see in a Dusa counter is not just something to melt the mana, of course something to reduce the damage. You do have Rubik with Fade Bolt, but normally you want a Crimson Guard. I don't know if Skyward's going to be able to farm the Crimson Guard fast enough for it to be impactful. Esk though, spot of trouble.
He is. Lift up, nice swashbuckle away. Now the turnaround with the Rolling Thunder. Looking to counter. Volodka, he's out of refraction charges. Esk, though, is going to get doomed up, so no follow-up stun. Volodka, he might actually just run out of this. Last word is going to pop. The curse is still going, but they don't have enough damage. Global Silence even popped. Still going is the curse. But Volodka, I think, has made it. He is fine. Close call, but they do ensure the TA does get out of there safe.
That's a big win. Getting the hit and run, even though it does cost the Doom from Skyward. Massive kill onto Esk. Just to ensure that he wouldn't be able to dance around there with the swash and with a shield crash. So they emphasize that kill. They save Volodka. The TA is starting to catch up. Matching the farm, at least on the other cores. You're falling behind now on Esk. Has had a rough time in the Pangolier, which is to be expected up against a TA matchup. Once that lane stabilizes for the TA, she does just take over. And for the side of the Goons now, it's time to just wait for Boris to hit the butterfly. Is farming up for it, has the quarterstaff up. So, one part in, Eagle Song basically done now as well. So not too far off from a very quick butterfly coming out for a front runner in terms of net worth. But you don't want to give openings away. Now, with this draft on Tilted Boys, once they equalize with a Doom support, it becomes pretty tough once he gets the auras up. He is going for Guardian Greaves. He can eventually go down for the Vanguard, although Ferrete...
He's going to go down. That's a big pick off here for Giant. Escor's there to help out as well. Ferrete does at least have the BKB up now, so can kind of avoid those instances of damage later on. And in the meantime, the top tier 1 tower is going to be focused here by Tilted Boys, so they are still going to find something with their trouble. Volodka will take care of that one. Mid lane, Skyward's going to be spotted, but does find himself a haste rune, so easy run out for him. And I am starting to slowly question whether this Medusa is going to be able to carry this game, because you are still up against two really beefy, not necessarily beefy, but high-hitting cores in the Bloodseeker TA, who are keeping up in their worth quite nicely when you compare to the Dusa. It's a matter of whether they actually are going to be able to deal with her as the game goes on. But it's starting to feel like it might just be a yes. Oh, they'll smoke up now, they'll try. They're running right towards Boris. Boris backing off at the right moment. Will leave the illusions behind and has chosen correctly. Perfect time to back.
Avoiding that kill opportunity that Tilted Boys are looking for right now is pretty damn nice. You are starting to hit critical mass on the side of Tilted Boys, like say, the Gleipnir timing here for Ush is lining up with the Diffusal. Having that extra hold and the mana burn certainly starts to help. That's where this is the time for the Wind Ranger where it can feel like a pretty solid counter to that Tusa. Blink is up and running for Esco, so it should be easier for him to find the angles on that Rolling Boulder. Rolling Thunder here. Ush.
Bit of chip damage, but nothing to write home about. Very slow game between these two. Very close game though. Very slight net worth lead the way of Tilted Boys. Win probably is still sitting 71% chance the way of American Goons, and I believe that is just purely the Medusa effect, to be fair. There's the butterfly coming out on Boris, so say he's looking a lot more durable now with the butterfly up. But Tilted Boys, they seem more than happy just playing the slow game. They understand they have a timing they can hit as well. They seem to want to get their BKBs up before they really get moving. That's fair enough. But there is a group up now. Down at bottom lane, both sides are here. Could be a big 5-on-5 to come. Smoke out from the American Goons running right towards them. Ush has spotted Giant, but he doesn't want to get on the high ground. Could be mine. Giant, thinking about going through the twin gates, will cancel. Doom is out on Lil Nick, but Lil Nick has the Firefly, so he might just go for a run. Verte's trying to run in for a rupture, but can't find the angle for it. Instead, Giant's the one being targeted on the high ground and will finally go down. They do finally chip away at the techies. American Goons? I mean, it might just be around that time to retreat. But Boris is pretty massive on the Medusa, so he might want to go. They know Doom's down, so I suppose this Doom hero is basically useless in this engagement, and they decide better of it. They leave the area, at least for now.
Yeah, they're forced to retreat. I don't think you're in a position right now for Goons to try to gun for Roche, although.
Ush is rushing in. Volodka's still there. Oh, Ferte gonna get caught by the stun. Gets the BKB off, and there's the rupture. S gonna try and TP out. Is not gonna make it. He is down. A very forced fight. They wanted to try and snipe the TA, but she had her whole team still there behind her.
And the Roshan's open. Double melts ready to go for Volodka. They've got the output to take off that objective. With no stone gaze, it's not comfy for the side of the Goons to contest, so they will hand it over. Tilted Boys, though, starting to come online. Like Ferte, rushing into Mjolnir. Starts to hit like a truck on this Bloodseeker. Volodka with the Dragonlance Deso up, along with that early blink. Can just make short work of these heroes, and for the side of the Goons, they really need this blink for Lil Nick. Like, you cannot start these fights with a Pango roll in. You have to get a good lasso off first. You have to have the Global Sounds on top to follow through from the roll to secure your Pangolier from being ruptured down. With his Aegis up and running on Tilted Boys, they can take way more off the map. Tier 2s could definitely just melt to the TA's output. And your Dusa is pretty damn big on Boris, but he's not safe to just stand forward without any stats. Butterfly is nice, but needs much more, at least in terms of HP, to start to feel secure in the middle here. Perhaps gun for that Scotty and just kind of go from there. Can help the cause, especially against a hero like the Bloodseeker, which does want to regen in the middle with some last hits, so we'll have some solutions for that sustain coming out from Tilted Boys down the line, but it will take more time. And again, the side of the Goons have not been executing as cleanly, which is giving a lot of openings out to the side of Tilted Boys now.
A lot of patience now as the Tilted Boys certainly in an advantageous position with the Aegis up. They kind of play to make. Giant, they get spotted here on the techies, but we'll hold the high ground position. Does have the mines to give him the info as to when someone's coming. The Lil Nick's gonna have the blink up. There we go. Courier will bring it out any moment. So that's some nice initiation against the TA and the Bloodseeker.
That should help.
Now Boris is holding 4.5k net worth. His door's gonna go down top lane. I believe that was that to mines? Yes, it was. He just walked into mines and dies. It happens. I wonder what Boris is looking to buy with 4.5k.
Precious bounty.
Probably just a Scotty. I don't see any other safe option to go for. It's your best item in terms of just giving you all the stats you could probably ask for in this hero. A Heart's probably not feasible, so should just be the Scotty. I'm not sure. Yeah, he queues it up now. Sends the courier out to the secret shop. Should have enough to buy out rather soon. They'll take the gate across, but there is still the wards here that they haven't taken care of, and they're still not dewarding by the gate.
No, they are not. They see them though. The sentry is there scouting this out. Giant gets shackled, but got the blast off in time. Lil Nick, he does have the blink, but it's on cooldown, so he can't jump in for the TA attempt. She does have the Aegis anyway, and now Lil Nick, he's gonna cop the Doom. Not a good start to the fight. They'll be forced to pop the Stone Gaze to be able to retreat from this. But now they do have that Skadi we spoke about. So you might want to reinitiate, knowing the Doom is down, knowing the lasso is up. Perhaps you don't want the TA though. She does have the Aegis on. Jump in. Lasso is there. Onto Ushman and immediately from Door. So they have got the Wind Ranger controlled up and he is gone. In fact, they even found the Aegis. That is massive. Here we go again. Rolling Thunder is there. The TA caught. Verte unable to find a good rupture opportunity. They'll go for the lasso here from Door onto Boris, but Boris is happy to fight back. It's going to be a wipe. Verte trying to get out, but he is the fifth one to go down. Oh, they made it look so easy.
This time it's just patience coming out from goons. It's Tilted Boys that gets hasty. They see them come under the ward. They feel like, all right, we can get this kill. We get the Doom off. No follow through onto Little Nick, and because they managed to bail out, they get to reset. They didn't have to commit anything there on the side of goons to get Global Silence ready. They don't really need the Stone Gaze renting offensive here, and they just clean up. It looked a little bit dicey with a good stolen lasso coming out there from our Rubik, but not enough impact from Door on that chain out. And just nothing to stop Esk from rolling around this time. He's just free to do what he wants, and that's where things can get scary. 4K lead established now for the side of the goons. Medusa with Skadi starts to become a massive issue, going for the MKB next just to be able to hit that Wind Ranger of Hush. And the side of Tilted Boys, well, Skyward needs a blink somehow. Still working onto those Guardian Greaves, but he will need something like the blink. I don't think you get any good Dooms off. You need to Doom up Boris. That is your one key control. If you Doom up the Dusa, the fight is yours to really just win out. Either the Dusa or the Pango, but if you don't manage to get that lock in first, then they are still big issues to watch out for.
Giant. To escape, it has made it so far. Ferte is still chasing him down though. Blood right. A bit of vision there, Ferte. Just gonna take the Lotus. Won't bother with the chase, no point. Doesn't have a basher anyway for the TP. 3k advantage standing here for American Goons. 80% win chance is now up. As Tilted Boys still looking for an answer back into this game too. BKB is almost there for Volodka, but even then, I don't know if it changes anything. Like, sure, you become a little bit more survivable, but you're still going to be very concerned about the lasso of Lil Nick. And can I just say as well, John, these fights, Door on the Rubik, he's been doing so much work. Like, this guy's stealing every good spell. And still, they just can't win the fights. Like, I think last team fight, he got Rolling Thunder, he got Global Silence. He may have even got Stone Gaze for all I know. And it's just still not happening.
Yeah, it's not quite. You got the lasso last time. Just
right.
Not really able to maximize it. Doesn't have a self-dispel to try to steal the global, unfortunately. So Jubei should be relatively safe to still spam out his spells, as long as he holds on to something when the global is dropped. I think, again, your concern here on the side of Tilted Boys is that you don't really have a safe way of starting these fights. Either you're counting on a good lasso or you're counting on the side of the goons to overcommit. Beyond that, like, your initiative isn't quite there until you get a blink on Skyward, which is still a long way off on your support team. Maybe not too far off with Midas Devour, but still more time than you'd want here on the side of Tilted Boys. The goons now, MKB almost done in Boris. So the Wind Ranger is going to be susceptible to the Dusa now as well. And this Wind Ranger answer to Dusa, it's really not showing up yet. I don't know if we've even been able to see Ush focus fire down the Dusa. So you're not even able to just try to run down to that defusal anyway. You're finding pickoffs elsewhere, but the answer to Boris is still that Wind Ranger, and Boris just hasn't been tickled at all in this game.
Smoke up. Tilted Boys will head down bot. Jubei's going to go down. Already a nice start here, just getting rid of the silencer. In the smoke, if they could find this Medusa, they might have a good opportunity of killing her off, but she's got an MKB up now, so even more damage. Doesn't care for the evasion of the Wind Ranger. They do find a DD rune here for Volodka, so that's certainly going to help their next attempt at killing off this Medusa. But it does seem to be at the point now where you've got to deal with everyone around the Medusa first. Even a Lincoln Sphere being built up on the Bloodseeker now, so Furtate trying to avoid the lasso that Lil Nick can throw out. See if Lil Nick just does check the items before he does go for it. I believe they did see Furtate, but the blink is the wrong way around. The Volodka, Lincoln's is out. Lil Nick going to turn the other way with the Ogre Steel Totem. And will bounce his way out of this one. I guess at the least you do get a BKB usage out of it, and you do get to see the Lincoln Sphere that was brought up by Furtate, so there is some advantages of that little scuffle they had. And nothing really of value was lost for Lil Nick. Like, he's still got the lasso, and Roshan's up in 10. Whereas this TA has no BKB for another minute.
Boris is just getting hoped.
Boris, he's just manning up. Boris doesn't care. Come at me, bro.
No concerns. Might still be able to find his angle with Lil Nick.
Yeah, nice little lasso. They've got Skyward on the Doom. It is just a +4 Doom, but it's going to be great to get rid of this guy before the Roshan attempt, and he's got no buyback. That should be a pretty free Roche for American Goons now. Zbar is still chasing down Furtate. Decides better of it. Will head down towards the Roshan pit and see if he can find himself a nice Roshan sitting there waiting for him. And he will.
Should be able to just clear that out. There is a trap ward here from the side of Tilted Boys, so they should see that Roche is underway. They can try to force the fight if they want to. They still have Doom ready on Skyward if they do want to force a run in, but they're a little bit scattered out right now. Not the fastest Roche in the world, but without the vision now with the Sentry, a lot harder for the Tilted Boys to contest. So nice secondary life and cheese going the way of the American Goons. Wouldn't mind Boris actually just picking up both in this match. We'll just pick up the Aegis. No inventory left for the cheese. S gonna have that under his belt. And the Basher is now up for the Pangos. Even more ways to control. Again, for Tilted Boys, it has to be this way.
Oh, Skyward.
Though.
Not leaving the man alone. Skyward, he just respawned. He's going right back to where he came from as he commits the Doom. But Lil Nick, he's going to run towards the top left of the map. Do you want to go through the Twin Gates? He's going to try to, and I believe he's going to make it. Oh, no! Oh, no! He didn't get the lift and then he dies. Oh.
Yep. That's the second time.
It's the second time, but it couldn't get worse. It's not just the mines killing him, John. He missed the lift as well. Boris? Quite low on mana. Never mind though, Lil Nick. Lasso, back off cooldown apparently. Or was it refresh? That was quite a low cooldown if that was the actual cooldown. It must have been a refresh, surely. And I think it was. No, it wasn't.
There's no refresh on hand. That was second Roche. No refresh hard. So it was just cooldown. It's a 37.5 second cooldown right now.
That's balanced.
So it's
very good.
Yeah, very balanced. They just ripped through high ground. Nothing to scare off Boris. That was your best bet. That was your Wind Ranger focus firing for a long time as well. And you can see my issue in Wind Ranger as a counter to do so. It just isn't. It just doesn't melt down the mana shield fast enough. Boris just gets to stand still and be happy. You don't have anything to pierce through evasion, so it's doubly worse for the Wind Ranger. And just a hit and run from the side of the Goons. They take the racks, they back off, no contestion from Tilted Boys having to just recoup after dying across the map. And there's still a lot of time in Aegis. Still 3 minutes up. Boris can just look again after taking this tier 2 mid.
That he certainly can.
Dire's middle tower is under
Mid lane, Boris will get started on the tier 2 tower. Forte is going to show up on the Bloodseeker, but I don't think there's too much he can do against Medusa at the moment. It's even with the low mana pool of Boris, I don't believe he's afraid of anything right now. Do they want to try high ground? Is the question. There is a smoke up here from Tilted Boys, but it's ruled. Mine will scout out the smoke. Jubei is going to walk right into the front lines. His only real job is to press R anyway. Like, just press R before you die, we'll be happy. Volodka, caught, lift away though from doors, gonna save the day. Is Boris moving in, now the lasso again from Leonik. That's a TA
No
down
buyback.
without buyback. 70 seconds. He is gone. There's Ferte. Oh, Ferte. First he has to play AM. Now he has to play Bloodseeker. What can you do? It happens, John.
Yeah, and
Dire's
they're not able to
is under attack.
get the Aegis off even. Power Treads being dropped by Boris, picked up by his courier. Gets to reset at least now.
Just wants to reset, yeah. Aegis was gonna expire eventually anyway. Skyward, gonna go down. Not much he can do as the pulse 4 Doom. Door trying to roll his way out is gonna be okay. But they still just need a way to deal with Boris.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They need at least Volodka. There's no way you can contest this mid-racks being taken without Volodka up.
Middle tower has
Absolutely zero chance.
Yeah.
Lasso again, Lil Nick, right on target. Find
It's a
Skyward.
dieback.
I mean, these lassos are just a magnet for Skyward, I'll tell you. And that is a dieback.
Dire's middle barracks.
Yeah, so even that, if Volodka comes back in without the Doom, I also don't know if you can kind of get that done.
Oh, well, they go for a focus fire attempt onto the Medusa, but Usher's going to find out the hard way that was not the
Yeah.
play. Tier 3, top tower is gone. Boris going for the Megas now. They do at least have Volodka, but it's still a 4v5 without their Doom. Raxes are dropping quickly. Bit of hesitation. They are waiting for the creep wave to come in, but they do have double siege creeps. So no backdoor yet. Jump in, Leonik. Another lasso. It's perfect. He's got the TA into the stone gaze, just petrifying her up. She's down. That might just be it. They are still trying to buy more time. There's your Rupture. There's your Rolling Thunder. The lift back into the Rolling Thunder from Door. That's something new I haven't seen yet. But Boris is just manning up. He's out of mana now. Maybe this is the opportunity. Though no, it doesn't seem like it. Ferte's gone. GG is called. And American Goons, Jonathan, they've showed up today.
That they have. They look to be in finer form, and as you said in the end of Game 1, this is the American Goons we expected this entire tour, which hasn't really shown up. It's been a little bit more inconsistent coming out, but it does look like they've managed to sort out all of their issues. Their draft here, arguably a lot more even with Tilted Boys as well for the Goons, but I feel like you just didn't have a Dusa answer. Again, like you go for a Wind Ranger off lane to kind of deal with it. It has no laning presence against the hero. Boris has the freest time of his life. There's a lot of pressure up top as well. Little Nick trading blows with Ferte quite a fair bit. The mid lane for Volodka was a lot better, but they couldn't capitalize onto that TA timing as well. And it just felt like this experimentation with the Wind Ranger off and the Doom support it just didn't give them much to play with.
It certainly did. A pretty rough time here for Tilted Boys. I mean, props to them. I mean, they've been doing pretty well considering. Like, Div 2 has been very competitive, 2 or 3, and I feel like they were doing pretty well up until this series where American Goons, I mean, obviously with their backs against the wall, still facing the bottom 2 position, needed the win. They do find the win in quite convincing fashion in the end. And, I mean, if you're Tilted Boys, I think you can still leave with your head held up high, knowing that you probably are arguably going to be safe. I can't say guaranteed safe yet, but they should be safe from being in that bottom 2. But still a tough loss, I'm sure. Because if they won this series, they would have almost guaranteed, or basically guaranteed that they would have been just safe. I'm not sure if they exactly had a shot at moving up to Division 1 with the way their scoreline was. I think there was actually a chance had they won this series, they could have, depending on the other series that could happen over the next couple days.
I don't think so. I think they needed 2 losses maximum for Tilted Boys, unfortunately. There's no way either Seed-Up or the Cut or Wildcard gets 3 losses at this point. They can only
Right.
get 2 losses. So they didn't have a shot, but yeah, it would have been nicer to pull up a little bit more, maybe be in the upper half of Division 2. You know, pad your prize pool a bit. Does mean a lot for these teams here in Division 2. Unfortunately for Tilted Boys, the road to that path is a lot rougher now, as again the American Goons come out on top. And of course, we've got to hand out our MVP here, Mike. It will go the way of Giant. He had spectacular plays on the techies. His laning was pretty damn good, outside of a couple of reckless blast offs into blood rights. Excuse me. Overall, he's been on point. I mean, the mines in those twin gates, the fact that it worked twice is pretty surprising.
I mean, it happens, John. Sometimes you just kind of forget, and it's a shame too, because this Rubik that we keep bringing up, like he had probably the best game out of Tilted Boys altogether, and unfortunately a couple of sad events. Still, Giant is the MVP, Jonathan. That's the man we're talking about. 8-4-16 is the scoreline. He had a fantastic game, and 85.7% kill participation is nothing to sneeze at either. So there you go. Props to him. Props to the side of American Goons for saving themselves from relegation, at least for now. Not quite over yet, but they're looking safer and safer as time goes on. I just wonder, though, because obviously there's zero chance for them to get Div 1 based on their scoreline. They're just literally trying to save themselves from getting relegated. I do wonder, what they're going to try and do to fix things up here for next year, for example. Because again, I feel like the expectations were set somewhat high for these boys. I mean, I was personally saying during the first week, I thought American Goons, looking at their roster, would have a decent chance being in the top 2, top 3 spot. But in fact, hold that thought, John, because we do have an interview with the man himself. Mr. Esk is joining us. Let's throw to him and see what he's got to say. Mr. Esk, congratulations on your 2-0 victory. How the hell are you doing, sir?
Doing well. Feels good to finally win a match.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to ask you straight off the bat, you guys looked fantastic in this series. You 2-0 the side of Tilted Boys in very convincing fashion. What happened the rest of the tour, Esk? We had very high hopes for you guys. Well, what happened?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I think we had really high expectations going into this Division 2. I guess we just got humbled. I don't know. We struggled. We struggled against the other teams. It was a lot of different issues. We didn't really know what was happening. We kept losing, and we were like, how are we losing to these guys? And we just keep losing, and I don't know. I guess it just kind of snowballed, and we didn't get to fix our problem.
What happens? Talk to me about this series. Coming up to this series, you guys were quite low in the standings. Was there a lot of pressure on you guys? Did you feel stressed going up against Tilted Boys before the series started, or were you guys quite confident going into this in this series?
I think we were quite confident. We thought that there's no way we're getting relegated. We thought we should win against this team and probably beat the next team, but we were trying to take it seriously, take one match at a time, because I think we feel like we can lose to anyone if we if we don't play our best in these games.
Go on, John.
All right, Esk, going forward, you guys have one matchup left up against Nexus Titans. How do you feel like that matchup goes? Do you expect it to be a challenge? Do you feel like that's going to be more manageable for you guys, to put it nicely here?
I'll expect it. I don't want to say easy, because we haven't performed to the level that we wanted to perform, but I think we should beat them. I think we all believe that we should beat this team pretty easily, but we're gonna try our best to not mess it up again.
Right, and I think going forward, what do you feel like is something that you want to see the American Goons improve upon, right? You mentioned a lot of issues coming out. What's the one thing that you feel like you guys need to sharpen up on to close out the tour and to go into regional qualifiers for TI?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's the one issue. Like I said, I think there's a lot of issues, and I don't think we got the time to work at any of them. I feel like we haven't solved any issues since the start of the team, so I think it's hard to point at one. I guess the best way to do this is probably try to look at one at a time and take it slowly, take it easy. And if we, I don't know what's gonna happen. Actually, I'm not sure if we're playing with this roster, but if we are, we need to work in a lot of stuff.
Fair enough, and hopefully we do see those improvements down the line if the roster stays together.
Yeah, absolutely. Esk, we won't keep you too long. So congratulations on your tour victory once again, and have a fantastic night ahead. So
Thank you. Good night.
good night.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That was the lovely S joining us there. Jonathan, he kind of revealed something. I didn't want to. I had to end the interview because I was going to start prompting him. I was going to go a little bit deeper, and I could see he didn't want to answer that question. But it sounds like there might be some roster issues going on. So I had to, I can't help myself. If I hear the opportunity, I got to ask stupid questions, Jonathan. So I had to get him out of there for his own safety. As we can have a look at the standings. C-Dub, of course, at the top here with the cut and wild card. So 3 teams tied for first place. That's the big news headline right now, Jonathan, and NA Div 2. There could be a big tiebreaker to come. Of course, Ravens sitting in 4th place right now by themselves at a 4-2 scoreline. Still have an opportunity, actually, to make it up to the top 2 spot, I believe, unless you're about to correct me.
Yep. No. I have the rough introduction of how the tiebreakers go. If Ravens beats C-Dub goes, 5-2. Ravens goes 5-2. And someone on the cut and wild card will take a loss because they are the last series in the NADPC. So if the one series that determines whether or not Ravens is there is their series against C-Dub, they have to win that. And then afterwards, there is guaranteed tiebreakers. There's a guaranteed, I believe, 3-way or 2-way tie released for first place. So that's the big one. If Ravens wins that, a potential 3-way tie for the last slot for promotion. If C-Dub wins it, then you maybe have a tie. No. Yeah, you don't have a tie at that point. You have a tie for 3rd to 4th, but nothing for determinant. So that is the one deciding factor, the Ravens versus C-Dub series. Of course, our bottom half, it's a little bit more clear-cut as well. Nexus Titans needs to find a win up against the American Goons as well, which is their last series. If they can find that win, then there is a tie for relegation as well. And depending on how Tilted Boys goes up against Grin, which most people would say it should just be straight up Tilted Boys winning, but you never know with Grin. Tilted Boys could also find themselves in a 3-way tie for that last slot.
You know what, John? If I was the part of the team of Grin, I'd be hyping these boys up about, guys, we can take someone with us. Like we can't make it, but we can drag someone else with us. We can make hell happen in NA Div 2. And Grin, I mean, I've been waiting to speak to those boys since the 2 or 3 started. If they actually win against Tilted Boys, I can't wait to have an interview with somebody. I'm pretty sure I'm going to take a wild guess to say Rojo will join us on the line if that did happen. But it's going to be a pretty hard matchup for them. Still, there's your schedule out. It's going to be a hype day of NA Div 2 action tomorrow. You've got American Goons up against Nexus Titans. You've got Grin up against Tilted Boys. And, of course, Ravens against C-Dub to end the night off. That's a great day of Dota, Jonathan. Especially that 1st and 3rd series, I think, in particular, are going to be pretty... Well, I say the first one. I mean, I can't say the first one's going to be close, but it could be. The 3rd one, probably the hypest one out of all of them. Ravens versus C-Dub. C-Dub looking to win the matchup here to secure top 2. Ravens trying to fight their way into top 2. It's a hype day, John.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one to watch out for. I'm keen to see how we end up here in NA. Again, with the way Div 1 ended, we had a lot of ties. We could end up with a lot of ties here. Right? We could have 2 3-way ties. Who knows what happens at that point? God help us if it goes 24 hours. We'll never know, Mike. We'll just have to find out.
We shall find out. But before then, we're going to head off for the night, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow for some more great NA Div 2 action. So we'll see you all again then. Bye-bye.